Recording in progress.
Check, check, check. Hey, good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock, Sunday the 12th. I'm going to call this meeting to order again. We're going to continue with oral testimony. I'll have a second call. I don't think they're here, but a second call for Glenn Helmuth. All right, no Glenn Helmuth. The next is going to be Caleb Martin. And I think you're going to do a self-testimony and you're going to do the AOC testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Cool.
So my name is Caleb Martin. I'm the executive director for the Alaska Outdoor Council. I'm a registered guide, newly registered guide. Born and raised in South Central Alaska. I've been hunting bears over bait here pretty much my entire adult life. Got a lot of interaction with the bears here in South Central and recreating in South Central growing up here. I got proposal 3 in for cell cameras over bait stations in Alaska, or in the South Central units rather. And I saw a lot of concern over this proposal and a lot of comments, so I just wanted to address some of those. Primarily start with enforcement. I wrote this proposal, and it's very specific what I asked for, right? I'm asking for cell cameras over baits on registered bait sites, not to use cell cameras widely all over the place in South Central. So when enforcement is in the field, when they're checking bait sites, I run into enforcement all the time during bait season around South Central. When they're checking the bait sites, they see a camera, is a cell camera or not. You know, it's pretty easy. If they find a cell camera in the field currently, there's no law that says a cell camera can't be in the field. There's a law that says cell cameras can't be used for hunting in the field. So already, if they find a cell camera, it's going to have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that that's being used for hunting. This proposal doesn't change that, right? What this proposal does is allow a hunter to change the time he receives information about his bait station, right? So we're already allowed to have cameras on bait stations. We already get photos on those bait stations and recognize what animals come and go. But a lot of hunters around South Central, you go to a trailhead anywhere in South Central on a Saturday, and it's absolutely packed. So much so that law enforcement a lot of times will just stage up at those trailheads and check people before they go into the field, which I don't have a problem with. But if you're an average hunter in South Central and you get one day off a week, you know, if you go there, you know, you spend your time, go out to your bait station, you get a photo of a bear on your bait, okay, you may or may not hunt, or you have to go out and check your bait. But if you get a photo on Wednesday that there's a bear, you might go check it. If you don't get any photos that week, maybe you go out and go fishing or doing something else for your limited time off that week. That's really the only change that this proposal is going to do, right? There's a lot of questions and comments about giving hunters an unfair advantage using cell cameras on baits, but anybody with experience around hunting bears on baits in South Central knows there's a few things about the bears in South Central. They're very habituated to the populations. We're dealing with bears that interact with people a lot. So the bears primarily come in between 8 and midnight, 10 and midnight, 4 to 8 o'clock in the morning, right? So even if we were here, your phone dinged, you got a bear on your bait, you're still gonna have to travel to a public area, more than likely state land, several miles down the trail because you have to be at least a mile away from a permanent dwelling or recreational area and at least quarter mile off that trail. So the idea that if you have a cell camera and you get a photo that you can be out at your bait site at a moment's notice to shoot that bear in borderline dark conditions is just not realistic, right? What this proposal is going to do is allow some of that crowding issues and impact on the trails during the springtime when there's a lot of folks on these trails, rutting up the trails when they're soft and mud. It's going to allow them to disperse a little bit, right? It doesn't mean that somebody's going to be able to sit at their house and hunt from their house, because the only way that bears get harvested over bait sites in South Central is by time on the stand and when the bears come in, and that's not going to change, and keeping that bait maintained, right? During the heat of the season, we might go through 150 pounds of bait every other day. If we don't maintain that bait site, those bears will move away. Bears have a memory a lot like a goldfish often, that if you don't keep their attention, then they'll move off into other areas, and bears in South Central, especially experienced older bears, are very hard to pattern. An older bear we might see, I'll have a client coming in that night, we'll have a picture of a great, shooter bear on a bait stand. We might sit there for the next 7 days, 14 hours a day, and never see that bear again. There's no guarantee once a bear gets on your bait for the first time, he's going to come back the next day or come back a month later, especially when you're competing with natural food sources in the spring, like spring calving season. There's just not guarantees for that. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize the fact that this proposal is written in areas for a specific purpose. A lot of these areas, I think a lot of comments were confused that.
Thanks. Go ahead and finish up your thought, though.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were confused that this allows same-day airborne. This allows the use of cell cameras in areas that same-day airborne on bait is already currently allowed.
Thank you for that. Caleb, do we have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. In your making up this proposal, did you do any research on cell camera use or trail camera use with cell phone technology in over 48 states? I know there's a vast difference in different states in what they allow and don't allow, either cameras themselves or all the way to cell cameras. Did you do any checking on that?
Through the chair, yes, sir, I did. Yeah, there's a lot of debate from state to state, and there's a lot of complicated issues in those specific states revolving around cell cameras and trail cameras in general, right? What makes Alaska different and versus those states is we're not in Arizona and other states, they're not potentially walking up on a sow with cubs on a bait stand. Bear baiters in South Central are. Having a cell camera on the bait could potentially prevent a safety situation like that. But also in those states, you're talking about statewide, massive amounts of area. This proposal, where you can actually use these cameras, is very limited to some of the highest population areas of the state.
Thank you for that. Another follow-up, bear baiting, it's been a very controversial issue, a method of hunting for years, ever since it was first proposed. We've been back and forth and refined our regulations. Do you feel that the use of technology, as the technology develops in this area and other areas, is going to put bear baiting back in the spotlight of controversy with folks in the state? Because it's a highly controversial issue already.
Thank you, through the chair. So the purpose of bear baiting, I think it's important to realize why we bear bait, right? There's a large area around the state where to spot and stalk a bear in the springtime is extremely difficult. Where my bait sites are, you can't see more than 5 feet away from that barrel, right? So this allows us to harvest and manage a population of animals using a very specific technique. And these cameras just provide more information to the hunter so he can target the oldest mature animal out of that area, which helps us maintain healthy populations. A good example of this would be Unit 15 in the RB300 hunt, right? The more information that those hunters can and have available, the safer they can be and the better they can hunt those areas as well. So when, there was a lot of talk of fair chase and ethics surrounding bear baiting, but I think we have to ask ourselves, why are we bear baiting? And what are we actually doing? Is the cell camera changing the purpose of bear baiting or changing of what we're doing currently? It's not. We're already baiting bears for the purpose of harvesting those bears over bait. We're already taking pictures of those bears remotely while we're not there. It's only changing the timing of when we get that picture.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Caleb. Thank you for your testimony. In the public comments that I've read, those that are, pro cellular camera use, they mention cost. So I'm curious, what's it cost you to go, check your bait once a day or whenever you go to check your bait?
Member Brett, through the chair. Yeah, so what it costs for me to check my bait, well, I drive a 3/4 ton Dodge with a 6.4 Hemi in it. It's about $100 every time I pass a gas station. My bait site is 165 miles one way and then 12 miles off a road. So I'm looking at 4 tanks of gas probably. That answers your question.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for you, Caleb. What sort of service do the cameras need? I mean, is it like, you know, like do you have to have, I don't know, I have a cell phone, like how many bars do you need? You know, what percentage do you think of this area would it be feasible to have these cameras? Is it all of it? Is it 80% of it, 50% of it? What are your thoughts there?
Thanks, Chairman. Hard to say exactly because as we know, sometimes when we drive from here to Healy, we lose cell service 3/4 of the way. If you grew up on the Kenai, you know you don't have cell service most of the way on one of the most popular highways in Alaska. So it's very dependent on the specific geographic location, the terrain, and the area. You know, around where we hunt on our bear baits, you can stand in one spot and you might have cell service. You go to the bottom of the hill where the bait barrel is, you have no cell service at all. So looking at these entire units, it's hard to say exactly because it could change from 1 foot to 10 foot over, right? So the amount of areas that it's going to allow for this whole region wide, maybe 30%, conservatively speaking.
Thanks. And then you have a feeling for maybe the percent of bear baiters that would utilize a camera like this?
I think the majority of them on the road system would. The cost for their camera they currently have, the new cell cameras are the same price, if not cheaper. You can get a cell camera currently that works off Verizon and AT&T. You don't have to have necessarily a specific cell network. It hops cell networks on its own. You pay one subscription, $20 a month. It's $100 for the camera. Fairly affordable.
Thanks. Any further questions for Caleb's personal testimony? If not, you can go ahead with your testimony for AOC.
Thank you. So I'm the executive director for the Alaska Outdoor Council, and what makes the Alaska Outdoor Council unique is we're an umbrella organization that represents over 3 dozen other NGOs across Alaska. We have several thousand members from Juneau all the way to Fairbanks, and we've been around since 1955. So when we look at individual issues, we have input from snow machiners, hikers, trappers, all kinds of recreational users across Alaska. And a big part of what our focus on in this meeting is creating opportunity. We ask the board, encourage the board when we look at proposals to ask the question, does this create opportunity? Is there a biological concern? If there's not a biological concern and we can create more opportunity, we'd encourage the board to support those proposals. That being said, we do run into issues where there's conflicts among our own organization and membership. When you represent so many different user groups, there's going to be things we don't agree on, right? And especially in South Central, where there is a large amount of user groups in one area, you're going to see conflicts. One of the biggest conflicts recently is the trapper hiker conflicts and the dog walkers conflict around South Central. That's growing pretty rapidly as we grow as a state. And so AOC has chosen to support Proposal 82 on the trapping setbacks. I think the board has the authority to make regulations, and we think it's a fair compromise to do a little bit of work to get those traps right off the side of trails, keep everybody safe. Now, that doesn't mean we support taking away anybody's opportunity. We are not saying do away with trapping on public trails at all. And we're not saying that we shouldn't hold the dog walkers' responsibility for the leash laws that are around South Central Alaska either. We're just saying there's room enough for everybody. If everybody does a little work and come together, we can make it a little safer. That's all we're saying. And that's all we got for the Alaska Outdoor Council.
Caleb, thanks for that. Do we have any questions from board members? If you don't, thank you very much for that testimony, and thanks for coming in and testifying. Next, I'll first call for Paul Claus. I don't think he's here right now. Next up would be Thor Stacy. And Thor's going to be testifying for the Alaska Professional Hunters Association and himself. Which one are you going to go with first, Thor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to do the APHA testimony first, if that's okay.
Great.
Great. For the record, my name is Thor Stacy, and I'm here representing the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. The Alaska APHA is a statewide organization. We're a little over 50 years old now. We represent hunting guides here across the state. We take a statewide perspective to the proposals at each of the meetings, so there'll be some differences regionally or from guides in the area, but we look at the proposals from a statewide perspective. Guiding in Alaska is primarily a rural activity. 85% of the guide businesses in the state are Alaska-owned. A majority of the benefits that are brought from guiding to Alaska stay in rural Alaska. Over 60% of those economic benefits stay in the rural areas of the state. And from a big picture, the guided hunters in the field, our clients represent 3% or slightly less than 3% of the pie. So we're really small. Our hunters are a small number overall. There's about 3,000 guided trips annually in the state. Moving on to the specific proposal positions, proposals 34 and 76 are seeking to open same-day airborne hunting for brown bears. We're opposed to general sport hunting seasons allowing same-day airborne. We're a fair chase organization, and we think that there's a place for same-day airborne where intensive management's in play, or some specific situations with bear baiting, or the same-day allowances for deer hunting, but where you can use an airplane to target a specific animal, the APHA is opposed to that. We have strong support for Proposal 8 to allow reindeer hunting on Umnak Island. Our comments have a discussion about that in there, but that to us seems like one of the best examples of guiding and economic benefits brought from visiting hunters to a small community to achieve conservation objectives. You got a habitat issue and a lot of reindeer there, so that proposal is something that we strongly support. Proposal 9 is our preferred alternative for the suite of proposals that you have for brown bears in Game Management Unit 9. We supported the reduced seasons that came out of Dillingham based on conservation concerns. At that time, we understood that working with the department and the board, that once those conservation concerns were addressed, that the seasons would move back to how they had been for 25 years or more. So we support both the spring and fall season extensions for both resident and non-resident. We're opposed to reallocating that opportunity without a conservation objective, meaning splitting the seasons or keeping the resident-only portion at the end of the spring season as it is now. Those conservation concerns have been addressed. Reallocating the opportunity-based is to us not appropriate. There are significant impacts to the small guide businesses out there by shortening those seasons, specifically to our workforce. It's less time in the field for our assistant guides, and it's more expensive with transportation costs. So we don't see a conservation benefit to that, and we would like the seasons to go back to the way they were before we had concerns about the bear populations in Dillingham. Proposals 51 and 52 we oppose. In Game Management Unit 11, 72 to 84% of the sheep harvest is resident. That's the harvest, not the opportunity. So Game Management Unit 11 wide, over 80% on many years of the harvest is resident. In each and every single game management unit in the state, there's a McCall Ridge example. So in areas where I guide or any other concession, there's going to be a portion of the game management unit, like McCall Ridge, that has a higher percentage of non-resident harvest. There's a lot of reasons for that, but in the case of proposals 51 and 52, You have an in-holding within the Wrangell St. Elias National Park that the guide there has from pre-existing statehood, and his lodge is located right below McCall Ridge, and harvests sheep there and probably kills more wolves than anybody else, but he can't pick his lodge up and move it somewhere else. And so the idea that you're going to break down all of Game Management Unit 11, focus on a small subset where there's additional harvest opportunity from a guided hunters right next to where they live,
Yeah, go ahead and finish.
right next to where they live, you can find that example in every single game management unit in the state where sheep hunting or guiding occurs. Some subset where there's more non-resident take from a guide in a specific part of that unit. So looking at proposals 51 and 52, we feel that that's targeted at a individual, and there's no, from a policy perspective, if you break out McCall Ridge, you might as well start looking at every other single subset or small portion of Alaska where guiding occurs, because I can guarantee that there's a part and place everywhere where you have that kind of example. So unit-wide, 80% resident, small subset, there's additional non-resident harvest.
Thanks, Thor. Do we have any questions from board members? I have a question. Did the APHA talk about any of these ram hunts?
Through the chair, we did. There was a lot of discussion. Generally, when we looked at the ram hunts, the bow hunting, all the various changes, the guides favored the most conservative approach in every example. So the guides on the call, when we worked through our proposal positions, preferred staying with a full curl management objective because they felt it was more conservative. And sheep are struggling across the state, so in every situation where sheep came up, the guides landed on a more conservative approach, not allowing or having more opportunity, and they view the full curl approach as being more conservative than any ram. So the group supported the full curl position as opposed to any ram.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Thor, for your testimony. Going back to the neck reindeer situation, I know you talked about that a little bit. There's several options in the proposal on which way to go. As far as the guiding industry, what do you think would benefit you folks the most and maybe be able to take advantage of some of that possible hunting? Did you think much about that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, absolutely. So I think when Aaron Bloomquist was here yesterday, he outlined a really important concern. And becoming licensed as a registered guide here in Alaska is very difficult. We have the highest licensing standards in the nation to become a registered guide. And that's designed, it's a privilege that the general public allows us to guide and access those resources, and we want to have a professional industry. But there's also barriers to entry that are caused by that, and especially in rural Alaska, where it's hard to meet those standards to become a registered guide. If we would encourage you to keep it a deleterious wildlife designation, and what that does is it allows that community to have folks in the field with visiting hunters, and because it's not a big game species, this is an introduced reindeer, they have the ability to go out there and accompany those hunters in the field. If you somehow classify reindeer as big game in Alaska, then whoever is doing the work there has to be a registered guide. Normally, we would follow the complete opposite direction because we don't want to erode standards and have conflicts in the field and have people out there that aren't professionally licensed. But in this example, where you have an extremely remote place, most of it's private land, we would prefer more opportunity in that case and an easier path to accessing those animals than what we would support virtually every other example in the state. So we don't want to see a big barrier to entry for folks out there.
Okay, that's a very good explanation. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the EPHA? If not, Thor, you can start with your personal testimony.
Great. Chairman Fletcher and members of the board, my name is Thor Stacy. I'm providing my personal testimony. I live in Juneau, Alaska. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I'm a registered hunting guide. I currently have a concession in the northeastern part of the state in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge for sheep. I think I've been guiding hunter. I hate to admit it, but I think I'm at like 25 years now or something like that, which seems like a while. I guess I should retire. But the testimony I'm going to give today is about me, being workforce out in Unit 9. I started guiding hunters, bear hunters out of Cold Bay, and then for many years I worked upriver on the Meshick River, upstream from Port Hayden. And I want to walk everyone through what it means for an assistant guide to be out guiding bear hunters and how the logistics and how that works out. So in the fall time, when we had bear seasons in the fall, I would go down to camp and we'd start with moose hunting on 9E. There's moose there. So we'd go through our season and guide moose hunters in September. The season ended, I think, September 25th. And then the bear season started on October 1st. And what we would do is we would stay in camp from the end of the moose season. We'd take care of all the meat. We'd have flights coming in and out, very expensive place to operate. The guide I was working for would keep us in camp. We'd do all the camp chores, make sure that the meat was all taken care of from the moose hunt, flown back to king salmon, and we'd go through a series of preparations on getting ready for the bear season that started on October 1st. Once the bear season started in the fall, the best hunting is early. So we tried to get all the hunters positioned, which means there's limited amount of flights, a lot of logistics, weather, the whole 9 yards. We burned up all of our logistics time trying to get hunters to the field while the assistant guides were in camp getting paid and getting ready to get the hunters out in the field at the beginning of the season. When we went to a shortened season, that changes. The guide can't afford to have us all in the field and pay our wages from October 1st to the 7th. Instead of being there handling moose meat and doing camp chores and being positioned to take care of hunters at the beginning of the season, the guide now has to pay to get us back to king salmon. Our wages would stop. We would likely have to figure out where to stay until that bear hunting season started. Maybe have to go back to Anchorage, then fly all the way back out to king salmon, get yourself all the way back out to camp. So there's a lot of expense on the front end logistics-wise to deal with me as an assistant guide in the field once that fall bear season started later. There was a smooth transition before. We got paid. We stayed in the field. We didn't have to go home. Once you move that out, it totally broke up our work cycle. In the springtime, it's kind of a different rhythm, if you will. We're slowly getting the hunters out to the field because at the beginning of the spring, it's pretty slow hunting. I mean, a lot of the strips are soft still. Some of them still have snow up in the mountains. You try to get a first few number of hunters in the field to get going, but the second half of the season is a lot better hunting. But as a guide, I got to get out there early. I would get paid to be there. We'd be getting in position and figuring out where the bears were and knowing that we could give our hunter a good 10, 12-day hunt. These are long hunts. Wilderness hunts takes a long time to come up with a nice bear. The long spring season was important because we knew every day in the spring it's getting better, whereas in the fall, the first day is the best hunting. And so from a workforce perspective, I got those longer seasons for me as an assistant guide were really important. I made more money. We took the same amount of hunters, but I was able to get paid for more days. Clients got more experience, and then the money that the outfitter I was working for was spent on me as workforce instead of all the logistics, gas, airplanes, flying us in and out of the field, stopping and starting. And so from that perspective, how you look at an allocation, if there's not a conservation, my perspective is if you have the same outcome for harvest, but you can provide a higher value for that allocation, meaning the same amount of animals are harvested, there's not a conservation change, a change to the population. Why not have your season set up where the guides, the workforce, everything else gets a better benefit from that? Because the shortened spring season anyway, I'll stop.
I have a question for you, Thor.
Yeah.
I know you have a lot of experience down there, and we've had a lot of public comment on this. I mean, if we extended, the seasons, would that result in additional taking of bears? Were guides going to take more hunters?
Through the chair, I don't know if they'll take more hunters, but there'll likely be an incremental change to harvest. I mean, more time in the field is always good. So I can't imagine that there won't be some additional harvest with longer seasons. But interestingly, the data didn't actually show that. It showed that when the seasons got shortened, I just think the guides were less selective, still trying to figure out how to be successful. So my opinion and the data don't agree, which happens sometimes. The data from the shortened season showed that the harvest really didn't change that much. But it seems to me that it would, if that helps.
Yep, thanks. Any questions for Thor from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you again, Thor, for your testimony. Can I change directions here just a little bit, going back to your decades of working with the board and being in the field and seeing things? Going back to technology, the board's had proposals constantly coming to change regulations based on advances in technology. So if we go back to Proposal 3, which is the cell phone trail camera use, the board stayed away from drones, cell phones, infrared for hunting. I know they made an exception for trapping for night vision scopes, but we pretty much stayed away from that. What's your feeling? I know you mentioned that the APHA was a fair chase organization, but I'm kind of putting you on the spot now for your personal feelings. What do you think about number 3 and cell phone use?
So I guess I'd take it maybe a little 30,000 foot level on the cell phone issue. I think that from, this is me, I'll just give my personal viewpoint. When methods and means get more efficient, whatever it is, whether it be cell phones, whether it be infrared, whatever it is, by making methods and means more efficient, you can lose opportunity. So and when methods and means are expensive, you're essentially reallocating the resource to people that can afford whatever that tool is or the gadget, right? So my viewpoint is that the board has been wary of technological advancements because you're making the time in the field less to be able to harvest the animals, and therefore you only have so much harvestable surplus. If you're not careful with the methods and means that you allow, you can have the end result of having less hunting opportunity, less people having time in the field, more drawing hunts, et cetera, et cetera. And if those methods and means that are effective are expensive, you're making decisions that essentially allocate the resource to folks that have more means rather than less, right? And so I think that my viewpoint, how the board's wrestled with those technological advances, is a pretty thoughtful mindset. Maybe it doesn't come out on the record exactly like that when you guys deliberate, but I think that the board has wrestled with technology, hunting opportunity, and being careful that just because the new gadget's really expensive and some people will benefit from it, that doesn't mean it's necessarily a good thing. On the cell phone proposal specifically, I didn't really focus on that proposal personally, but if that is not if it doesn't trip any of those concerns that the board has had in the past about methods and means reducing opportunity or it being economically advantaged to the subset that's using it, it would seem that the board would likely approve such a measure. And of course, enforcement has a big role in this. Sometimes enforcement has strong reasons why something needs to be redefined or whatever else. So I don't have a real strong position on the cell phone proposal at all. The only question that I was kind of left with the prior presenter was if there's a potential that because it's allowed, folks only want to use the areas with coverage, that maybe somehow use patterns might change because cell service is limited to certain areas. But there I am asking a question that's probably troubling, so I tell people to never do that, and I just did it. So, I guess rules are flexible.
Thank you, Thor. We really evaluate your experience and your insight into these issues, so thank you very much.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks for that testimony, Thor. And we're going to call Linda Pete.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Pete. I'm from Gacona Village, but currently reside in Copper Center. I was born in Glen Ellen. My parents and grandparents and so on came from the area, and still we live there today. We depend on our wild game and fish to feed our families and to survive. We depend on our hunting and fishing. And with that being said, I'm here to testify on Proposal 43 and 44 on the establishment of the cow hunt. I never ever supported the cow hunt, and my stance has never changed. So I'm testifying against any kind of cow hunt. With the weather unpredictable and record snowfalls the last 2 years in a row, I don't think you all have an accurate count of the moose and the caribou population. I watched how the department managed the wild game resources, and I believe things could be done better to improve how you manage. Opening up hunts for non-subsistence users and special hunts for bow hunters and others. Well, I'm wondering, when are you going to take care of the subsistence hunters? I think the state of Alaska has failed the subsistence users. I don't think I know it. The caribou population has declined. 3 years ago, my Uncle Nick testified on the caribou and warning you guys that the caribou was going to decline, but nobody listened. So here we are today, haven't hunted caribou for so long, and somebody has to take responsibility here. It's not the hunters, it's the management. The Otney intertribal proposal for a moratorium should be approved to build the herd. You already heard from others that number of caribou count wouldn't open until it's got to a certain amount to hunt. But we need to protect the caribou herd. Never in my lifetime I ever thought I would be in this kind of situation with all the caribou that was up in the area. It's a disgrace that we can't even get our own food. I don't support the proposal to change the community hunt. I was here when we worked on the community hunt, and all users came together to come to that hunt. And it was never supported by the department and other special groups. And so the management was never done good. It was just It wasn't done properly, I don't think. So I think the reporting for the community hunt needs to be done correctly. I don't think the Otna people should be the only one to have to prove our cultural and with the 8 criteria to be there. You know, we worked hard on that. We worked hard for our people to feed their families. We don't trophy hunt. We never ever trophy hunted. The little bulls are the best meat. So I don't know where they get off and getting those big bulls. It's tough meat but it's not. I think they said mostly everything I need to say about the hunt. But I was going to comment to say that the group names out there is crazy. And to see how people are teaching their children like that is not right. I don't think that's mature. But anyway, the last thing I wanted to say, Otna and Otna Intertribal, serve the same people. The only thing is that their Otna Intertribal has tribes, and the 2 regional corporations, so we serve the same people. Thank you.
Linda, thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any questions for Linda from board members? If not, thank you very much for traveling all this way and coming here and testifying.
All right, thank you, and the rain was crazy out there this morning.
Gayla Hoseth is our next.
Does this one sound, yeah, this one has feedback. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Gayla Hossett, and I'm the first chief of Chuggan Tribal Council located in Dillingham, Alaska, and my comments are our tribal comments. We're currently the largest tribe in the Bristol Bay region, and I also serve as a member of the Nishigak AC, and you could also see our AC notes, and Travis did a good job doing our comments. I also serve on a variety of boards around the state of Alaska. For my day job, I'm the Director of Natural Resources for Bristol Bay Native Association in Dillingham, serving the 31 tribes in the Bristol Bay region. For our tribal comments, we're in alliance with the Nishigak AC comments on the proposals. I just wanted to highlight Proposal 23 as one, as I served as the Native Caucus Chair on the AMBCC, the Alaska Migratory Bird Co-Management Council, for a number of years. I also served on that council with Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang before he moved into the commissioner position, and then also Ryan Scott here, who sits with you guys at the table. So we have a lot of conversations about a lot of birds, and it's just interesting of how much time I have spent talking about emperor geese. We're opposed to lengthening the non-resident season for emperor geese in units 9 and 10. We're currently going to be closed, as stated by Patty Schwallenberg, for the federal spring and summer hunt, and then it's also closed for the 2025 fall and winter hunt. One of the things with the treaties that we're bound by within AMBCC is that for us to have subsistence access, there's only a certain number of days, and one of the things that we're working on is to have a fall and winter subsistence hunt recognized as a federal hunt, and then that way we could have our subsistence needs met to customary and traditional. And when we were closed down for about 40 years of not being able to hunt emperor geese, when it came time for us to have the non-resident permits, caused a lot of controversy amongst the Native caucus that we were closed down for so long with this, and it is a trophy bird, as all of you well know. And if we're going to have any increased permits given to non-residents, then we need to increase those permits during the fall and winter to the 5 regions that have emperor geese. A lot of people in that area, when it comes time to the fall and winter, That's when they traditionally harvest the birds for their subsistence. And the birds migrate in the spring and summer up into the YK Delta area during that time, so they don't have the customary traditional hunt, so they're limited to one bird. So if anything, the allocation should go to the 5 regions instead of to the non-residents for increased permits. I wanted to say that. Moving on to Proposal 32, we support for the year-round take of brown bear for Unit 17. Bears are a problem in our area, and I think that if any bears are harassing people in their homes, on their lands, or whatever, that they'd be able to legally take the bear and not necessarily feel like they're criminals if they have to shoot a bear and not report that harvest. That leads to Proposal 34, that we are opposed to the same-day airborne for brown bear in Unit 17, especially if 32 passes. For Proposal 38, we're in support of the Guyosik Walrus Commission for the hunt dates for the walrus. Frank Woods will be speaking right after me. He's also on our tribal council, and he's the chairman of the Guyosik Walrus Commission. And I was really proud of Jesse Rogers with his testimony as a young walrus hunter. You know, we were closed down for about 30 years, not able to traditionally hunt on Walrus Island. And once that opened up, we had a loss of the younger generation liking walrus and tasting walrus. And so to see these young hunters to be really interested in going out and harvesting a walrus and bringing them back to the communities that are part of that hunt are important. So I also put in an RC 23 for you guys to reference. That kind of gives like the background and history of the Guyosik Walrus Commission and the hunt and the history of that. So that's about all I have to talk to you about. I basically deal with fur, fins, feathers, and flippers, but we're just talking about feathers and furs here today. But anyways, thank you very much.
Gayla, thank you very much for that testimony. Do you have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Gayla, for coming down here, or over here. On the Proposal 32 with the year-round harvest, do you think the people of the Unit 17 are going to really comply with the salvage and sealing requirements that would have to take place for, after they've harvested a brown bear?
I think that those people would probably more be, it happens, right? And then so, especially, we have a lot of bears in the area. I think people would feel that they weren't criminals, right? And that they would want to report that and salvage the bear, yes. We had a lot of conversation during our Nishigat AC about that exact question that you asked about.
And just one follow-up on Proposals 35 and 36, which deal with shortening the wolverine season. And primarily that's to protect the female denned wolverine, so they're not harvested and the whole litter is lost if a female that's been denning with young. Did you guys have a position on that one?
We did. And what numbers were those?
35 and 36.
35 and 36, yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about that at the Nishigat AC, and we opposed both of those in the Nishigat AC. And then after talking about, I think this was when the nursing of the wolverine and all of that, and having those conversations, and our AC opposed those proposals, and then our tribe is in alliance with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you. And just, if I may say just one more thing, if there was going to be any, and Frank will expand on this a little bit, but if we were even to have that walrus hunt even longer than the 5 days, that would be more safer for people to go out there, because when the boats are out there, during the later times during the year, a lot of people have already packed up and put their boats away, and for safety concerns, and if there was any kind of emergencies, having boats nearby would be a lot more safer for the hunters. So thank you.
Thanks. Frank Woods next.
How about now? There we go.
Yep, perfect.
Good morning, Board of Game. Thank you for listening to my testimony on a beautiful Sunday morning. It's beautiful to work inside, not outside. So I'm going to speak on behalf of the Cohasset Walrus Commission and then myself. The Cohasset Walrus Commission has a history of inception because the traditional hunt on Round Island, the sanctuary, was blessed by the state of Alaska, brought forward by the Togiak Village Council, and approved by the federal government on the island as a sanctuary. That cooperative agreement was the first cooperative agreement in the state of Alaska that included state, federal, and Alaska Native organizations such as tribal entities. That's a prime example of how things were designed to work when state was inception in 1959. If you look back at history before the McDowell decision, that's how we managed resource in Alaska. So when Togiak brought forth this hunt, I have ancestral roots. My grandmother was born and raised right inshore of Round Island, 12 miles off and inland in Klukuk Bay. So when Togiak brought this forward, Larry Van Dale blessed it and brought it to this board, and it was approved. And it's now managed by the Cohasset Walrus Commission, which I am the chairman by default. The old people are moving on, and the young people are taking over. And I'm glad to see that we have active engagement in our traditional hunts in Bristol Bay. So I'd entertain a motion, and I'll probably have to put in an RC to extend the liberalization of this hunt to September 1st to October 20th. I've been involved in this hunt since inception. My first hunt was in 1997, and we hunted 4 walrus off the island. The last hunt I did was 10 years ago in 2014, and the weather and the climate and the cost of the going that far from, I'll reference RC24 on the map of what it looks like, how far away from Dillingham is. There's a Cohasset Walrus Commission, a consortium of tribes that have ancestral roots in that walrus hunt. And we've extended it all the way up the Nushagak River to Clark's Point to Ecock villages, Manicota, Togiak, and Twin Hills. Each gets an allocation. So when I have to leave Dillingham, it takes me 10 hours on an average boat to get around and 12 hours to anchor up. And then you got to wait for weather. And the weather in this area has been very, very not only treacherous, but the storm surges have gotten not only shorter but more intense. Last year I planned a hunt with the villages of Aleknigik, Struyahawk, Ekwok, and Dillingham. We planned for a week, and when the weather hit, there's no way you can go out in the storms that we're faced with in Bristol Bay. So with that, I appreciate your time and effort. If we could, I would love to have a hunt earlier, because September, the reason it was October 1st to October 20th is we don't want to disturb the walrus while they're on the island, but the population of walrus have decreased during that time. And as a conservationist, as someone that worried about the resource, we didn't want to go earlier to disturb the huge numbers in the thousands. Now it's not even that. I think the highest level is 4,500, where it used to be 15 to 10,000 walrus all up at that time. So there's less impact with more opportunity if you could bless this proposal, Mr. Chair.
Frank, thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frank, for that testimony. Appreciate all your comments. How much more harvest would you expect if we made the season longer?
I can only speak for Dillingham and our consortium of tribes on the west side of the Cape Newenham. If you look at Cape Newenham, that's a dividing point, the roughest point to get around. So I would say the Manicota, Clark's Point, Ecock, and Dillingham villages would definitely harvest. Wouldn't be additional harvest. Nobody's been harvesting. Nobody's harvested any walrus since the last time I went. not only is it hard work, but it's real costly. Just one way could be up to $2,000. And then the weather. I got stuck in Klukuk Bay for 13 days, and it stormed and rained and snowed. It was 17 degrees in October last time I got stuck there. If you could imagine getting stuck on a boat for 13 days on a 32-footer with 6 people running out of grub, everything you could imagine. And that's the problem. I think everybody just shies away from it. It wouldn't increase harvest. We still have a quota, 20 walrus per year. So it would just liberalize it to make it easier for us to access. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Frank, for that, because, excuse me, on my notes for this when I was first going over it, and I saw that you guys were requesting 5 more days.
Yes.
And primarily because of weather events, and nowadays with things changing, these weather events last longer than 5 days sometimes. So even if we gave you 5 days, you still might not gain anything given the weather events nowadays. So one of my questions that I was going to pose to you is, which you guys already asked about, is would 10 days be more conducive?
Yes, that 10 days would make it a little more. Because if within that window we were preparing for them 5 days when the weather hit, we couldn't go. Or at least I wouldn't put my crew in danger to go. So yes, another 10 days from September 1st to October, the end of the hunt. That'd be awesome.
Any other questions for Frank? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Frank. Good to see you again. I'm curious, with a quota of 20 walruses, and it seems like, the people have never really even got close to harvesting 20 walruses. Why is it so important to have an end date?
Good question. At that time, it's froze up. Right now, it isn't, but the weather patterns are just as intense. And after October, in the wintertime, they're either on ice floes or along the coast. You've seen the map where the alternative areas are Hagamaster Island, Summit Island, or along the Cape Newnham. I know in the spring, a lot of Mattakotuk villages and Togiak residents will go along the coast and harvest off Sanctuary Island, right? So the only reason it's there is Sanctuary. And October is a good, and that would be okay, because in the fall, a traditional hunt, and I'll explain why Togiak requested that, is in the fall time, the flies are less impact on the huge population during the summer months, and then preserving the meat and the skin. Nowadays, with refrigeration, and I got power on my boat, I can put a freezer, we can haul it back or fly. We've had people fly meat back out of Togiak. So those things have and October is that's a good question. I'll present that at the next Cohasset Walrus Commission. So thank you.
Yeah, I was just curious on that because, the weather the environment would limit your end time for harvesting walruses. Yeah. So I had that question. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a bunch for showing up. I was talking to Jesse about this. When an expert in an area shows up and gets to, talk to us about their area of expertise, it makes us, as a board, be able to make a really informed decision. And am I pronouncing it right? Cohasset?
Cohasset, yes.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Any more questions for Frank before he starts his personal testimony? All right, Frank, go ahead.
Oh, boy. Frank Woods, I am representing myself. I sit on the Chuggang Tribal Council, the Chuggang Limited Corporation, the Village Corporation of Dillingham. I'm also the chairman of the Cohasset Walrus Commission and a bunch of other. I work for BB&A as a forestry manager. First of all, my personal testimony comes with experience in number 2526. In conception of and adding 50 more permits to that 17A hunt, if you look at 17 and RC 24, that's just, and you can pull up Onyx. This is a prime example of conflict of users. If you look at the map and land status map, all of that map from what they're talking about is all federal land. That's Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. and only state land is village corporations own pieces and inholders of that federal refuge. The only reason it's a state hunt, it's easier to manage. I was part of it when Togiak put in a 5-year moratorium to increase the moose populations in the early 90s. And I've been hunting moose there every year since also this inception, because I love the place. If you go to Togiak, they got the mountains hitting the water, just like Southeast, where you get access is real limited, and you got to know what you're doing. You've heard guide industry talk about this area as being really hard. So 25 is a mute proposal. Number one, they haven't been able to issue the permits. I'd love to support this proposal, but not this arena. Because this is, as soon as we start opening concessions and guide areas for limited, basically we're going to be a conflict of users from the subsistence users of villages of Togiak, Manakotak, and Twin Hills. As soon as that starts, conflict starts, the concessions, I would propose that the guide industry get engaged with the village corporations for opening concession areas and actually train local guides to help. You've heard the testimony this morning that the guide industry is taxed with a whole bunch of regulations, like to get and not only get engaged, but regulate, to get registered, to the regulation proposed to that. The average, I would love to see economy, any economy, increase in rural Alaska. This proposal is almost mute because they're only issuing 6. I know how tough it is to hunt and engage in that area. You wouldn't be able to expand to 50. You'd have to incorporate the village corporation land at Togiak, Twin Hills, and Manakotak. And I sit on the land committee for Trogan Limited that shut off non-shareholder use, but they still would entertain guide use in specific areas. Just like a concession for the state of Alaska, that's what we need. When I'm testifying this, because about 8 years ago, this is a prime example of land status and the complications in Alaska. I had to have 8 permits. I went to the Nushagak Advisory Committee with 8 permits to get to that area to go hunting. That's just for one hunt. And that's insane, where I got to figure out, I got to become the expert as a subsistence user, and so I would entertain turning down proposal 25 and opposing 26 for extending the hunt. Because number one, it's a conflict of users, basically. It's in the wrong arena. If they want more area and more use, well, they need to produce more besides 6 out of the 20 that they're issuing every year. So, proposals 30 and through 20, basically I'll support 30 if 29 passes. Because if we don't have a plan for a moratorium at the end of that moratorium and we don't like the biologist recommended zoning, at least as growing up, caribou in the Mulchatna herd was above, right up on the upper Nushagak, of 10 to 12,000 animals. Me and my stepdad had to fly up and hunt. They never moved that area. Now, for goodness sakes, they're all the way from Platinum to Bethel, Aniak, all the way across to western Kwijak. That's a huge that's a huge area with a small population. Anyway, I probably extended my time. I was trying to read through all the proposals that I was actively engaged. I'd love to support the year-round brown bear. It would give people an option. Right now, I think it's there's no shortage of bears, and I don't think we're going to have a shortage of bears. But we need to actually liberate the hunt so people will comply. When people have a better reason to comply with the law, then it gives them power to not have to worry about the law. So thank you. I'm trying to figure out what else there was. On the Wolverine, I know the proposer, and I've been up in that area. That's where I hunt and manly up in the upper Tikchicks, and I think the proposer is right that we need to limit the non-resident hunting, but I think it's good the way it is. I just think Facebook last year, we had guides posting everybody and their buddy that they brought out there, Wolverine harvests, and that's a, you know, that's, so if you look at every piece of land in Alaska is spoken for, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. And if we don't write the rules to manage that adequately, those resources will go away. And if we don't, you know, and this guy has a intimate, he owned lodges up in the Wood-Tick State Park. A great guy, worried about the resource. And his proposal would at least address that issue to help curb that activity. So I really appreciate my time. I think I've spoken enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Frank, thank you very much for that testimony. Do you have any questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frank. Maybe taking off from some of your last comments about the bears in your area. The last several years, probably 5 or so, that your area has been having record red runs. Do you think those attributed to higher bear, more bears in your area? And with that being said, is people in your area having more bear encounters in general?
It's, yes, obviously, not only in my village, Dillingham, every village along Nushagak, Aleknagik, Naknek, every village has a bear problem. They may be concentrated around the communities where the population, it's easier to them to go to the dump and landfill. But because of the feed, you hit it right on target, is that record return for salmon gives a rearing offspring for them to return. The health of bears is not a problem with a bear population. We've had record salmon returns for the last 5 years in unprecedented numbers. That not only increases the predator population, but you stop and think about it, increases the concentration around the rivers where every village and everybody's at. So if we call the bear population, we've had liberal bear hunts for the last 10 years, and it hasn't made no impact. So anything to do to call the population and make it legal for everybody to want to comply, and also make it a lot easier for residents to feel safe. So thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you a whole bunch for that testimony, Frank. And we're going to call Matt Moore up. He's going to be testifying for the Anchorage AC, and then he's going to do a self-testimony.
Good morning. I am the chair of the game subcommittee for the Anchorage AC. That's why I'm here. One of the things that we try to do and keep in mind when we have our meetings, when we consider our proposals, is to consider them as written. We would make amendments to proposals. We'd done that in the past, but we realized that other ACs don't have access to those amendments, and so they don't come out the same. We also support more hunting opportunities. We also consider biological concerns in our decision-making, and we try our best to support proposals generated by other ACs. I'm going to go through a few, maybe too many, we'll see. Number 2, this was in regards to black bear baiting. We oppose that. The votes against it were opposed to the idea of baiting across multiple units in one proposal, and they were also opposed to the idea of bear baiting in general. This was a vigorous discussion that we had on this one. The support for the proposal was based on it being generated by the Bethel AC, the fact that it would provide more hunting opportunity, and we also considered the challenging river conditions for travel while bear baiting in those units. 7, we supported in a split vote, and this was supporting the ADF&G to be able to extend the length of the hunting season for the southern Alaska Peninsula caribou herd to reduce the population. Opposition was based on the belief that all caribou across the state need a respite from hunting. Proposal 9, we opposed that one as well. It was thought that the proposal would impact the breeding and rearing season of the bears and that they should have some sort of a break. It was supported to improve hunting opportunities, weather conditions, and remoteness of the unit. 11, the majority felt that this was supporting bears in Unit 9C. Again, this was giving more separation time-wise between user groups, which would be non-consumptive and consumptive users. And opposition to this one was because they felt it was a restriction in hunting opportunity. Proposal 12, we opposed lengthening the brown bear season in 9D and 9E. Again, this was to give the bears a break, especially around the rearing and breeding season. And those that supported it, again, this was for increased hunting opportunity. Proposal 30, which was a moratorium for hunting in Units 17 and 19. We opposed this because we felt that it went too far by completely closing hunting opportunities for caribou. The 3 that supported were basically to allow the populations to rebuild. 31, the same idea. 32, we supported this one. This was, we supported because more brown bear harvest would increase moose survival success. The opposition was because there was no break in the hunting season year-round, and also no recent brown bear population study had been completed. 33, we opposed the same-day airborne hunting of brown bears and wolves in Unit 17. 43 and 44, these are both antlerless hunts. We supported those, but those were split in 13A and 13C. Proposal 46, we supported Unit 13 for Paxson, their proposal to replace community hunt with a registration hunt. 57, we were evenly split on Units 13E and 13. Remainder brown bear bag limit increase. There are more enough bears. And the opposition to that was the population study needed to be finalized. 58, we supported the Copper Basin AC proposal, and that was to reduce the wolf population in Unit 13 by IM. The opposition to that believed that the harvest opportunity should remain in the hands of Alaska residents. They also opposed it because they felt the current minimum wolf numbers had not been reached. We supported 59 and 60, which were lengthening the trapping season for both wolves and coyotes in Unit 11. We felt that there was no biological concern existing in those for either wolves or coyotes. Those that were opposed felt that it would encroach into the denning and rearing season for both. 61 was changing the start date for ptarmigan in Unit 13, and we had unanimous support for the proposal from the Paxson AC and agreed upon a later opening date. We reauthorized the antlerless moose hunts in 14A and B unanimously. We feel that antlerless moose hunts are a proven tool for population management. 72, which was eliminate the black bear harvest ticket in Unit 16. We oppose it because it's very easy to get a harvest ticket. It also provides data to ADF and G. 73, this one, we flip-flopped on this one, but eventually we supported this. This was for 14A sheep hunt any ram. We supported it because taking mature rams only is detrimental to the population versus any ram, and they opposed was they felt that current requirements were more than adequate. 77 was extending the brown bear season in 14B. We supported it because there is a surplus of bears and it would align with the 14C remainder date. The one that was opposed felt that the bears should have a break from hunting and as close to the breeding and rearing season. 78, we Unit 16, intensive management allowing same-day airborne of wolves. We supported as it gave hunters and trappers the opportunity when IM is active. Opposed did not support the state predator control program and did not support same-day aerial hunts. We supported Proposal 81, which required traps and snares set within 2 miles of publicly maintained roads in 14A to be checked every 36 hours. And we support it because it may lessen suffering of domestic animals caught in trap and reduce conflicts. We also supported 82, which was establishing a 50-yard trapping setback along specific trails in Unit 14, with same reasoning behind 81 as support because it may lessen the suffering of domestic animals caught in traps. We opposed the extension of spring hunts for ptarmigan in 16 and 14A and B. That was proposals 83 and 84, and we were unanimously opposed to those. And that's the end of my testimony for the AC.
Matt, thanks a bunch for traveling out here in this weather to testify this morning. I know that's probably a pretty sporty drive. Any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, and thank you for representing your AC, and your AC comments were very good. I noticed in proposal 36, which your AC supported, 11-0, but they made a comment that they support this because the population of wolverine is declining all over the state. Did you guys have some data at your AC meeting that would lead you to make a statement like that?
I can't recall if we did or not. We have a much more diverse makeup of our AC than we've had in the past, and there were some people that did have more information at hand than all of us did. And so I would have to say if we wrote that, yes, we would probably have to stand behind it, but I'm not sure if that's true.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for serving on the AC.
Any other questions for Anchorage AC? If not, Matt, you can go ahead with your personal testimony.
Okay, well, this will be more fun. So, again, Matt Moore, I'm just doing a personal testimony for myself, and this year we did something a little bit different than we had done in the past as an AC. Usually what we'd done is we'd look to past precedents for hunts and the composition of hunts to determine how allocation would be in the future. And this year we actually strayed from that quite a bit, and it may be a good thing that we did. You know, sometimes you have to embrace change. And what we did was on proposal 45, we actually supported a 5-day archery-only hunt in Moose 13C. The reason that this was that we supported it was because there's probably a very low rate of success in these hunts with archery. And I think that's probably why they went through. So that was 45 and 13C. We also had support for an archery-only hunt in 14A and B for fall, and that was proposal 66. And again, there was little to no concern based on the low success, you know, recorded historically for archery hunters. 67 was a 5-day add-on to Unit 16A, and that would be at the end, later in the season. That would allow bow hunters the chance to harvest some moose with cooler weather and hopefully reduce the potential for lost meat. 74, this one, we unanimously supported it, and I was truly shocked. It was supporting a resident-only, archery-only sheep drawing hunt in 14A. I'm not sure how it happened, but it did. And it's probably because there's going to be an implied low success rate in that type of a hunt. And 73 was the any ram hunt. I was the only person that was opposed to that. And I will tell you my reasoning behind it is if we're looking for a ram to reach an age of maturity where it's full curl, we're assuming that that's 8 years. If we start saying you can take a sub-full curled ram, that opens up everything else. You don't have a chance for one of these rams to make 8 years. It may be a small number, but I will guarantee you, at least in my mind, that if you start knocking off sheep that are under full curl, you will never see full curl in that area again. So if your goal is to have a trophy level sheep, a ram, in one of these hunts, I don't think it will happen. I think it would be extremely smart to say if you do it in a small area where it's any ram, that you watch that very closely and see what the outcome is, at least for the next 7 to 8 years. And if I'm thinking it's 7 or 8 years to be a full curl ram, I'd probably set that time frame at someplace around 10 or 11 years to see where we really were. And the last one is technology. And I'll just speak to this broadly. Does anyone in here not have a cell phone? Did anybody not go to a scope on their rifle when they had a choice and a chance as opposed to open sights? Technology creeps into our life every year. And there may be things that present themselves today that we just don't agree with, and maybe we revisit it in 4 or 5 years or 3 years as our cycle and consider it and adopt it. So don't be closed-minded to it. It's going to keep on coming. It's going to make our lives better. But the one thing to consider is the efficiency in hunting. If it makes us too efficient, it's going to change the game completely. It's not going to be hunting anymore. It's going to be harvesting. So I thank you for your time, and that's the end of my testimony.
Matt, thanks a whole bunch for that. Do we have any questions for board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Matt, for your testimony through the chair. So was there any testimony or comments at the AC meeting from archery hunters, because you supported all the archery, extended archery seasons, that they actually had conflicts in the field during the regular hunt, say the last 15 days of the hunt when there's very few people in the field, that would cause them to want to have an additional time because of, say, hunter conflicts or other issues with other hunters?
Through the chair, no, not particularly, but I believe the feeling is that it's not a level playing field when you're hunting. If you said us against them, bow hunters against rifle hunters, I don't feel like it's a level playing field because of the distances that you're required to close to be an effective hunter with a bow. That would be the only reason I could think of.
And that was my question about the conflicts. If there's no conflicts, then that level hunting field may not apply. So, and second question, you talked about technology. How far are you willing to go with technology? Willing to, go drones, infrared? I mean, the board's took a pretty conservative approach over the years to try to limit that cutoff between hunting and harvesting, as you put it. There's got to be, to me, there's got to be some place, where that it breaks the plane between ethics and no ethics, or fair chase and no fair chase. And just where do you think that is?
Well, through the chair again, my values, my ethics may be completely different than everybody else's. If specifically for things like drones, maybe for recovery of animals, I'm not sure. When we were talking before about cellular cameras, I was always against it until I bought one and put it on my driveway just so I could get pictures of animals or different cars that came up and realize that there's some benefit to it, but there's no guarantee. The only big benefit I think from having a cellular camera at this time would be, should I go check bait? Did I have an animal that came there that I wouldn't see until I got to my bait station? And that saves you a couple of hours, and it gives the illusion that if you had a cell camera that you'd be able to take all sorts of game. I don't think that's true. I think it may even tease you a little bit more to think that you should be more successful than you are. I think what's going to happen is we're going to see a lot more gear wrestling. People getting away from being focused on the hunt, the reason that you're hunting, and they start getting off down these roads and rabbit trails on these things that they think should help them out. But, it still should be a hunt. It shouldn't be like you sit down at a computer, you pay somebody that's a guide, and you say, all right, you set up a bait over here, I will use my mouse and manipulate it until I put crosshairs on this particular animal, push the button, it falls down, and then the guide does the rest, which is, harvest the animal, break it down, wrap it up, freeze it, and then mail it to you without you ever setting a foot in the field. And I think that would be the absolute worst, especially here in Alaska. But for me, I can tell you as far as I've gone with technology is I will use a rangefinder. I'll use a compound bow. And that's as far as I'm going to go. On rifles, I'll use a scope or open sights, depending on what the situation is. But I do not want to put the odds in my favor to such a degree that the challenge doesn't exist. And I think that's what we really need to preserve.
I think it was a very good discussion. I do appreciate your thoughts. Thanks.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Matt, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony.
Oh, you're welcome.
We're going to call Jeff Lucas.
Good morning. Thanks to the chair, all the members of the board for letting me provide this for the ACs. I'm Jeff Lucas. I chair the ACs for the Fairbanks. Also would like to just say thanks to board support because they do a lot and I think they need to be recognized for it. Give testimony on what we came up with. Proposals 1 and 2 we supported. 3 we supported. 4 we were opposed. We feel there's already a lot of opportunities. 5 and 6 we TNA'd. 7 we have support under the department's recommendations. 8 we supported. 9 opposed. And all that we opposed are unanimous. I will go through if we didn't and supported. 10, 11, and 12 we opposed. 13, we opposed that. 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 were all opposed. 19 TNA, 20 TNA, 21 we supported. We supported that based on the department's recommendations. 22 we opposed, also for the department's recommendations. 23 was a TNA. 24 was a support. 25, 26, and 27 was a TNA. 28 we supported. 29, 30, 31 we TNA'd. 32 we supported. We think that take of brown bears would help on the caribou herd. 33 was a TNA. 34 was a support. We supported it and we was curious to why the department was neutral due to the predator control hunt in the same area. 35 and 36 we opposed. It was under the department's recommendations. 37 we supported. 38 was a TNA. 39 we supported. 40 was TNA. 41 we supported. 42 a support. 43 was TNA. 44 was a TNA. 45 we were split on this. We were 5 for support and 4 for oppose. About half the AC was opposed to adding new archery hunts because there's already plenty of opportunity to hunt with a bow. The other half supported a new archery only hunts because it provides more opportunity and that the department has no conservation concerns if it's passed. 46 we opposed. We opposed that based on non-motorized access and pack animals. 47 was opposed. This we were split, 2 for support and 6 for opposed. 1 abstention from that. Member did not have enough information to discuss on the proposal. 48 was a TNA. 49 was opposed. 50 was a support. 51 was a support. Provides a better quality hunt for residents. 52 was a support. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, sorry. Yes, supported. 53 was opposed due to the decline or the disturbance of sheep during winter. 54 we supported. That was supported 5-3 with 1 abstention. The member didn't have enough information to make a decision. Those in support do not believe it's right to take a sublegal ram. Those in opposition believe that the area where some rams never reach full curl, it offers opportunity and poses no sheep conservation concerns. 55 was a TNA. 56 was opposed. There's already opportunity. The hunt's through September to November. 57 was a support, more opportunity. 58 through 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, we TNA'd. 63, that came up on us. We were a little concerned at first when we first heard it, why there would be a registration for ptarmigan. We actually asked Cameron to come in to our AC meeting, and she brought a presentation that was very good. We learned a lot more about ptarmigan. And then during that, we heard that she was going to withdraw it, but it was already in the books. So we did TNA'd that. 66, we opposed. That was a 3-6. And again, about half of our ACs, archery-only hunts because there's already opportunity. The others support them because it provides opportunity and the department has no conservation concerns. 67 was opposed, and that was opposed based on the populations near lower objective limits. 68 and 69, we TNA'd. 70 was a support, no conservation concerns there. Supported 71, I got my numbers. 71 was a support, and also to see the same reasons as 70. 72 was an opposed. We'd like to see the harvest reported. I think it gives a little more information to Fish and Game. 73 was opposed. 74 was supported, increased opportunity. 75 we supported. 76 we supported the same day airborne. 77 was a support. 78 was a support, and we put in there that if 75 is authorized, so that's why we would support it. 79 was supported. It helps align with the adjacent units. 80 was a TNA. 81 was opposed. 82 I'll come back to. 83 was TNA, and 84 was TNA'd. And I'll come back to 82 because we spent a whole lot of time on this one. We had it at the subcommittee meeting and spent over an hour and decided that we couldn't come up with a decision. We took it to the full AC, pretty close to an hour, maybe more, talking about it there. Finally, the only way we could get done and get to go home that night is we just made the motion to TNA it, and then I would give comments on it. And we were split. I don't know if we could have come to a decision. We were back and forth. Some people that was opposed that actually turned to support it. Some people that was wanting to support it actually turned and wanted to oppose it. We discussed it back and forth from everything from dog leash rules to, we're giving up something. No other user group's giving up anything. We had the troopers there. It was brought up to them that, we asked about the leash laws, if they ever wrote any tickets. He said they didn't do that. It's not really their jurisdiction. We couldn't find that really it's imposed or pushed very much. The thought that, a legal activity being taken away so that an illegal activity could occur came up. We had trappers on the board. We had Randy Zert come in and speak to us. They supported it. Some members wanted to support it because they did. Other members didn't. We had John, the South Central president, call in and speak to us. They're in support of it. We worked on this for, like I said, longer than we probably should have, and just finally came to the conclusion that we wouldn't get anywhere at our level, and so that's why we came to TNA it and and bring it before you that way, so. Good luck. If you have any questions, that's pretty much all I have.
Hey, Jeff, thank you very much for that testimony for the Fairbanks AC. Does anybody have any questions? Any board members, anybody? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you, Jeff.
Thanks, man.
Seems like I missed a lively meeting. Proposals 59 and 60, which lengthen the coyote and wolf season trapping in 11. I know the Fairbanks AC has a good presence of trappers on there, and I was curious to understand why the AC took no action on those two proposals.
Member Barrett and through the board, the only reason I can really tell you is it wasn't our area, and we didn't have anybody that traps down there to know whether there's lots of coyotes or not. So we felt it better, maybe we would just not discuss it and let the people that live in the area decide.
And just one more on proposal 72, that you guys didn't support, and you didn't support it according to your comments because you thought the department still needed to have harvest info. And within that proposal, it said the bears still had to be sealed. So the department was still collecting the data.
Through the chair, yes. I don't know if we discussed that or maybe caught that, but it was, we did a lot of proposals that night, so I wouldn't be afraid to say that we might have just overlooked some of those things and made the decision that would give somebody the opportunity not to give the information they needed, so.
All right, thank you.
I like the fact that you pulled that out.
Thanks for being the chair of the Fairbanks AC.
Yes.
Any other questions? Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jeff, for your testimony. Going back to 51 and 52, the McCall Ridge issue with the sheep there, can you talk a little bit about your discussions on why you support those? And if there's any folks on the AC that were opposed to it or opposed to the idea?
Member through the chair, I'm trying to recall, and I'm looking at, I don't have very good notes here. A resident sheep hunt may have been something that we would have agreed to. I can't remember the discussion on that as to why we, we did support it, or 51, yes, we did support that for that reason. Gives opportunity to residents without conflict. And 52 was the other one. I can't remember discussion on that. I would think that, creating another management area might have been the holdback on that. So, sorry I couldn't answer it better.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for that testimony. Oh yeah, Director Scott, sorry. Sorry about that.
Okay. And I would just like to add that I would like to thank Kyle for all his work he does for us ACs and all of board support. I know myself, I've made lots of phone calls, and without them, they just make it so much easier, so. And I'd like to give a shout out to my two subcommittees. They do a heck of a job and make us look good, so, thank you.
And our last testifier is Herb Savage for the Matt Valley AC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, department staff. First, I'd like to start with a couple notes before we get into proposals. The first being a big thank you to the department for on-time comments. It's very much appreciated. I know Director Scott's excited about that. I've been saying that at a lot of meetings, but there was ample time for us to look at these comments, and especially with a pretty diverse committee, it's very important to see these comments. And even if they come in late, usually we allocate 3 to 4 meetings for these, especially in our area. It takes some time, and so a lot of these we table and come back, wait for comments. So seeing that was very encouraging. A quick note, after going to a lot of meetings as a chair, I really see a lot of benefit as of the community of the whole process that occurs at the Board of Fish meetings. And I think it could be a valuable tool from the Board of Game. And not necessarily every meeting, but especially if the rules were allowed to do such, I think for certain meetings, especially like this and in future meetings where hot topics come up, it could very much, inform the board of details that might be missed during public testimony. As I know for myself, I like to go last because I hear a lot of really good testimony. I know usually I save my personal for last for that reason, and especially looking with hot topics, there's a lot of good information that comes out of this. So anyway, it could be something to be thought about. Another note is the Matsu Advisory Committee is now doing hybrid meetings for all of our meetings. So that means that we have a Zoom capability as well as an in-person meeting. We definitely have some old timers that like the old, old-fashioned type of you better be at the table perspective, but it really has been a great tool for us to have department staff and more public participation. So that's been a very good thing for us. And I want to thank Leela Williams for helping get that set up, and so we have the equipment to do such at these meetings. And lastly, kind of in that, a big part of it was that we're seeing a really low public participation as of late. I know COVID really changed a lot of things, but even since then and kind of going back to normal, I've served on the committee for 9 years, chair 8 years, and I remember when I was first getting on, there'd be 50 people at the elections, trying to get on the committee, and there's been several elections where there's one person in that election, and I don't even think it's an age thing right now. It's just, it seems to be a public participation issue. So whatever we can do from a department perspective to help get more people involved in understanding the public process of these meetings would be great. And anyway, so I'll move on to proposals, of course, with our area. I'll do my best to get through these pretty quick. A big thank you to our new secretary, Michelle Hune, for providing really good detailed minutes. So I'm not going to go through everything, but you guys have those minutes to look over and, of course, accept any questions at the end. Proposal 1, we supported unanimous. We normally and traditionally have supported brown bear tag exemptions. Proposal 2, we supported this unanimously as well. We were not going to support this until we realized it is only for black bears. So once that was confirmed, we supported it unanimously. Proposal 3, quite a bit of discussion on this. Split vote, 7-6 in support, but that was in support as amended. Before going to the amendment, basically the conflict was kind of half the parties were saying, want to keep hunting traditional. And this might be a little bit on the excess side of the technology, as we've heard testimony on from several others already, while others, are looking at it from it's bears. And what are we trying to do in most of the state of Alaska? We're liberalizing seasons. We're extending or increasing bag limits. And so, it was more of a let's just use this as a tool perspective. So we ended up amending it to not include commercial service with this. So only resident hunters, non-guides essentially, or non-commercial could benefit from this. So that was, again, a split vote of 7-6. Proposal 4, establish archery-only sheep hunts in the units 9, 11, 13, 14, 14B. We were unanimously opposed. And a quick note, so I don't have to go through this every time with all of our archery. We do have several members, including myself, on the committee that are bow hunters and do vote in favor of archery proposals. That being said, we've kind of found a line where what we can support, what we can't support. Those that don't support almost any archery opportunity, extended archery opportunity, is mostly due for before rifle season, so early season type of archery hunts, in season, especially if it disqualifies rifle hunters from being used. Those that are for it generally are always in support of the after season and mostly with the sheep. I think this is because of the success of DS-140 and it being just a tough hunt. It's, past the time of the season by quite quite a substantial time. And so those are the supports. So when I go through some of these archery onlys, you'll see a lot of 210s, 211s, 210-9s, things like that. Proposal 5, so we supported that 10-3. There's a harvestable surplus of the caribou, so we saw no reason to not support this. Let's see. 6, that was 112. 7, extend the fall southern Alaska Peninsula caribou season. That was at 013. The con was mostly just not supporting non-residents taking 2 bulls. Proposal 12, we actually took and combined them into 12 through 17, so see comments for 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And that was a 12-1 in support. It's showing increase in population and good hide quality, and so with no biological concern, we supported that 12-1. Only reason we didn't support that unanimously was just because the residents were only getting 6 days on that. Proposal 25, we supported that 8-5. The con was, some were kind of surprised to see that it was a 2 moose limit for residents in that area. Also with crowding issue, but mostly it was support the department in that regard. And a quick note, it was very nice to see, we had 3 biologists from the King Salmon and Dillingham actually personally show up to our meetings for that. So we traditionally wouldn't have taken these proposals up, but with those biologists there, it felt necessary to, they provided a lot of great comment and information for us. So, as well as there are several of our members that have knowledge and experience in that area. 26 was supported unanimously. The biggest pro on this was it spreads the clients out with having that lengthened season. 28 was supported unanimously. Objectives not achievable. 29, review the population harvest objectives. There's a decent amount of discussion about this. It was opposed to 11. Essentially, the con was don't support. It was premature. And this came from also, the discussion was mostly around time and resources that the department would have to put into this. So the premature aspect was let it go for a little while and certainly don't forget about it, but maybe just a little bit early. Proposal 30, this is essentially, kind of the same idea. Leave it the way, just as it will not open. 31, see comments 30. 32, we were unanimous on this. I think this was a great idea. Essentially the discussion was a lot of DLP discussion, and it's a different area. Again, we probably wouldn't have taken this up had we not had biologists there to answer some of these questions, but it seemed like a way to clean it up and just make it easier for residents to not worry about, increased reporting and just make the idea of DLP and things like that a lot less of a hassle. 33 and 34, we supported unanimously. With the note, though, on 33 that we understand that wolf can't be added without legislation. But with no biological concern and the high number of bears, it's a remote area. People can get out, and we think it's a great tool from a weather and pilot and hunter safety perspective. Proposal 39, there's a lot of minutes there. I'd ask you, to read through those because we did have Glen Allen area biologist or assistant area biologist Jack Cornish come and join our Zoom meeting to give us some feedback on this. We were a little confused. In fact, we talked about it for quite extent and tabled it and then came back and talked about it again once we had the biologist to confirm it. Essentially, we brought this up because, moose are pretty near and dear to the heart of here in the Matanuska Valley. And with it being kind of in our backyard over there, we were wondering, it just seemed kind of slimy at first. And we're like, what is going on? And realistically, it's just the department trying to basically create a level that's actually a realistic harvest based on historic numbers. And that's what we're kind of confused about until really the graphs were showing, okay, I mean, this hasn't changed over so many years, so this is really just setting it, you know, it's almost like fish with escapement. It's like, why are we lowering the escapement, you know? But it's same with the harvest objectives, you know, there's no concern necessarily, it's just the numbers were just a little off from what they should be. And this goes the same with the antler list. It's a tool, and the only reason it was there was because that AC did not meet the year before, and so that proposal was therefore, or that hunt was therefore not disqualified, but discontinued. So this is just putting it back in the book for department to use as a tool. 45, this was opposed, 5-day archery only. Again, for many of the comments that I said earlier about the archery, especially with moose, it's a touchy subject. And beginning before rifle hunters, there's already a season in some places, and most of the members just didn't want to see that for on the moose side of things. 46, this was unanimously opposed. Matanuska Valley Advisory Committee has historically absolutely opposed anything to do with the community harvest hunt. And quite frankly, this proposal would make it worse. It would be very hard for the department to control. This is already a very selective, there's already been plenty of testimony to go. I could get into weeds with you or community harvest hunts, but essentially we oppose it due to the inability to even monitor it closer by the department. So, proposal 47, this was opposed 5-6. This one was a little different. There was a little bit more discussion regarding it. There seems to be some archery hunts that are exclusive due to the nature of the place as it is, and I think a lot of people can appreciate what the Denali Highway offers and that hunt area and how really it is kind of a mess during the fall season, and a lot of people don't go there unless they've been traditionally going there for quite some time. And I think with a low draw permit, there was members that were willing to support this as a unique archery opportunity. But with that said, the con and the opposing were, it's already overcrowded, like I stated, and the bulls, you know, they've been stressed, and the meat quality could be not as great, so it ended up not passing. 48, we unanimously supported this. You know, essentially this is anything we can do to help the Nelchina with IM especially. It may be redundant, but we don't care. Anything that can essentially bolster that support for Nelchina caribou herd is very much supported on our side. 49, obviously the exact opposite. We dramatically oppose this, and it's an arbitrary 6 years, which was kind of odd. You know, there's not a lot of biological, you know, understanding, in my opinion, about it, and our opinion about it. So besides having, if there would have been some justification, we would put more thought into it, but as of it is, we could not. Proposal 50, changing it to a general season hunt for DS 165. This was opposed unanimously, 0-12. So, you know, most of the comment was regarding low population and an area that really doesn't need to go to a general season when there's already a sheep issue amongst the state and in an area with low ram numbers to begin with. Proposal 51 and 52, I'm just going to speak to both of these at the same time. We voted both of them 10-2. Most of the support was due to some testimony from one of our members that actually gave testimony here yesterday about some incidents that had occurred. And there was, I think, 2 other members on the committee that had similar reactions. So we didn't want to get too far in the weeds on this one, but we did end up supporting it, as well as we've traditionally supported a resident opportunity. 53, establish a resident archery-only sheep in Unit 13. Goes on the same lines with the archery, although this one was, sorry. This one was mostly about safety regarding that particular area. Should I keep going?
You know, you have really great notes here, but I have a question. Could you talk about your guys' discussion on 56?
Yep. Hey, would it be okay if I spoke on 73?
Sure.
Okay. Proposal 56, we opposed it, but, you know, those that were for it were using the Lake George hunt that is currently in place now. And so just because it mirrors it, but we ended up most of the members ended up not supporting it. Again, due to archery and that opportunity, they just wouldn't support that.
Thanks. Ed, go ahead and talk about 73.
Okay. So 73 was a long discussion. Tony Cavalock came to our meeting and spoke with us about this, and a lot of really good discussion. And at the end of the day, you know, those opposed want to see full curl management. Those for want to see opportunity. And we do believe that, you know, especially in the Matanuska Valley being in our backyard, I think there are a lot of our constituents that would apply for that, for an any ram tag. You know, that being said, I think it was opposed mostly due to the fact of where we're at with sheep, the populations, the concerns of it. The department does say they can manage through full curl or any ram, but you know, a good example of this would be the 19C sheep situation that's going on right now. Would we consider putting a 19C any ram tag in there? I would doubt it. And so, you know, the conservative approach right now is a full curl management. And so I think that's a safe bet right now for 14A, even though from a constituent basis, I do believe any ram tag is going to be more popular due to the obvious reasons that have been spoke about many times so far in testimony.
Thanks, Herb, for your testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? If not, these notes are unbelievable. Really appreciate. Oh, Member Brett.
I was just going to compliment Michelle, too. I thought I seen her in the room. That was excellent, detailed AC comments to us and are very understandable. So, yeah, thank you, Michelle, and thank you for being the chair, Herb. And
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thanks for that testimony. Herb, this will close public testimony, and we'll take a break here and come back and get into proposals. 10-minute break, is that good for everybody? A longer? 15-minute break, please.
It sounded like they were in a pool a few minutes ago.
Yeah. But they haven't been able to fix it.
Test, test. Okay, yeah.
Boogly, boogly. I don't know.
Hey, I call this meeting back into order. We're going to get into the region-wide and multiple units. So Department, go ahead.
Okay,
Mr.
good
Chair, I
morning.
move to adopt Proposal 1, reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions for Central and Southwest Regions units.
Second.
Department, go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher, members of the board. My name's Todd Rinaldi. I'm the Regional Management Coordinator for the Central Southwest Region 4, and sitting to my right is our Assistant Management Coordinator, Manny Eichholz. I will be addressing region-wide and multi-unit proposals 1 through 4. They can be found in RC tab 4, RC 4 tab 2.1. Proposal 1 seeks to reauthorize the resident brown bear tag fees exemptions in units 9, 10, 11, 13, 16, and 17. Residents would not be required to purchase a brown bear locking tag before hunting or taking brown bear in units 10, 11, 13, and 16, and 17. In addition, brown bear tag fees will not be required for subsistence hunts in units 9 and 17 or for permit hunts near communities in unit 9. This is a department proposal, and we support it. There are positive, customary, and traditional use findings for brown bears in units 9B with an ANS of 10 to 20 bears, and in 9E with an ANS of 10 to 15 bears. There are also positive C&T findings in unit 17B remainder and 17C with an ANS of 10 to 15 bears. This regulation would increase opportunities to harvest bears. Some harvest opportunities in Unit 9 and 10 provide greater harvest opportunities in 10, 11, 13, 16, and 17. This does address some public safety issues in Unit 9 under RB 525, and it does provide a substantial number of subsistence harvest registration opportunities in both 9 and 17. Again, Proposal 1 seeks to reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions for Central Southwest Region 4. The department submitted and supports this proposal because it provides greater sustainable opportunity in Units 11, 13, 16, and 17. It addresses public safety concerns in Unit 9 and supports subsistence registration opportunities in portions of Units 9 and 17. And the department is unaware of any regional ACs that have voted against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Discussion from board members? Questions from board members? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support this proposal. I see all the ACs that commented were in favor of it, and there was 32 public comments that were opposed to it.
Thanks. Other board members? Any more discussion? Yep. Member Gardner.
Yeah, I would be in support of the proposal, just as creating greater opportunity and the support of all ACs.
Any other board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks. Christie, would you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal number 1. Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Batesville.
Yes.
That proposal carries 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal number 2, open 2 bear baiting seasons in units 9, 11, 13, 14B Bravo, 14C Charlie, 16, and 17 where bear baiting is legal.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposal 2 was submitted by the Bethel Advisory Committee, and it seeks to establish brown bear baiting opportunity in units 9 and 17, as well as create a second bear baiting season of July 1 through October 15th for both brown and black bear in units 9, 11, 13, 14A, 14B, and 17. There would be no regulatory change in Unit 16 as there's currently 2 bear baiting seasons with a fall season date of July 1 through October 15th in the area. The department is neutral on this proposal.
And currently, next to me, joining me at the table here is Southern Subsistence Region Program Manager Lauren Sill, and she's going to be addressing some C&T work.
Mr. Chair, I move to table Proposal 2, time certain to this meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We're going to table that proposal till time specific, and we'll definitely hear the customary and traditional use presentation. Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, go ahead. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 3. Pardon me.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, again for the record, my name is Lauren Sill. I'm the Southern Region Program Manager with the Division of Subsistence. This morning I'm going to present an abbreviated version of our written customary and traditional use worksheet on Black Bear in Unit 9. For more detailed information, please refer to the written report, which can be found in RC4, tab 2.3. Slides associated with this presentation can be found in RC4, tab 2.2. Before the board at this meeting are proposals 2 and 3 regarding the use of bait for black bear hunting in units 9, 11, 13, 14B, 14C, 16, and 17. Alaska Statute 16.05.258A, Subsistence Use and Allocation of Fish and Game, also known as the Subsistence Law, requires that the board identify game populations or portions of populations that are customary and traditionally taken or used for subsistence. By definition, the board only does this for areas outside the non-subsistence areas because the Joint Board of Fisheries and Game have already determined that these patterns do not occur within NSAs. The board applies the Joint Board criteria at 5 AAC 99.010, Boards of Fisheries and Game Subsistence Procedures, generally known as the 8 criteria, when making customary and traditional use determinations. Throughout this presentation, I will use the abbreviation C&T to refer to customary and traditional use. The board has made C&T determinations for black bear and all units under consideration in these proposals outside the Anchorage Kenai Matsu non-subsistence area, except for Unit 9. Typically, prior to creating regulations for a resource in a given management area, the board must first determine whether the resource is customarily traditionally used for subsistence, and hence whether the subsistence law applies. To assist the board in making a C&T determination for this unit, we've provided background information on the non-commercial uses of black bear in Unit 9. The information is organized according to the 8 criteria, and we'll take each one in turn. The Division of Subsistence first prepared a C&T worksheet for black bears in Units 17 and 9 in 1990. No action was taken on a finding in those units until 1994, at which time the board made a negative C&T finding for black bears in Unit 17, but did not take action on Unit 9. The board has earlier found that there are customary and traditional uses of brown bear in Units 9B and 9E. So black bears occur over most of the forested areas of Alaska and may be found from sea level to alpine areas, depending on the season of the year. According to department biologists, black bear occur only in Units 9A and 9B, which are the northern portions of the unit, but not in Units 9C, D, or E. They're currently not found south of the Lake Iliamna area. There are 25 communities in Unit 9, and their populations range from 1 permanent resident in Ivanhoe Bay to 757 residents in King Cove, and most are predominantly Alaska Native. Although many of these communities are not in areas where they can easily access black bears to harvest, there is evidence of sharing black bear between communities. C&T worksheets derive information from the best available sources of data, including ethnographic accounts that describe the use practices of communities and resources, oral history, and quantitative sources such as harvest data and quantified use patterns. There are several ethnographic sources providing rich accounts of the history of black bear harvest and use by communities in Unit 9 and elsewhere. Additionally, we have 2 sources of data available to the board: household surveys conducted in specific communities in specific years, and public-facing reporting system maintained by the Division of Wildlife Conservation, which provides reported harvest data from all Alaska residents. Criterion 1 is a long-term, consistent pattern of non-commercial taking, use, and reliance on the fish stock or game population that has been established over a reasonable period of time of not less than 1 generation, excluding interruption by circumstances beyond the user's control, such as unavailability of the fish or game caused by migratory patterns. Traditionally, black bear were hunted for food and raw materials by the Iliamna and Lake Clark Dena'ina Athabascans in present-day GMU 9B. In his monograph on the Denina, anthropologist Cornelius Osgood noted hunting for brown and black bear among the Denina during his fieldwork in the 1930s. Black bear remain a valued source of meat within their range in Unit 9. While historically, both brown and black bears were hunted and consumed, more recently, local hunters in the Lake Clark-Iliamna Lake region have expressed a preference for black bear meat. In Non-Dalton, a hunter reported that, "We will go out of our way to find a black bear." In the 1980s, Alana and Beluda conducted fieldwork in Non-Dalton and documented the harvest and use of black bears contemporarily and also historically through interviews with local respondents. They found that the inland Denina considered the hunting of large game in general, including brown and black bears, to be the most prestigious of harvesting activities, despite the fact that other resources, such as salmon, tended to provide more food by weight and was a more readily available resource. As I'll discuss in upcoming slides, there's also documented use of black bear in Unit 9 by residents residing outside of Unit 9, dating back to the 1970s. The table in this slide and the next contain information from Division Household Harvest Surveys on black bear use by residents of Unit 9 communities. Most of the documented harvests are from the communities around Lake Clark and Upper Iliamna Lake in Unit 9B. However, as noted earlier, the use of black bear has also been documented in communities with no harvest or presence of black bears, such as those in Units 9D and 9E. In the study years where data are available, which is 1973 through 2021, an estimated 3% to 52% of households have reported hunting black bear. Additionally, an estimated 0% to 61% of households reported using black bear, which suggests that black bear is shared by hunting households to non-hunting households. During the same time frame, estimated community harvests have ranged from 0 bears in a study year to 18 bears, as you can see in the far left column on this table. These data are from the harvest ticket database maintained by Division of Wildlife Conservation. This is data on the harvest of black bear by subunit as reported by all hunters. It is important to note that in Unit 9, there is no harvest ticket requirement, no harvest reporting requirement, and no sealing requirement. For visual clarity, we're only providing data for the last 15 years, but they are representative of the entire data set. For years 2009 through 2023, an average of 5 black bears were voluntarily reported as harvested from Unit 9 annually. The majority of these were harvested from Unit 9A, 3 bears on average annually, followed by Unit 9B, 2 bears on average annually. There are 2 important points here. One, most of the harvest occurs in Units 9A and 9B, likely because that's where the bears live. And 2, based on what we see in the household harvest surveys from the previous slides, where the reported harvests are much higher, and because there is no reporting requirement, the harvest reporting system likely underestimates participation in harvests of black bear by Alaska residents, especially those by local Unit 9 communities. This slide presents the number of hunters in the black bear harvest by residency of hunter for Unit 9 from the same data source as the previous slide. We've included this slide in the presentation to provide the fullest picture of black bear hunting in Unit 9 that we can. From 2009 through 2023, an average of 11 non-resident hunters hunted black bear in Unit 9 with a total annual average harvest of 2 bears. An average of 9 resident hunters hunted, also with a total annual average harvest of 2 bears. There was a little difference in the number of black bears harvested per successful hunter between resident and non-resident hunters. These data show us that bears in Unit 9 are currently harvested by both residents and non-residents, but note that only use by Alaskans is considered when evaluating customary and traditional uses for subsistence. Criterion 2 is a pattern of taking or use recurring in specific seasons of each year. Currently, there is no closed season for black bears in Unit 9. Traditionally, black bears were hunted most frequently in the fall time and also in the spring. In the early 2000s, Holland et al. Reported that black bears in Bristol Bay are valued and will be taken whenever they can be found. Hunters harvest black bears both opportunistically when they are in the field looking for moose or caribou, as well as specifically targeting black bear during their fall hunting trips. The graphic on this slide shows a depiction of the seasonal round of harvesting resources in Non-Dalton. During each season of the year, certain resources are pursued and locations used. For Non-Dalton residents, fall hunting was a time for hunting bears, moose, and caribou, snaring ground squirrels, hunting waterfowl, and picking plants and berries. According to research by Alana and Beluda in the 1980s, in Non-Dalton, bears were often harvested during fall hunting trips. Small groups of related family members would travel by boat to the northeastern shore of Lake Clark to set up fall hunting camps. These camps were situated to access the high country for caribou, moose, and black bear hunting in September. The availability of black bear was one of the factors considered when determining where to set up camp. hunters looked for black bear in the open high country as the bears foraged for berries. While at winter camps engaged in trapping activities, hunters would sometimes harvest black bears from their dens. During the early 2000s, Holland et al. Found that spring hunting still occurred in the mountains, but fall hunting took place along rivers and lakes before freeze-up. Fall bears are hunted for their fat and for their meat, while in the springtime they are hunted for their meat only. Spring meat is characterized as tender. During recent fieldwork in Non-Dalton, respondents spoke of bear hunting occurring in the fall and in the spring. One respondent expressed a preference for fall bears, stating, "And it's this time of year when the berries are good, because they're meat and taste just like what they're eating. So you get a black bear that's been eating blueberries and blackberries for 3-4 weeks, that is going to be some nice sweet meat." Based on reported harvest between 2009 and 2023, the majority of bears were harvested in April and May, followed by June through August, and then September and October. As discussed in the previous slide, the reported harvest data provides an incomplete picture of harvest in this region, and few Unit 9 community residents report their harvest. I'd like to note that on this slide and in the written report, it says harvest ticket data, which is incorrect. There's no harvest ticket requirement for bear hunting in this unit, and these reported harvests are all voluntarily reported by the hunter. Criterion 3 is a pattern of taking or use consisting of methods and means of harvest that are characterized by efficiency and economy of effort and cost. Alana and Beluda reported that traditionally, inland Dena'ina hunters would hunt bears while at fall hunting camp, while also hunting moose and caribou. Hunters would travel by boat, then hike to a predetermined camp location. Bears were taken with spears in open country while swimming across mountain rivers, and elders remembered black bears being taken in their dens while people were at their winter camps trapping beaver. When hunters pursued bears in their den, they would block off the entrance, dig a hole towards the top of the den, and spear the bear as it emerged through that hole. Osgood also reported Dena'ina harvesting bears from their dens in the winter or early spring. In addition to hunting hibernatory bears, Osgood discusses the use of dogs for bear hunting among the Dena'ina, as well as snares and deadfalls. In an interview with Priscilla Kari in 1981, Pete Bobby of Lime Village described the use of a deadfall trap for black bear that was used in Kejik, Non-Dalton, and other inland Dena'ina villages. Today, firearms are used to harvest black bear. Black bears are often harvested opportunistically while fall caribou or moose hunting. Some hunters specifically target bears in the springtime. Depending on the time of the year and weather, hunters use boats, snow machines, four-wheelers, and hiking to access bear hunting locations. There's documentation of the use of bait for black bear harvest. Criterion 4 looks at the area in which the non-commercial, long-term, and consistent pattern of taking, use, and reliance upon the fish stock or game population has been established. We have spatial data for black bear harvest from several sources over time. In the 1980s, Alana and Beluda documented the use of fall hunting camps on the northeastern shore of Lake Clark over the previous 100 years. Holland et al. Documented black bear hunting along rivers and lakes by residents of Bristol Bay communities in the early 2000s. This map is from Alana and Beluda, displaying non-Dalton hunting areas from 1880 to 1990. The blue polygons are Lake Clark and Iliamna Lake, and the orange polygons are documented historical search and harvest areas. Because it will be useful for the next slide, I'm going to try to point out Lime Village on this map, which is not of great clarity, but if you can see the orange polygon in the upper left that extends to the edge of the map, Lime Village is in that narrow space between this polygon and the one on the right. Oh yeah, if you can do that. Cool. Yeah, right there. Thanks. So this is a more contemporary map of search and harvest areas by residents of Unit 9 communities from 2001 through 2023. Although difficult to compare, both maps document hunting activity in Units 9, 17, and 19. On this map, Lime Village is at the top center. Both maps show activity to the north and west of Lake Clark. The more contemporary spatial data show less extensive areas of hunting activity to the north and more activity further south than was documented during the earlier years. Hunting was not documented south of Iliamna Lake in the historical spatial data, while more recent data show hunting areas extending along the shores of Iliamna Lake and south around the community of Levelock. Criterion 5 is a means of handling, preparing, preserving, and storing fish or game that has been traditionally used by past generations, but not excluding recent technological advance where appropriate. Most of a harvested bear is used. Traditionally, bear meat was eaten fresh or hung and dried. When families left their fall camp location, they would cache the meat until it was cold enough, then return when transportation was easier. Currently, black bear meat is frozen or eaten fresh, most often boiled or roasted. There was typically a gender division of labor, with men doing the hunting and women being responsible for cutting, hanging, and smoking bear meat. Historically, bear intestines were cleaned, inflated, cut, and dried to be turned into waterproof raincoats. Bear intestines were also considered the most useful raw material for windows prior to the importation of glass. Bear stomachs were used to store bear grease or fish oil, and they were sometimes inflated and used as drag floats by hunters harvesting large game in the water. Bear fat of either species is highly valued. Bear fat is boiled slowly with a little bit of water. The rendered fat was traditionally stored in cleaned bear stomachs and contemporarily in glass jars or metal cans. Bear fat was and is used as a condiment, similar to butter or seal oil in some communities. Fat was also used to preserve berries for cooking. Criterion 6 demonstrates a pattern of taking or use that includes the handing down of knowledge of fishing or hunting skills, value, and lore from generation to generation. Information for this slide is derived from available ethnographic data on local Unit 9 communities. Similar information isn't available for non-local hunters participating in Unit 9 black bear hunts. Hunting of large game in Bristol Bay communities is usually done within multi-generational family groups and with partners. Most residents of Bristol Bay villages are Alaska Natives who have lived in the region all their lives. Alana and Beluda describe the composition of traditional fall hunting camps, which were used to harvest large game, including black bears. Unlike summer fishing camps, fall hunting camps were relatively small, usually consisting of 1 or 2 extended nuclear families. The graphics here show kinship symbols used to depict the composition of a typical hunting camp and the relationships between individuals, including their sex, generation, and clan membership. Often the families would be a man and his hunting partner, their wives and children, and the lead males and or his wife's unmarried older or younger brothers. The men would make 2 or 3 day trips from camp. The strongest and healthiest members of the families, as well as young children, would leave the village for fall camp. During interviews with Bristol Bay bear hunters in 1991, most described hunting with partners who were also their relatives. As with brown bears, people speak about black bears with respect, including using special, respectful names. One interview respondent in Non-Dalton in 2023 spoke of the respect they show for black bears. I just, like, when you shoot a black bear, you just thank him, and you take his eyeballs out and you bury it, because you don't want him to see what we're doing with it. Showing respect, that we have respect for that. Criterion 7 is a pattern of taking, use, and reliance where the harvest effort or products of that harvest are distributed or shared, including customary trade, barter, and gift giving. Subsistence resources are commonly shared in the Bristol Bay region. For subsistence resources in general, not all households participate equally in the harvest of resources, though most households do use a variety of subsistence resources. We have no evidence that the sharing patterns of black bear are different from the sharing patterns of subsistence resources in general. Distribution networks allow for efficiency in production and access to resources that a household does not harvest. The graphic on this slide is a generalized representation of what sharing network diagrams look like, where each circle represents a household and the lines represent sharing between those households. The reciprocal sharing of resources is a primary characteristic of subsistence economies. In Alaska Native communities, while the practice of sharing resources is often conducted through complex kinship responsibilities, it can also extend to unrelated households to strengthen relationships and foster community health by supporting those in need. Obtaining and sharing subsistence foods remains one of the primary means through which Alaska Native people maintain their cultural connections to their home communities and express their cultural identities. During a sharing study in Bristol Bay and Alaska Peninsula communities in 2016, Hutchinson Scarborough et al. Described contemporary sharing patterns that fit within long recognized descriptions of sharing by subsistence hunting, fishing, and gathering communities throughout Alaska. Most of the documented sharing was characterized as generalized reciprocity, which is one Chignik Lagoon respondent described it is, what comes around goes around. In this study, respondents characterized sharing as core to their identities. Sharing occurred between households, within and between the study communities, as well as with further flung communities such as Anchorage. Sharing wild resources was also a component of community events and celebrations. From household harvest surveys, we know that bear hunting is a relatively specialized practice, as it is elsewhere in Alaska. However, even in communities where few or no households harvested black bears, a higher percentage of households use bear because of sharing that occurs within and between communities. Sharing is not necessarily correlated with harvest amounts because of its importance as a subsistence practice and role in cultural identity. The last criterion is a pattern that includes taking, use, and reliance for subsistence purposes upon a wide diversity of fish and game resources, and that provides substantial economic, cultural, social, and nutritional elements of the subsistence way of life. Subsistence harvests in all communities of the Bristol Bay region are relatively large and diverse, and are an important component of the region's mixed economy. Department research from 1987 through 2023 in Unit 9 communities documented average annual household harvests of wild foods that ranged from 315 pounds in Port Allsworth and 442 pounds in Eugig to 2,240 pounds in Ivanhoe Bay and 2,794 pounds in New Halen. During our most recent study in Port Allsworth and Non-Dalton in 2021, households used over 63 different species of fish, wildlife, and plants in Non-Dalton and more than 55 in Port Allsworth. The mix of resources harvested and used depends upon species availability in each community's harvest and use area. The pie chart on this slide is an example of subsistence harvesting composition, in this case for Non-Dalton in 2021. Black bear are part of the large land mammal category that accounted for 18% of the total subsistence harvest by weight. The pie itself demonstrates the diversity of resources upon which area residents depend. And that concludes my presentation on the customary and traditional uses of black bear in Unit 9. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. And just to make it clear for the board, we're going to be determining now whether we're going to have a positive or a negative finding for customary and traditional use for black bear in Unit 9. Any questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have several questions. The first one, did you guys do any type of household surveys in Igiogig, which is a pretty good-sized village right there at the Kuskokwim River?
Yes, thank you through the chair, Member Loring. We have done surveys in Igiogig, and it is whatever surveys we have done are on the chart that is on slide 2, I believe. And I want to say that it was 2005 maybe was the most recent year that we did surveys in Igiogig.
Okay, thank you. From looking at your numbers, it looks like they're a little bit different from that 100-year data survey on that slide, which was number 12. That shows that there really isn't any use, anything west of those upper villages, Non-Dalton, Pedro Bay, and Port Allsworth. But you did say you had a little bit of use in Levelock, which is further downriver from Igiogig, but very minor use. So would you say that pretty much there's no customary traditional use for bears in any of the units except for 9A and B? Other subunits pretty much are not part of the mix here. Is that what I'm seeing?
Thank you, through the chair, Member Loring. So there is, we have let's see if I can show a slide. The majority of use is, and harvest is in the communities that are in 9 and 9B because that's where the bears are available. But we do show like King Cove, Port Hyde, and both of those communities have used black bears during different study years. We've documented use. And so even though if they're not able to access the bears to harvest them, there is still sharing among communities that allow other communities to use black bear as well.
So for this customary and traditional use determination, do we look at those villages that may have had some animals shared with them or meat shared with them as different than we would looking as a village that actually takes them, goes out and hunts and takes them? Can we look at that lower part of Unit 9, those villages just mentioned, King Cove and that direction, as being customary traditionally, other than just incidentally being given some? Or do we have to look at them, being reliant on them and giving them some ANS numbers?
Through the chair, Member Loring. So I guess I have a couple responses to that. One is I would say that it is a customary and traditional use finding, so it's not necessarily that they have to be actively harvesting. The second is that in the end, it is a board determination of how you want to make that CNT finding. We presented all the data and at the Unit 9 level, but it is within the board's purview to modify that to make it just a CNT finding for Units 9A and 9B.
And then one last question. What are the population, dynamics isn't the right word, but Port Allsworth is pretty much a later village that was put there by, I think, a big Christian group. Are they pretty much mostly non-native? I know that they live in the area and they would qualify for federal subsistence, but what's their makeup as far as what you've been able to determine?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact percentage, but you're right. Port Allsworth, among all the other communities that are in Bristol Bay, has a higher non-native population.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. Kind of along the lines that Mr. Loring was talking about, as far as the black bear harvest, you mentioned that most of the harvest was in 19A and B, but do your records show of people from like 19C traveling into those other units harvesting bears or attempting to?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. That is actually not, I did not look at Unit 19 communities. Communities do travel.
Pardon me, I'm at 9.
Oh, so the map that we prepared was for all of Unit 9, all Unit 9 communities. So it would have been from communities in A, B, C, D, and E, where they were, if they were harvesting black bear, where they were harvesting black bear or searching for a black bear. Does that answer your question?
I'm not, so your report said that 9A and 9B where they harvest black bears because that's where they are. So, but someone in 19C, like from King Salmon, or one of these other villages, 19C, does your record show them hunting black bears? Even, I know they're not in that unit, but maybe they traveled inland to hunt black bears. Is that documented?
Through the chair, I believe that some of what we show on the map of contemporary harvesting areas does come from some residents of Unit 9C.
Any other questions from board members? Member Garner.
Thank you. In your slide presentation, you had mentioned the numbers, the harvest numbers not being of a harvest report, that there's no reporting requirement. Do you have a feeling on what percentage of harvests are not being reported?
Through the chair, Member Garner, I think that I would defer to my wildlife counterparts to see if they have any ideas on that. I do not.
Yeah, through the chair, because there's no sealing requirement, because there's no harvest ticket or permit for this hunt, it's really hard to ascertain. You know, the folks that have actually reported have reported for a couple of reasons. They reported because they always report. They may have reported because they wanted to sell or get the hide tanned and stuff, and so they would still have to get it sealed at that which point. So it's really hard to say, but I don't, yeah, I really can't say. Can't provide any more insight on that, unfortunately, without any sealing or harvest requirement.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I'm curious on criteria number 7, distribution and exchange. Do you actually have one of those polygons, you know, to show that distribution you were talking about sharing outside of 9A and 9B? So do you have something that we could physically look at that would show how that distribution and how far that distribution goes?
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Barrett. Unfortunately, no, we have not done a sharing network study in Unit 9 communities. So all we know are percentages of households that are sharing, but not necessarily where those resources are going.
And then I have just one more, I think. Could you further expound on what a prestigious harvest activity is?
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Barrett. Those are the words that Alana and Beluda used when they were doing their ethnographic work, and is what came from. And I think some of it has to do with, you know, the act of hunting a bear with a spear. You know, it's requires a level of knowledge and a level of bravery, and you know that it sets it somewhat aside from something like salmon fishing, which, although it was much more common and produced a lot more food, I think it just fell into a different category for the people that those researchers were speaking with.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? No more questions. Thanks a bunch for that presentation. It was really good, really thorough, filled with a lot of great information for us to make this decision on. I'd entertain a motion to find a positive finding for C&T regarding black bears in 9A and 9B. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think with the information that, well, I'll start over here. I move to adopt a positive C&T finding for black bears in Unit 9A and 9B.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do any board members discussion about that? Anybody want to Member Brett?
So I'll speak on my motion. We have really good evidence that there's been customary and traditional use of black bears in 9A and 9B. And with the limited amount of information for the rest of Unit 9, I feel comfortable supporting 9A and 9B as a positive customary and traditional use.
Any further comments, Member Willing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I concur with Member Barrett's assessment of that. There's very, very little use, if any use, south of or below Iliamna Lake, even though there might be a little bit of sharing. But I think we can comfortably say there is use in 9A and B, even though it's very small, the number of animals actually harvested from your reports. So I'm comfortable with supporting that proposal.
Any further comments? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Great. Christie, will you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the motion for a positive finding for customary and traditional use of black bear in units 9A and 9B, Mr. Lauren?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Bakel?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
That motion carries 6-0.
So great. So now we have a positive finding in Unit 9A and 9B. Our next task here is to come up with a ANS number. We can come up with that at a later date, or we can tackle it here. I'm kind of under I think we should tackle it here unless other board members have any really striking, idea about that. Yeah, Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt an ANS finding for black bears in 9A and 9B with a 1 to 5 reasonable amount for subsistence.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Does subsistence have a RC they could submit that we could get in front of the board members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do.
Cool. We'll take just a brief at ease here. Everybody will stay at the table while we get that information distributed to us. All right, everybody, we'll call this meeting back into order. We have a new RC ahead of us, but does any board members have any further discussion, comments? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. After a little bit of discussion, I'm going to withdraw my amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn, so any other comments from board members?
Second concurs.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make clear, there's been no board discussion while we were on that break.
I'm sorry.
Vice Chair Hoffman?
Mr. Chair, I move to defer the ANS portion of this to the next cycle in 3 years.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to defer this 3 years. Any discussion from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman?
Mr. Chair, speaking to my amendment, I'd like to give, that would give us the board enough time to hear from those other villagers and the other units, and in fact, all of the units to weigh in on this, and that's my intent.
Any other discussion from board members? Member Brett?
Yeah, and to follow along with Member Hoffman's deal is it gives the public and the ACs an opportunity to, have their comments noted and on record. It's kind of fast. I know we've done it before, but it involves the public and the resource.
Thanks for that. Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to follow along with that, it also gives Fish and Game a little bit more opportunity to come up with some additional data on sharing and use among other villages too. So I think we'll get a lot more complete look at the actual situation next cycle. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other discussion from board members? I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this, so Christy, could you? Yeah, make a motion to postpone this ANS until 3 years from now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so that motion to defer. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
That motion carries 6-0.
All right, I think we have proposal 2 that's still on the table. I'd entertain a motion to remove proposal 2 from the table.
I move to remove proposal 2 from the table.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any objection? Any questions from board members about this? And we're ready for the department presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Fletcher. I'll begin again. So proposal 2, as I stated previously, was submitted by the Bethel Advisory Committee. It does seek to establish brown bear baiting opportunity in units 9 and 17, as well as create a second bear baiting season of July 1 through October 15th for brown and black bear in units 9, 11, 13, 14A, 14B, and 17. And as I mentioned before, there would be no regulatory change in 16, as there is currently 2 bear baiting seasons with a fall season date of July 1 through the 15th in that area. The department is neutral on this proposal. Current seasons, we've got obviously spring and fall seasons. In units 11, 13, 14A and B, and 16, the season is April 15th through June 30th. And in unit 17, there's a spring season of April 15th through May 31st. Also for the fall, in unit 16, there is a July 1st through October 15th season. There's black bear sealing requirements in units 16 and 17, and there is one for all brown bears. Both bear species can be taken over bait in units 11, 13, 14A and B, and 16. And black and brown bears can be taken the same day flown, provided 300 feet from the airplane in units 11, 13, 14A and B, and 16. Black bears can be taken same day flown, provided 300 feet from an airplane in units 9 and 17. There are requirements for skull, hide, and meat, and that's dictated by the season and the area. There are also positive, well, units 14A and B and 16A are in the Anchorage, Matanuska non-subsistence area. But for black bear in unit 13 and 11, there are positary, customary, and traditional findings with an ANS of 20 to 50 bears. There's also a positive C and T in unit 16B with an ANS of 15 to 40 bears. For brown bear, there's positive C and T findings in units 9B, 9E, 17A, and portions of 17B, 19A and B, and D combined. And that's an ANS of 10 to 15 bears. The average annual take of bears by unit and percent of harvest is displayed here in Region 4. This is for the calendar years 2019 through 2023. The number of registered bait stations in the central southwest region decreased in recent years despite increase in opportunity created by the board in 2018. The harvest of bears at bait stations in Region 4 represents 75% of the total annual take in spring for black bears, 18% in the fall, and 40% for brown bears in the spring and 3% in the fall. The decline in numbers of registered bait sites in 2020 could be pandemic related, but overall the number of registered bait stations in Region 4 averages 977 annually. And this is down from the previous 5-year average of 1,158. Some things to consider. Some effects of the proposal. It will increase opportunity. It is likely to increase bear harvest for both species across the region. And also registered guides operating in these areas will be able to operate up to 10 sites at a time in each of the guide use areas in the fall. Some considerations. The continued protection of cubs and sows with cubs suggests that increased bear harvest is not likely going to create a conservation concern. Any potential user conflicts and or increased incidental human-bear interactions in some of the areas might increase, especially in areas of high hunting activity or in development, and that's mostly units 13 and 14 in our region. Areas without fall opportunities have been intentional Board of Game decisions to mitigate not only public safety in areas of high hunting activity, but also potential user conflicts among fall recreationists, hunters, and bear baiters. The board's bear conservation, harvest, and management policy, it's finding 2023-227- Board of Game, recognizes the ecological and economic difference between coastal brown and interior grizzly bears. This is the decision mostly is made as a conservation measure for coastal brown bear viewing areas such as McNeil River and Brooks Falls. And of course, the land status will really dictate where base stations can be placed, as there's considerable federal and private land in Region 4. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Again, Proposal 2 seeks to establish brown bear baiting in Units 9 and 17, as well as create a second bear baiting season of July 1st through the 15th in Units 9, 11, 13, 14A and B, and 17, where bear baiting is legal. The department is neutral on this methods and means proposal. The proposal will likely lead to an increase in take of both the brown and black bears in Region 4, where baiting would be allowed by land status and regulation. Most areas without fall opportunities have been intentional decisions by the Board of Game to address safety in areas of high hunting activity and mitigate potential user conflicts amongst fall recreationists, hunters, and bear baiters. Typically, we don't have any bear baiting opportunities for coastal brown bears, and that's been part of the kind of the policy here. So. Ratifying this for Unit 9 would be new, and it may potentially have consequence on high-traffic coastal brown bear areas such as McNeil River, Brooks Falls, and may affect trophy hunting opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the department feel that the population of coastal brown bears can absorb this extra take, from their population that bear baiting is without interfering with any of the other management plans or decisions, or you're gonna have to kind of review the whole big picture if we have a, I don't know, 4 or 5 or 6 bear, however many bears you think might be taken if bear baiting is allowed on those coastal brown bears.
Yeah, and thank you for that question, through the chair. You know, population-wise, probably not consequentially, but there's a lot to trophy bear management in Unit 9, which the department and other folks have worked towards, and I'm going to ask that Ryan Scott speak to the rest of that.
Through the chair, Member Loring, thank you very much. As you notice, the department's neutral on this. This is a methods and means type proposal. But it is, I think it's worthwhile to have a discussion about the bear management policy and coastal bears in particular. I agree, you know, Mr. Rinaldi has a much better handle on the population, unlikely to have a significant population impact. I would ask the board to consider, though, you have upcoming board meetings where you're going to be addressing coastal brown bear proposals, both in Southeast and South Central. You might think outside of just this area and just, you know, the types of things we may see into the future and how you might have to work through those. Thank you.
Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just another question about, you mentioned hunter conflicts, you know, when you look at bear baiting in general, and as this goes in the fall, you're gonna have other hunters out there hunting different species. I know Unit 9 is a pretty big area with lots of landscape, lots of square miles of huntable area that may is reduced quite a bit by, you know, land status, of course, but do you see, you know, looking forward, those kind of problems developing with baiting coastal brown bears and hunters trying to hunt them, or? I know it's a big non-resident guiding opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Member Loring. Through the chair, you know, some of these conflicts are perceived in some areas, and some of them are actually realized. It is our assumption that there would be an increase in the level of hunter conflicts if bear baiting was allowed in some of these trophy bear hunting areas, particularly in the fall.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just earlier, the department made some comments that they perceive that there could be conflict, especially in units 13 and 14, I believe. But we have ACs in units 9, and I believe there'll be conflicts in 9 and 17 as well, especially during caribou and moose hunting seasons. So I guess I'll cut to the chase here, and I probably couldn't support this unless someone, or I may amend this to end September 1st.
I have a question for the department. So we made a move down in Unit 15 to extend some bear baiting seasons, and because of that, as a result of higher harvest, we ended up, the department ended up closing like a fall, you know, bear season. Do you see that potential happening here? And if you do you see that potential happening in any specific unit more than other units?
Well, you are the chair, Chair Fletcher. Yeah, I mean, the potential does exist. I would have to give it some consideration onto where maybe in some of these more developed areas. I do recognize Member Hoffman's comment about 17 and 9, but I think most likely it would probably take place in units maybe like 13, maybe 14A. But we have very healthy bear populations throughout the whole region. So the potential exists, but it's currently very unlikely at the moment.
Thanks for that. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just remind the board that's a apples to oranges type thing where we actually have findings and guidance from the board on how to manage spring or brown bear hunts on the Kenai, specifically with, you know, quotas and metrics involving the harvest of females and a much more detailed approach to that than we have in Unit 9 as of yet.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to expand on the comment I made earlier. My take on this is that the ACs that were against this weighed the fact that they do realize that bears, there's an abundance of bears, and some even said there's problems with bears, but they weighed it with the fact that if it interferes with moose hunting and caribou hunting, that's why they voted against it. And so I just want to clarify that.
Further discussion? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Department on 16A and B, they already have the fall black bear hunting opportunity, but I don't see how it's broke down. Is it how well is it used and how is the harvest versus the spring part of that?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, what unit were you speaking to?
16A and B, that was on your chart. It said it had spring and fall.
Yes, there's spring and fall baiting opportunities in 16A and 16B. And so could you reiterate your question, please?
I'm curious how that harvest, you have total harvest for both the spring and the fall. I was wondering if you had it broke down to how many were harvested in the spring, how many were harvested in the fall?
I don't. And this is the average annual take over the last 5 years. I don't have that broken down, but I can get that pretty quick from staff behind me.
I'm just curious to see how popular it was, you know, since it's been there.
Spring's more popular?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and like in most areas, the spring baiting season is more popular.
And has there been any reported conflicts with other fall users?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything, and the area biologists haven't had anything reported as of late.
All right, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bear baiting, and you have to remind me because I wasn't on the board at the time, but when we put bear baiting in 16 in the fall, was it a lot of it have to do with helping the moose population out because they were some pretty significantly lower numbers? And so we did that as kind of I shouldn't say it, but to kind of help reduce bear numbers to maybe help the moose numbers increase. And would that be an issue that we'd be looking at in, say, Unit 9?
Yeah, Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Loring. When bear baiting's offered, that's just a response to additional opportunity. I think it's very important that we all keep in mind that when that opportunity is expanded, that's not intensive management.
Any more questions from board members? I think Member Barrett has a question, but he just needs a second. How about intent? Anything like that? Member Loring.
One more question. So without considering intensive management, did we see an increase in moose populations because of increased bear harvest opportunity? Just in general.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring. It's not clear because when a lot of this stuff got implemented, we were also going through a growth phase where the winters were pretty mild out there in Unit 16. So while we did remove a number of bears during intensive management and a considerable number of wolves during intensive management, it was those winters that really, really helped us, and that's what really bolstered the population. So bear baiting came into the scene about 6 years ago, I think, and don't quote me on that, but it did come in. There usually is an increase in the level of harvest initially with interest. Obviously, bear baiting had not been an option in Unit 16 until that time. So there was an increase in the number of bears that were harvested, but it's not clear if that level of harvest actually had a significant effect on the population. It may have had an effect on some localized populations closer to the road or where trails and more bear baiting activity actually occurs.
Member Brett, you ready?
Thank you. I just caught something reading the proposal on the suggested dates from spring to fall, but the last two in this author's proposal, so the Unit 7, 9, 11, 13, and such on, and the one right below it, Unit 16, they have the normal spring date of April 15th to June 30th and 1 April to June 30th, and the proposed fall dates from 1 July, and I was like, well, that's just one whole season. That would be like a season extension for the last two, because there's no break in between 30 June and 1 July. Would there be a different permit that would be issued, or would it be the same permit? I'm just curious on.
Member Barrett, it would be the same permit. So, you know, those black bear harvest tickets, they actually span through the regulatory year because of that seasonality of some hunts.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move to amend the proposal to go July 1 to September 1st.
Second.
Discussion on the amendment?
Mr.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, and my rationale is that to minimize user conflict, especially during moose hunting season. And, yeah.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Member Brett. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Member Hoffman, and as he stated before, the ACs that were primarily in opposition to it was to the perceived conflict of, you know, other activities going on, such as moose hunting, berry gathering, and caribou hunting, and that would hopefully alleviate some of that issue.
Any, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I support Member Hoffman's amendment. And just for the record, there are 7 ACs opposed to this, and along with multiple individual people, and 4 ACs in favor. And the ones that were opposed did bring up those issues about conflicts with hunting. So I'll go ahead and my intent is to support the amendment.
Well, we've had a pretty good discussion about this, guys. Any other people wanting to weigh in? If not, I might ask Member Hoffman to clarify the dates.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to clarify the date to end October 30th or 31st, whatever is the last day in August.
Oh, yeah, Member Loring.
Yeah, could you clarify, you said October, you were talking about September? September, last day of September?
Last day of August.
Last day of August.
Versus.
Last day of August, okay.
Versus September 1st.
We got that pretty clear. I think we're about ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question on the amendment.
On the amendment of July 1 through the last day of August, and that's for all of the units that the proposal relates to, as I understand it. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
That amendment carries 6 to 0.
So we have amended Proposal 2 in front of us now. Any further discussion on Proposal 2? Any intent? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt that we eliminate all units and subunits not in this call for proposals for this region.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion on that amendment?
I would just note that we had a note from Department of Law that some of these areas were not on the call for proposals, so we don't have the authorization to make regulation changes for those.
That seems, Member Loring.
Yes, Member Brett, could you elaborate on which exact units we're voting on? Basically everything under 7 and then over 19?
I'll refer to the Department of Law, but I thought I had units 9, 11, 13, 14B, 16, and 17 are the units that are within this call.
We have the amended proposal to remove those units that weren't on the call right now. Any discussion about that further?
Call the question on the
Questions?
amendment.
Question's been called. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment. Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
That amendment carries 6 to 0.
All right, we have the newly amended Proposal 2 in front of us, guys. Any further discussion about that? I'll give weigh in on you know, my 2 cents on this. I don't think I can support the proposal as written. There's a couple units in there that I really don't think this fits in. Any further discussion? Member Gardner.
Yeah, I know the concern is not just with fall hunting, but fall use. And so getting into the July, August, you still have those users that are in consideration of the bear baiting.
Any further comments? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Just a second. The board has heard no concerns from the general public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that, Member Loring. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 2 as amended. Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Batchel.
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
No.
Mr. Loring.
No.
And Chairman Fletcher.
No.
That proposal fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 3 nays.
I think right now, guys, it'd probably be a good time to take lunch break. It's 1:45 right now, so let's meet back here at 2 o'clock. Yeah, thanks for being back at the meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 3, allow the use of cellular cameras for taking black bear and brown bear over bait in Units 9, 11, 13, 14B, Bravo, 16, and 17.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department.
Thank you, Chairman. Proposal 3 seeks to allow the use of cellular cameras for taking black and brown bear over baits in Units 9, 11, 13, 14A and B, 16, and 17 with a season date of April 15th through June 30th. This is a public proposal. The department is neutral on the use of cellular cameras to aid in taking of bears at bait stations where same-day airborne take is allowed. If the board seeks to adopt this proposal, the department suggests that it be done statewide for consistency of regulations, as well as to provide an opportunity for other regions to review this proposal. Excuse me for one moment. As we saw in the previous proposal, there are seasons in Units 11, 13, 14A and B, and 16 with a season date of April 15th through June 30th. There's also a season in Unit 17 that goes from April 15th to May 31st. In Unit 16, there's a fall season from July 1st to October 15th. There are black bear sealing requirements in Units 16 and 17, and all brown bears are required to be sealed. Both species can be taken over baits in Units 11, 13, 14A and B, 16 and 17, and black and brown bears can be taken the same day they have flown, provided they are 300 feet from the airplane in Units 11, 13, 14A and B, and 16. Black bears can be taken the same day flown, providing they are the hunter's 300 feet from the airplane. Units 9 and 17. There are salvage requirements for skull, hide, and meat, which is dictated by season and area. As I mentioned previously, there is Unit 14A and B in 16A is in the Anchorage, Matanuska non-subsistence area. But for black bears, there's a positive C&T in Units 11 and 13. And there's also a positive C&T for black bears in Unit 16B. For brown bear, there are positive C&T findings in Unit 9B, 9E, 17A, portions of 17B, and then there's also positive C&T findings for a portion of 17B, C, 19A, B, and D combined, with an A and S of 10 to 15 bears. Current regulations. So under 5 AEC 92080, the permit for hunting bear with the use of bait, scent, and lures, the following methods of taking game are prohibited. So I've paraphrased much of this. So with the aid of any device that has been airborne, controlled remotely, or communicates wirelessly and is used to spot or locate game with the use of a camera or video device. Under Section A, any camera or other sensory device that can send messages through wireless communication. The existing prohibition on the use of game cameras that can transmit photos wirelessly and wireless communication was adopted by the Board of Game at the statewide regulations meeting, November 2017. As a result of the board passing a proposal submitted by the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, AWT submitted that proposal because game cameras that could communicate wirelessly were a new technology that the board had not previously addressed. The board chose to prohibit their use at that meeting statewide. This is some harvest information in Region 4 that we discussed and that I presented previously. The number of registered bait stations, as I mentioned earlier, in central southwest region has decreased in recent years, despite an increase in opportunity created by the board in 2018. The decline in the number of registered bait stations in 2020 could be pandemic-related, but overall, the number of registered bait stations in Region 4 averages 977 over the last 5 years, which is down from a 5-year average of 1,158. Harvest of bears at bait stations in Region 4 represents 75% of the total. Annual take in spring for black bears represents 18% in the fall. And it's 30% for brown bears in the spring and 2% in fall, which is actually a decline. If adopted, bear baiters in the affected units would be able to use game cameras to communicate wirelessly to locate, identify, and monitor activities at their bait stations. This may lead to a greater level of selectivity and a more efficient hunting method and efficient take of bears. If it is unclear if this will result in an increase in take of bears in these units, but there are currently no conservation concerns for black or brown bears anywhere in Region 4. Again, Proposal 3 seeks to allow the use of cellular cameras for taking black and brown bear over bait in Units 9, 11, 13, 14A and B, 16 and 17 from April 15th to June 30th. This is a public proposal, and the department is neutral on the use of cellular cameras in the aid of taking bears at bait stations where same-day airborne take is allowed. If the Board of Game seeks to adopt this proposal, the department suggests that this be done statewide for consistency of regulations, as well as to provide an opportunity for other regions to review this proposal. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. Before I open it up here to questions, do the Alaska Wildlife Troopers have any comments here? I think I saw.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. One moment while I pull up the right page here. I was going to read into the record, even though it's already been posted, our comments, and then I had an additional after that, if I could. So again, as in our written comments, Wildlife Troopers are neutral on this proposal. I won't reiterate specifically what Mr. Rinaldi just read. It's just re-quoting the statute, or I'm sorry, the regulation. Again, like the Department of Fish and Game, we also would prefer consistency in the regulations, particularly anything with methods and means across a statewide model whenever possible. And we've always strived for that and asked the board for that. Consistency, of course, reduces incidents of mistakes by the public. It reduces regulatory confusion for all users. Another caution that we noted here was that if adopted, it could result in troopers having a difficult time proving what species a cellular camera was being used to target. We know, for example, that a lot of times folks will utilize the same location for a bear bait site, and then later a lot of times we'll use that same tree stand to hunt moose over, for an example. And so depending on the time of year and when a camera was up, that could potentially cause some confusion, hopefully not. And I think looking back, just maybe a point of clarification, in 2017, when AWT approached the board, it was not necessarily specifically to prohibit the use of the cellular cameras. It was the actual request, the initial proposal at the time that was made was just asking the board to clarify essentially where we wanted to draw the line on this kind of new and emerging technology. And there were several amendments made, at the end of which the board adopted one of the options that was offered, and I can't speak at the moment who offered that amendment. But that amendment to the proposal that AWT put forth is what resulted in the language specifying and spelling out cellular game cameras.
Thanks for that. Any questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This question might be for Natalie or anyone else. Do we know how other states use this? And to my knowledge, some of the other states don't even allow regular game cameras. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I don't know off the top of my head. It is, as you can imagine, a mix of all of the above, but I don't know if there's one that sways one way or the other. You know, I know it's not unanimous, all one or the other, but I can't tell you if more states lean toward allowing their use or not.
George Pappas.
Thank you, George Pappas, OSIM. I'll mention this one time, just for the benefit of the process. Trooper Johnson
kind of spurred me on with this, idea-wise. Adoption of this proposal will definitely make a big difference between federal and state regulations. And for the benefit of the new members, if the regulations differ from one board adopting it from the other, there's an opportunity to put a proposal into the Federal Subsistence Board this spring to, if you do adopt this proposal or other proposals like this, you'll see in RC 218, which is OSM's comments. So one of the last sentences, if you adopt something and you want the federal side to parallel it, a proposal could be submitted to the Federal Subsistence Board here, I think in April or something like that. So just for regulatory consistency across the board, that's one way of doing it. Just want to mention that to the benefit of some of the new members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, George. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the department use cellular cameras, this type of technology in your research right now? Is that common? I know it's done out there, but does the department do it?
Yeah, through the chair, the department has used a variety of transmitters that use the cellular transmission. We use game cameras. There have been telemetry collars that were short-lived, but were tried out by the department a few years ago that also had the SIM card in it. But yeah, the short answer is yes, and we also, of course, use additional technologies such as LiDAR and satellite technology, GPS technology.
And just to follow up, and how about in intensive management programs? Have you thought about using, or do you use that in any of your research for putting together or thinking about intensive management programs?
Yeah, through the chair, there's been a couple of opportunities where that situation's come up. We were looking to evaluate the wolf population in Unit 16 over the last couple of years using a variety of different techniques. One of those techniques was using game cameras. I think some of those had the ability to connect to the cellular system. Also, we used some additional, I think they were going to also put out collar cameras out on those wolves. We didn't get that far along in the process, but I think also small game in some areas, the small game division has probably used or at least attempted to use some of those cameras with cellular communication ability.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair for Member Hoffman. Just a quick look at western states. It looks like Arizona, Nevada, Montana, and Utah, and then a few others outside the western region, prohibit the use of cellular game cameras. But most states allow the use of, you got to go out and check them and change the card and all that kind of stuff.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. And I was going to bring up the same thing. Last time I attended a WAFTA meeting, that was a topic of discussion and how they were going away from it. And secondly, there's also Unit 2, if the program's still going. They were trying to use cellular cameras for and regular cameras for potentially estimating the wolf population.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Intent? Mr. Batchel.
Yeah, I've actually worked with University of Alaska Fairbanks to try out a couple of the cell cameras at wolf rendezvous sites down there to see if we could get an idea of when they were, when the pups would come out of the dens and when they would move and if they would function in our landscape down there. So I've got 2 out there that I monitor right now.
And I guess just to make this clear, this is just talking about cellular cameras. If in the future, if next month they come out with a satellite camera that you can put up somewhere that has a photo cell on it that can be up and running in multiple units, that would be illegal. Is that right, Trooper Johnson? Captain Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I will clarify, while it looks like the language of the proposal says cellular, the actual regulation says any camera or other sensory device that can send messages through wireless communication. So that actually includes, and again, that was the whole point at the time from the wildlife troopers, was to ask the board to try to future-proof, essentially, so we didn't have to come back every couple of years at a statewide and deal with whatever new technology was out there, which was accomplished by putting wireless communication in there.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thinking that we're going into deliberations, I'd like to make an amendment. I move to amend Proposal 3 to only include units 9, 10, 11, 13, 14A, 14B, 16, and 17.
Second, isn't that all of them?
Discussion from the board on that amendment?
Yeah, so yeah, the department has it right, but the proposal sitting in front of us is incorrect, so there was some units outside our call for proposals, so hence the amendment.
Thanks for that clarification. Any questions before we have a roll call vote on this amendment? How about unanimous consent? Oh, Member Gardner.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a statement for the record. My concern with this is not necessarily, I know we heard testimony earlier, it's not necessarily about the trapper that's sitting at home and has access to the camera. My concern is with the notification in the field. If the camera has cellular coverage, then as you are transporting, whether you're in a mile, 2, 3, 4, you have your cell phone in your pocket, it's going to let you know that there's an animal there at the site. And I know part of the testimony that was made was that it took a long time. You know, the animal has moved on since they've received the notification, but my concern was that a notification in the field, having a cellular phone in your pocket, being an unfair advantage and not fair chase.
So we have a amended proposal in front of us here. And I guess, being as, you know, most of these members have spoke on this, I guess I'm going to throw in my 2 cents. You know, in the state of Alaska, you can't use walkie-talkies when you're going after a game animal. You can't have somebody, you know, walking you into it. I see this a little bit like that. I think it might be a dangerous road as well. If sometime in the future, you could have somebody sitting in Anchorage and have satellite cameras in the field over multiple units, and particularly maybe a guide that's selling the hunt. And we had some concern from the public, you know, this bear cost this much money. I don't think I can support this proposal as amended for those reasons. Does anybody else have any statements?
Did we vote on the amendment already, or are we good with that? Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this has been split down the middle relatively for the on-time comments for the ACs, if you include, it's about split. And we heard a lot of public testimony about this, and to me, there was more red flags than not. I'm not inclined on moving forward with this at this time.
Any further? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just build a little bit too on the record. We did hear some public testimony that, especially down in this area where bear baiting is more concentrated and there's less access points, that you get multiple hunters in one trailhead. And potentially, you know, if somebody was able to check their bait with the camera, it would alleviate some of the congestion at the trailheads and would also alleviate some of the degradation or trail erosion by unnecessary traffic from four-wheelers and whatnot. I'd also like to bring up that, you know, some of these units have a positive C&T finding in there. And one of the criteria that is used in developing a C&T finding is efficiency of economy and cost. We've heard cost in many, or read in the public comments that this would help reduce the cost and burden on the hunter or the subsistence user. And also in subsistence, they don't, you know, they don't restrict, you know, technical advances, and that's why we have some, you know, that's why we don't limit subsistence hunters to a stick and a string or a strict bow and arrow. And you know, we got outboard motors, four-wheelers, ATVs, and all kinds of snow machines. You know, incredibly, you know, efficient snow machines anymore. You know, so that's some of the technical advances that, you know, even the subsistence hunters have been able to take advantage of, and maybe we should look at some of that also. I'll stop right there for right now.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, looking at the comments that we have from the ACs, it is pretty much split down the middle on the AC comments. And you know, one of the larger sportsmen's groups, AOC, is for, and then RAC, which is another water sports group with lots of members, is opposed to it. So we're kind of split down the middle there, but to address Mr. Barrett's comments about subsistence use, a lot of the subsistence groups came out opposed to it, that are representing those members in the field. So I think that for research, for intensive management, it's fine. But as far as for hunting, I think we have an ethical standard to hold, and I think we're going past that in this case. I think it's breaking the plane, as I said earlier, on the ethics, on that fair chase. And so I'm not going to support this.
We've had a really good discussion about this so far. Any further comments from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always like the argument of ethics and fair chase, and Alaska really doesn't have defined what ethics are in hunting nor fair chase. And I always like to bring up that we're allowed to rope and shoot caribou and up on the Kobuk River. And so Alaska is unique. It has different things, so we can't always cookie cutter ourselves into what one group or another group's idea of fair chase is.
Any further comments or intent? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr.
sorry.
Chairman. We're not forcing anybody, if we do adopt this, to go out and buy these cameras, so I can't see a concern from the public regarding cost of private person if your regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that cost statement. Christie, will you poll the board, please?
Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 3 as amended. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Bachel?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 4, establish general season archery only sheep hunts in units 9, 11, 13, 14A Alpha, and 14B Bravo.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you. Proposal 4 is a public proposal which seeks to establish or create an archery-only Dall sheep hunt in general season hunt areas of units 9, 11, 13, 14A, and 14B, or a limited to a specific combination of areas if managers see fit, using a general season harvest ticket for full curl sheep from August 6th to 9th, July 21st through 31st. I apologize, my lunch is making me stutter my words. I promise I didn't have a cocktail lunch. The department is neutral on allocation, but opposed to the hunt dates. Hopefully I said that out loud. So Central Southwest Region 4 has both full curl and any ram hunting opportunities. The full curl bag limit provides a maximum participation in sheep hunts and has not been linked to any negative effects on the sheep population or lamb production. Some sheep hunts have season dates and bag limits that provide a reasonable opportunity for success in harvesting a sheep for subsistence uses. All these hunts are by harvest ticket or drawing permit. We have full curl in any ram draws in Unit 13 where a resident may harvest one full curl sheep and non-residents may harvest one ram every 4 regulatory years through drawing permits, and there are 2 different season dates, one of August 10th through the 25th and the second season of August 26th through September 20th, depending on the hunt area. In Unit 14A Chugach, resident hunters may harvest one ram by drawing permit August 10th through September 20th. Non-resident hunters may harvest one full curl ram every 4 regulatory years by drawing permit August 10th through September 20th. There's also a youth hunt, and the bag limit counts against the company resident adult. Hunter education is required for the precipitating youth. And so it's important to note a couple of additional regulations. Non-residents are required to hunt with a guide or a resident relative at least 19 years of age or within the second degree of kindred. And there is an aircraft Closed period, August 10th through September 20th, when aircraft may only be used to place and remove hunters in camps, maintain existing camps, and salvage harvested sheep. A person may not use or employ an aircraft to locate sheep or direct hunters to sheep during the open sheep hunting season. It's also important to note that in Unit 11, there is a positive C&T with an ANS of 60 to 75 sheep, and there's also a 1 sheep federal subsistence bag limit from August 10th through September 20th. The proposed regulation would be to general season harvest ticket for most of the region, and the hunt dates would be August 6th through 9th or July 21st through the 31st. And there would be 1 full curl ram by archery only. Hunters participating in the archery-only hunt would not be affected by the aircraft restriction pertaining to locating sheep, but would be required to wait till 3 a.m. the next day following flying commercially to harvest a ram. Or not commercially, I apologize. Outside of the youth season, over half of the annual total sheep harvest in the season occurs in the first 10 days of the season, with actually most of it occurring in the first 5 days of the season. Portions of the Wrangell Mountains in Unit 11 have had stable sheep populations and have also had an increase in hunting pressure, while other portions of the Wrangell Mountains have experienced declines similar to those seen in the Talkeetnas in the Alaska Range. Some units are experiencing a decline in harvest, some of which is due to regulatory changes, such as in the Chugach Mountain portion of 14A, which went from an any ram to a full curl draw. Doll sheep populations in general throughout Region 4 are considered stable at a new lower level with some variability. A recent decline was observed in portions of the Chugach and Talkeetna Mountains. It was largely due to harsh winter conditions, high avalanche, and as a result, sheep populations in Unit 14 appear to be near their, at least in 14A and B, appear to be near their lowest numbers in recent history. Couple of considerations. If this proposal were to be adopted as written, the season would not overlap the youth hunt, which is August 1st through the 5th, and that's also not a weapons restricted hunt. The July hunt dates would likely affect youth success, given that there would be hunters on the landscape prior to the youth hunt. Both proposed dates would affect success in the current season with earlier start dates. Hunters would not be affected by the aircraft restriction pertaining to locating sheep, as I mentioned earlier. And the full curl bag limit does provide maximum participation in sheep hunts and has not been linked to any negative effects on the sheep population or in lamb production. Again, Proposal 4 was submitted by the public. It seeks to create an archery-only Doll sheep hunt in general season areas of Units 9, 11, 13, 14A, and B under a harvest ticket. The proposer suggests that it could be limited to a specific combination of areas as managers see fit, and I'm assuming it's managers they're implying the Board of Game sees fit, using a general season harvest ticket for full curl sheep, August 6th through 9th or July 21st through the 31st. As I mentioned before, the department is neutral on the allocation of sheep hunting opportunity between archers and hunters who use other methods of taking sheep, but we are opposed to the July hunt dates. The department conducts sheep surveys in the summer months after the snow has melted in the mountains and before hunting season. The department regularly struggles to get sheep surveys completed before hunters are in the field, and adding hunting season in the month of July would further impact the department's ability to manage hunts. No biological concerns are addressed or created by this proposal because the requirement to harvest full curl rams should prevent overharvest from affecting the sustainability of sheep populations. If adopted, the board should also determine that the new regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for success in customary and traditional uses of Doll sheep in Unit 11. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Board, we have Proposal 4 in front of us. Do we have any discussion, any questions? I guess I have one here to fill the dead air space. What was the reasoning why the youth hunt was the 1st through the 5th? Why was there that break built in there? And I noticed that this proposal, one of the ways that we could establish it is to basically have it after the youth season, but before the general season. And what does that raise any alarms?
Mr. Chair, perhaps Member Hoffman could help refresh my memory if I get any of this wrong, but I thought the youth season was picked at August 1st through 5th in order to allow those hunters to get in and then both out of the field, not create any conflicts of transportation to and from the regular August 10 opener.
Thanks. Any questions for Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also add to it that you wouldn't have a youth hunt go right into a general season hunt. So there was a separation of the youth hunt and the normal general season hunt.
Further discussion from board members. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the department. Listening to the all that discussion about the airplane prohibition, discussions we had at fire board meetings, it seems to me that, and you mentioned earlier that in your testimony that over half the sheep are killed in the first about 5 to 10 days of the season. And I think they even went up even higher, maybe 70 to 80% were killed in the first 2 weeks of the season. And is that pretty much what I'm thinking? Is that pretty correct or close?
Yeah, those numbers, through the chair, those numbers are probably pretty close. They're, and probably fairly accurate. As you've heard from others and from the department, there is somewhat of a chase to get out there for full curl hunts and competition for hunting areas. So people get out there early, they stake their claim on their hunting camps, and they spend a lot of time being ready to pull that trigger on day 1 or day 2.
So with those numbers being pretty close, I imagine the number of hunters in the field would kind of mirror that as far as, if you kind of look at maybe 70 or 80% of the hunters will be out of the field in the first couple of weeks of the season. And so my thoughts are that the competition for the remaining sheep, at least in the last part of the regular general season, the one that goes up to September 20th, is really reduced. So my thought is that an archery hunter that hunts later in the season may have the whole mountain to himself for most of it and not have any kind of competition. That sound possibly true?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that's a fair assessment. I think what you're doing is you're shifting the start date earlier, so you're going to have people out in the field earlier. And if the regular season still maintains its periodicity, I think there'll be a lot of hunters that have a lot of room to themselves during the rest of the hunting season. You're just going to shift that opening harvest into August, or the 5th through the 10th. Into July, I'm sorry.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning towards not supporting this proposal. And the reason is the 6 August to 9 August start dates and start and end dates. Potentially this could lead to people gaming, lack of better terms, gaming the system by taking their bow and their rifle into the field and archery hunt from the 6th to the 9th, and then if that wasn't successful, we'll just stay in the field and pick up the rifle and continue on. And that was part of the reason why the youth hunt had that large separation was, to make sure the youth hunters were out of the field, everything kind of sat down, and then, general season opened back up.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this either. Given this current status of dull sheep statewide and the numbers are way down, and I don't see us putting more pressure on these sheep stocks, and I'm not in support of this.
Yeah, just to build the record a little bit more, a lot of the ACs oppose this. There's a lot of public comment in opposition of this as well. I think we've had a pretty good discussion of this. Any further questions or comments, board members?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks, Dave. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 4. Mr. Batchel?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Proposal fails, 0 to 6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 5. Reduce the non-resident bag limit for caribou in Unit 9D Delta from 2 bull caribou to 1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I think we'll have a little bit of we have a different personnel. We'll have a personnel switch, so we'll have a brief at ease.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just take us a minute.
Go ahead whenever you guys are ready. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Amy Vandevort. I'm the King Salmon Area Wildlife Biologist, and I'll be giving the Units 9 and 10 overview. Seated to my right is the Assistant Area Wildlife Biologist, Evelyn Liqua, and of course Todd Rinaldi, who just gave the last proposal updates. These slides can be found under RC4 tab 3.1. So currently stationed in King Salmon, there's myself and a program tech, Michael Hevesy, who isn't here. And as I mentioned, we have an assistant area biologist, Evelyn Liqua, who's stationed in Dillingham. Unit 9 has approximately 34,000 square miles of land with a declining human population of about 3,400 people. There are far more bears than people out there. Our wildlife surveys are made difficult because of poor flying weather, long distances, and occasionally even volcanoes. We have 21 communities in Unit 9, and the difference in terrain, habitat, and weather between Port Allsworth in the north and Cold Bay to the far southwest is difficult to comprehend unless you see it. But common themes for all communities on the Alaska Peninsula are salmon and bears. In Unit 9, there are 2 national parks and preserves and 1 national monument and preserve. The parks, as I'm sure you're all familiar with, are Lake Clark and Katmai, and the preserve is Aniakchak. These are indicated in the black hatching on this map. We also have 7 state special areas. The most well-known is McNeil River State Game Refuge and Sanctuary in red, outlined, or in 9A outlined in red. We also have the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge down near Cold Bay in 9D that overlaps with the Eisenbeck National Wildlife Refuge, and that's also outlined in red. We have 5 special areas that are critical habitat to protect migratory waterfowl habitat, and these are indicated in yellow along the Bristol Bay side of the Alaska Peninsula. They include Egegik, Pilot Point, Cinder River, Port Huyden, and Port Moller. Unit 10 includes the Aleutian Island Archipelago, which is made up of about 70 islands, and the Pribilof Islands to the north. It stretches for about 1,200 miles from False Pass to Attu. Unit 10 human population is about double that of Unit 9 at approximately 6,900 people, and this includes the communities on the Pribilof Islands. We have wildlife management activities on 2 of these islands, Unimak and Adak. Unimak has indigenous populations of caribou, brown bear, wolves, and other fur bearers, and Adak Island has an introduced caribou population. We'll start with a brown bear update. The historical unit-wide population size for brown bears is between 7,000 and 8,000 bears. This is based on numerous abundance estimates and extrapolations. However, none have been done in recent years. I say the population is probably stable based on composition data over the last 5 years and reports by hunters and guides. Brown bears are conservatively managed for abundance and trophy value in Unit 9, although we do have a couple subsistence hunts available and a near village permit to try to reduce illegally killed nuisance bears. Our 3 primary registration hunts are open every other year, and the near village registration hunt is open year-round every year. Harvest from lease hunts is typically between 400 and 500 bears every other year. Our main issues are nuisance and illegally killed bears around communities, and there are 10 proposals addressing brown bear seasons in Unit 9. This table shows the research projects arranged chronologically that have been used to estimate abundance and density of bears on the Alaska Peninsula and Unimak Island. We did a transect survey of Unit 9D during June 2024. And the results from that survey are still being analyzed and will be added to this table in the future. We plan to do transect surveys in the remaining subunits in 9 in the coming years to update these estimates. Units 9A and 9B are scheduled to be surveyed this coming May in cooperation with Lake Clark National Park. Most of units 9 and 10 had bear densities of between 100 and 200 bears per 1,000 square kilometers. Having these abundance estimates over very large study areas allows us to apply a harvest rate for the study area for the years that the study took place. Take-home message from all of this is that these were low sustainable harvest rates at peak bear harvest. Since the early 2000s, bear harvest and bear hunters have decreased. If bear numbers are stable, that means harvest rates are even lower than what is reported in this table. The other population data we have for brown bears in Unit 9E are composition data collected along salmon spawning streams. These data indicate productivity of bears and age and sex structure of the population in the area. Surveys can also indicate level of harvest based on numbers of independent bears observed. The higher the percentage of independent bears usually correlates with lighter harvest levels. We have data from stream survey replicates on dozens of streams, some of which were flown for decades. There was a pause in stream surveys in 9E, and Beset National Wildlife Refuge resurrected doing them in 2020. Most counts are repeated 3 to 5 times within the same week and cover many streams. Surveys are flown in late August, and salmon must be present in the streams for the surveys to be useful. Composition data provided by Beset National Wildlife Refuge for 9E indicates a light harvest level with 63% single bears observed in 2022 and 2024. Average litter size was around 2 cubs per litter. Moose in Unit 9 occur at low to moderate density and have a patchy distribution along stream and river corridors and willow-covered mountain slopes. The current population estimate is approximately 5,500 moose, with a density of usually less than 1 moose per square mile, and the population is considered stable. Harvest has been increasing, but is still below the harvest objective of 265 to 570 moose. There are no proposals for moose. This graph shows moose harvest by residency and regulatory year. Non-resident harvest is the top blue bars, and resident harvest is the bottom black bars. Harvest declined through 2010, and from 2010 through 2022, we saw lower non-resident harvest and higher resident harvest. That switched in 2023, where we saw more non-resident harvest than resident harvest, similar to the early 2000s. Data for 2024 is incomplete, but so far we're seeing higher non-resident harvest again. As you can see on the graph, recent harvest ranges from approximately 150 to just over 200 moose annually. Since 2011, between 330 and 500 hunters have annually reported hunting moose in Unit 9. Moose harvest is obviously dependent on the number of hunters participating, but also on the weather, which can stop you from hunting for days out there. Overall percent success is between 30 to 40%. Because there have been questions about moose expansion down the Alaska Peninsula, we completed a population estimate survey for Unit 9E in cooperation with the Sheriff National Wildlife Refuge and Aniakchak National Monument this past fall. The last population survey was conducted in 1983 with an estimate of 1,148 total moose in what they considered prime moose habitat. Since then, there has been a shrub and willow expansion down the peninsula, increasing available habitat for moose. The current population management objective is combined with Unit 9C and ranges from 3,000 to 3,700 moose. The 2024 estimate came out to be 1,994 total moose for Unit 9E, with a calf to cow ratio of 32.4 calves per 100 cows. This population estimate indicates our current hunt strategy is still relevant. 9E moose harvest has fluctuated since 1983 from a low of 33 to a high of 107, and is currently open under a registration permit hunt with antler size restrictions for both residents and non-residents. Over the past 5 years, harvest in 9E has ranged from 51 to over 77 bull moose. There are no cow hunts in Unit 9. This map shows a distribution of the 5 caribou herds that occupy Units 9 and 10. Starting at the top of the map, the Mulchatna caribou herd is shown in the pink area and is primarily limited to southwest and western part of 9B. Historic records show them coming down into 9C, although radio collars have not been showing that in recent years. The Mulchatna is managed out of the Dillingham office. The NAP, or the Northern Alaska Peninsula caribou herd, occupies the area shown in the beige in Units 9A, B, C, and E. And the Southern Alaska Peninsula herd, or the SAP, goes from Port Moller to the tip of the peninsula in Unit 9, shown in the green. Unimak Island is highlighted in orange and is the only Aleutian island with an indigenous caribou herd. Adak Island is in the far bottom left corner in yellow and is closer to Russia than king salmon. I point out Umnak Island on this map just so you have it for reference for Proposal 8 when we discuss that later. It has an introduced reindeer population. The Northern Alaska Peninsula herd is currently increasing and is estimated to be around 5,100 animals, and this includes the Kukaklik portion of the herd, which is north of the Naknek River. Population estimates for this herd are obtained from a population model instead of photo surveys because they don't aggregate like other herds. The management population objective is 6,000 to 15,000 animals with a management objective of 35 bulls per 100 cows. There are no proposals for the NAP. The top chart on slide 14 shows harvest for the NAP caribou herd starting in 2016. Hunts were closed beginning in 2005 through 2015 and were reopened in 2016 with a Tier 2 hunt. Currently, 600 Tier 2 permits are offered with only about half being awarded. There are federal lands restrictions in place for non-unit residents, which limit participation in this hunt. The federal lands restriction prohibits anyone who is not a resident of either 9C or 9E and a few other communities from legally hunting on federal lands. Harvest is usually dependent on how close the caribou venture near the communities and winter travel conditions. The bottom chart shows the population estimate for the NAP herd. The lower end of the population objective is 6,000 caribou, as shown by the lower blue dashed line. We are still under the lower objective, but increasing slowly. Bull-to-cow and calf-to-cow ratios have fallen in the last 2 years, which has slowed the growth of this herd. The Kukaklik group of caribou were historically considered part of the Northern Alaska Peninsula herd up until 2020, when it started to be included with the Mulchatna caribou range. The NAP historically used this area, and when the Mulchatna increased, they also began to use this area, and the two herds intermixed. When the NAP and Mulchatna both declined, this group stayed in the area between Kukaklik and Nunvianuck Lakes and eastward, as shown in the orange striped area. Because of recent pressure to open a hunt for these caribou, we radio collared 8 adult cows in 2023 to see if there's any movement in our interactions with the Mulchatna herd or the NAP herd south of the Naknek River. To date, there has not been any interactions with either of these herds. With the radio collar information, we have started to collect data on this group of caribou, including fall composition and summer and winter population estimates. We have found that a winter count gives us a better overall count because during the summer, the caribou are in small scattered groups in the mountains where it's easy to miss them. So far, we only have one winter count from 2024, which gave us the 700 caribou estimate. We plan to do another count this winter in the next 1 or 2 months. This will allow us to determine if this group is increasing, decreasing, or stable, and build a population model. Katmai National Park was given authority to open a hunt by the Federal Subsistence Board for these caribou during the federal RAC meetings last year, and they opened a hunt which just started January 1st for residents of Igiagig and Kakanack with 4 permits issued per community. The state considers these caribou to be part of the NAP, and we're working towards a state hunt once we gather enough information on population dynamics. The Southern Alaska Peninsula herd is increasing and has exceeded the lower population management objective and is pushing the upper management population objective of 4,000 caribou. We completed a minimum count in July 2024 and counted 3,408 caribou. We couldn't cover the entire unit due to weather, but we covered the majority of it and feel confident in the results. We use a population model for the SAP caribou herd because they don't aggregate like other herds, and we cannot logistically complete a count every year. Hunting is by harvest ticket with a 3 caribou bag limit for residents and 2 bulls for non-residents. Issues include low harvest levels and unreported harvest, which may skew the harvest towards non-residents. There are 3 proposals for the SAP, so I'll go into much more detail during those presentations. This graph shows the fall composition data for the past decade for the Southern Alaska Peninsula herd. We do these fall composition surveys when the weather allows us to. As you can see in the above chart, they have been a little sporadic over the last decade, and we consider ourselves lucky if we can get down there every other year. These surveys allow us to collect bull-to-cow and calf-to-cow ratios to input into our population model, and we were not able to complete one in 2024 because of weather, plane mechanical issues, and pilot schedule conflicts. We did complete a fall composition survey in 2023, and with that data and the population count we did in July 2024, we were able to update the population model used to estimate this herd size. Calf-to-cow ratios indicated in the yellow line remain high, and while there was a decline in bull-to-cow ratios, we are still at our management objective of 35 bulls per 100 cows. The Unimac caribou herd is increasing in size to the best of our knowledge. The population model is estimating just over 600 caribou. Due to Unimac's difficult access, few surveys have been completed. We did complete a partition survey in June 2023 and counted 266 caribou with a 65% partition rate. This sounds low, but it's an average rate for Unimac. We also got down there in March 2024 to radio collar some cows to help with future surveys. There is currently no open hunt until we can get a better population estimate, and Eisenbeck National Wildlife Refuge has the authority to open the federal lands for a hunt if one can be sustained. There are no proposals for Unimac. ADAC is 1,200 miles from Anchorage and a good 500 miles further down the Aleutian chain from Unimac Island. The combined caribou population for ADAC and Keg, Alaska, as of 2023, was approximately 1,000 and declining. Current harvest levels, which are between 250 and 300 annually, are high enough to continue the downward trajectory. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reported habitat degradation and movement to nearby Keg, Alaska Island, which we confirmed during a caribou survey in September 2023. There are no proposals for ADAC. The graph on slide 20 shows population size with the orange bars and harvest with the black line. The last 4 population numbers are from actual counts with no siteability estimates factored in. Some key dates for the ADAC herd include that hunting began in 1964 and the population was managed by harvest until 1994 when the Naval Air Base closed. After the base closed, caribou increased exponentially to nearly 3,000 animals by 2005 when habitat damage became apparent. By the late 1990s, caribou started swimming to Keg, Alaska Island. Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge tried to eradicate them from Keg, Alaska, but lost funding and couldn't continue. In 2004, Alaska Airlines began scheduled flights and reported harvest jumped from 30 to 200 to 300 annually. We did a survey in September 2023, as I mentioned, and we counted 42 caribou on Keg, Alaska, and 777 on ADAC. We weren't able to survey the interiors of 2 peninsulas on ADAC, so this is a minimum count. Hunting on ADAC is by harvest ticket with no closed season and no limit. In 2007, the board limited bull harvest to 2 bulls and closed the taking of bulls from January 1st to August 9th. This was to encourage the harvest of cows in an attempt to gain control of the herd size. The top graph on slide 21 shows hunter success on the black diamond line and % females harvested on the yellow square line. Hunter success has decreased with the decrease in caribou numbers. However, the proportion of cows harvested increased from around 30% to 70% as a result of that change that closed the taking of bulls from January to August. The bottom graph is a reported harvest, and you can see the effect that Alaska Airline flights had on harvest beginning in 2005. Factors affecting introduced ungulate populations to island ecosystems include no or few predators, difficult hunting access due to remoteness, and limited ranges and carrying capacities. The introduced ungulate populations often cause long-term habitat damage if left to increase unchecked, often creating a boom-bust cycle. This impacts native wildlife and plant species and typically decreases species diversity on the island. On the right is a list of Alaska islands that had reindeer or caribou introductions. The first number after each name is the peak population size, followed by the current population size if known. As you can see, most of them reached a peak and have since declined. Keg, Alaska Island has no management and difficult access, and caribou are just starting to populate the island. Because of this difficult access, Alaska could be facing a boom-bust cycle, which will be difficult to manage with movement to and from ADAC. Umnak Island reindeer were introduced in 1923. The most current population count was 5,100 reindeer. There's one proposal regarding Umnak Island reindeer. Wolves occur throughout Unit 9 and on Unimak Island in Unit 10. Research by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and a portion of Unit 9E produced a density estimate of 5 to 10 wolves per 1,000 square kilometers prior to 2010. During the past decade, there was a low of 25 wolves taken, but the average is in the low 50s. We know that along with bears, they contribute substantially to high moose and caribou mortality. Over half of caribou calf mortality on the Nap, Sap, and Unimak Island were attributed to wolf predation during the first weeks of life based on multiple calf survival studies by the department. There are no proposals for wolves. For Unit 9, this graphic cumulative harvest, average annual harvest since 2019 is 52 wolves per year for a total of 261 wolves. This is a 15% increase from the previous 5-year reporting period. 24% of this harvest occurred during May, almost all of it by guided brown bear hunters. In Unit 10, total harvest during the previous 5-year period was 9, all of them in May. Few wolves are taken on Unimak because of limited access and hunting. Here's the average annual harvest for fur bearers in Unit 9 for the past 5 regulatory years. There is no reported fur bearer harvest in Unit 10 during this time frame. Overall harvest is on a long-term declining trend, and that is because of declining trapper numbers, which have declined by more than 50% since the early 2000s. There are 4 proposals for fur bearers in Units 9 and 10. In Units 9 and 10, we have several species of ptarmigan, spruce grouse, snowshoe hares, Alaska hares, emperor geese, and other waterfowl. Ptarmigan and snowshoe numbers are both up. Spruce grouse are likely stable. There is one proposal for Alaska hare and one for emperor geese. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Amy. That was really informative. I'm going to ask you a question you've probably never been asked before, but why is 9E before 9D? When we look at the peninsula.
Member Brett, through the chair, I've wondered the same thing.
Oh, there's no right. Okay. Looking at your brown bear population, you said it was stable. I see there's several proposals in here and comments that it's believed that the population has been rebounding and growing. That doesn't reflect in your status of stable?
Member Brett, through the chair, I guess when I consider it stable, I'm looking at what we had for previous numbers from the early 2000s, 2004s from our last population estimates, not including that dip that was seen in 2011, 2013.
Okay, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Amy, again for your presentation. A couple questions about ADAC. You know what the human population is out there right now, or any idea?
Member Loring, through the chair, I believe it's under 100. I can't recall off the top of my head what it is, though. Not many.
Okay, and were those are caribou, not reindeer, right?
Correct. They're from the Nilchina herd, actually.
Okay, and were they brought out there just as an attempt by the department to introduce the herd, or why did they end up there?
Yes, through the chair, they were brought out there for the food for the Navy base, so they could have meat while they were out there.
And then I understand that they have a larger body size because they have no predators and no insect. Are their antlers big also, or relatively? Can you talk about that?
Through the chair, when we flew it, there were some decent sized caribou, but I've seen bigger elsewhere.
Okay, thank you for that update.
Any other questions from board members? I have one. We had some testifiers in here earlier that talked about, the reason why this board shortened the season, that there was a lack of bears. And one of the testifiers said that, perhaps there was a die-off because of shellfish poisoning. Have you heard of anything like that? Do you have any evidence of that? Can you test that? That's the first time I heard that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have heard some people mention it, but we have no way to test it. We haven't tested for it anywhere. And I don't know how you would unless you found a dead one on the beach and could get to it and test it before it got washed away.
Thanks for that. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to that, we have documented in Southeast Alaska and with mortality.
Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have that weight resident-only season down there, and on the harvest levels, what did you see changed, or was there any change between prior years before they had that season versus this past year when the board gave the residents that season, as far as number of animals harvested by non-residents versus residents or total? Can you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, through the chair. So we really didn't see any increase in resident harvest with that. During that time frame with that extra week long, they only harvested 5 bears. And for Unit 9, I mean, predominantly harvest is by non-residents, and resident harvest is a small proportion of it.
And was the non-resident harvest reduced at all, or did it pretty much stay pretty average?
Yeah, through the chair. So in one of my presentations later, pretty much since 2017, harvest levels for all of Unit 9 they've kind of come to a plateau, and they've been steady since 2017.
Thank you. I'll look forward to the rest of the information.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious to know, Amy, on what causes in Unit 9 moose, what causes the resident increase in the lower resident harvest rates, and then vice versa? I see it switched at least once. Is there something that shows why that happens?
Through the chair. So our best speculation as to why the non-resident harvest decreased back in 2010 was when the recession hit. So there's not as many non-residents coming out because of that. Why it's switching now, I don't know. We do have a good number of transporters in the area that are capable of taking moose hunters, so I'm not sure why we're seeing the increase. I know a lot of resident harvest, when we have good winter weather conditions, a lot of Unit 9 harvest comes during the winter, and at least this year, we don't have snow out there.
And one last thing, on the Southern Peninsula caribou herd, why is the bull-cow ratio declining and the calf-cow increasing? Seems like a graph I don't see very often, and it's almost mirroring. You know, the decline on the bull-cow ratio is the increase on the cow-calf ratio. Is there an explanation for that?
Through the chair. So one explanation for that is the last time we did a composition count, it was a little bit later than previous counts. So the bulls could have been segregating already from the cows, which would decrease that bull to cow ratio. And the calves have been really fat down there, so they're doing well.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? If not, I think we can move into the proposals. Whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. They adopted it. So all these slides can be found under RC4 tab 3.2. So for Proposal 5 seeks to reduce the non-resident caribou bag limit in Unit 9D to 1 bull. This was a public proposal, and the department recommends opposing it. As I said earlier, Unit 9D is on the south end of the Alaska Peninsula. It starts south of Port Moller and runs to the end of the mainland across from False Pass. The southern Alaska Peninsula caribou herd is located within Unit 9D. Current regulations are 3 caribou for residents and 2 bull for non-residents. There is a positive customary C&T finding for the SAP with an amount necessary for subsistence of 100 to 150. Effects of this proposal would be decreased harvest and decreased hunting opportunity for non-residents. So the management population objective for the SAP is 1,500 to 4,000 caribou, and the intensive management objective is the same for this herd. The current population estimate is between 3,800 and 4,000 caribou. Hunts were closed between 2007 through 2012 after the last population decline and were reopened after predator control of wolves in 2008 and 2010, and calf survival increased from 1% to 64%. In 2013, a Tier 2 hunt was opened for residents. In 2016, the Tier 2 permits were switched to harvest tickets, and a non-resident hunt was opened as the herd continued to grow. The current bag limit regulations were set in 2020. Here's a graph of the population estimate for the southern Alaska Peninsula herd. As you can see, the current population estimate is at the upper end of the objective. The last time it was close to the upper population objective, it precipitously declined shortly after in 2003. There is a history of the SAP herd declining after population peaks. Due to a concern of the SAP being above its population objective, we conducted a minimum count survey in July 2024. We counted 3,408 total caribou with a calf to adult ratio of 32.9 calves per 100 adults. We attempted to survey the entire area of Unit 9 and we almost succeeded, as you can see in the map indicated by the black lines. There's a small area in the far southern end of the peninsula across from False Pass and some of the mountainous areas around Frosty Peak, Mount Dutton, Pavlov volcanoes, and the headwaters of Cathedral Valley that we weren't able to fly due to weather conditions. So the 3,408 caribou is considered a minimum count. We also tried to fly all of the area in the northeast part of the unit, but we ended up high grading the survey area to higher elevations because very few caribou were seen at the lower elevations in that area. And if any of you have been down there, you know how difficult or how few good flying days you get in that area of Unit 9D. The population estimate of 3,800 to 4,000 caribou is higher than the minimum count because we know we missed caribou in these areas. Estimates for how many were missed were estimated from what has been seen in previous composition and partition surveys in some of these areas. For example, we usually find 100 to 200 caribou across from False Pass. The current population estimate and composition survey data indicate around 300 caribou harvested per year is needed to maintain the 4,000 caribou population level. This would include cow harvest as well. Additional caribou harvest above 300 caribou will be required to reduce the population further below the upper limit to avoid a potential population decline. Overall reported cow harvest for the SAP is negligible. On average, less than 2 cows are reported harvested each year. 80 bulls were harvested in 2023, and so far 65 bull caribou have been harvested during the 2024 season. However, the hunt is still open for residents. Multiple caribou harvest by non-residents is negligible. Since 2018, only 11 out of 366, or 3% of non-resident hunters reported harvesting 2 bulls in the same year. Total harvested caribou numbers are well below what is required to keep this herd within its population objectives. As you can see in the graph, resident harvest depicted by the black line has been decreasing while non-resident harvest is increasing. Resident hunters, still depicted by the black line, have also been decreasing since 2016, while non-resident hunters are increasing. There was an initial spike in resident hunters in 2020 when bag limits were liberalized further, but numbers have since declined. It's uncertain if this is due to actual fewer hunters or lack of reporting. So the department recommends opposing this proposal. We encourage more harvest from the SAP to reduce the likelihood of a precipitous decline due to habitat degradation. The current population levels can sustain additional harvest, including cow harvest, and more is required to maintain the population within its objectives. So the department does not want to limit additional caribou harvest at this time. And thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Any questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions, but I'll start off with just one and then hold off on the other one. I might have missed it. How many of the residents tag out on all three?
Through the chair, usually none of them take out all three. So they usually only harvest one.
Okay, and then of those, do the residents target cows?
Through the chair, no. We only have, last year we only had 80 bulls reported harvested, no cows harvested by anybody. And this year we're up to 65 bulls, still no cows harvested.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one seems pretty straightforward to me, and I'll be able to, I'm not gonna be able to support shortening that season for them. I think with, the population objectives at their higher end, you got very good bull-cow ratios and cow-calf ratios. And, you know, there's a very low harvest of 2 bulls by non-residents anyways. It seems like this herd could use a little more harvest, you know, a little more reduction in there to stabilize it and not let it overpopulate. So I can't support that right now.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again for your presentation. On slide number 6, or page 6, you have some ratios there. There's one that kind of, I've never seen before. You have calf/adult ratio. Is that supposed to be calf-cow, or is it, or you just can't disseminate between the two animals at the time you're taking the survey?
Yes, through the chair. So this was done during July, and so it's very difficult to tell a younger bull from a cow from an airplane in July.
So the calf-cow ratio could be half of that maybe, or not, or 2/3 of that?
Yeah, through the
possibly?
chair. So if we look at our previous bull to cow ratio from the previous year, you can kind of tease out how many of that would be bulls, and you could get a calf to cow ratio from that.
And you're still pretty confident with that number?
Yeah.
Happy with that, okay. And the one last question I had was, do most of the non-residents that hunt there, I see the number is increasing quite a bit there towards the last couple of years. Are they actually targeting caribou, or are they just incidental to bear hunts?
Through the chair, so this season doesn't coincide with the bear hunt, so it ends before the bear hunt starts. So you might get a few towards the end that are down there for a bear hunt, but the majority are there targeting caribou.
I have a quick question for you. The proposal states that the person that developed it helped it with coordination from Unit 9 game biologists, but the department opposes it. I know not everybody agrees on everything. Where's the disconnect there? Where's the you know, anyway, what's going on with that?
Mr. Chair, he did call me and ask for harvest data, and I'm not sure. No.
Roger, that's a fine explanation, thanks.
Yeah.
I didn't know. You guys put your heads together to write it up. Cool. Member Loring.
Yeah, one short one. I know I've helped a lot of folks put together proposals in the past, but not necessarily supported them, so I understand where you're coming from there, so.
Any other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, just one more. I just noticed, do you guys weigh calves out there?
Through the chair, we don't have any captures out there for calves, so they have weighed them in the past when they've done capture work during the predator or intensive management in 2008-9, but since then we haven't caught any calves out there to weigh.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from board members? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you, Dave. Will you pull the board, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 5. Mr. Garner.
No.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Loring.
Nope.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Batchel.
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 6, shorten the shorten the non-resident hunting season for caribou in Unit 9D Delta.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
All right, thank you. Proposal 6 seeks to shorten the non-resident caribou season dates in Unit 9D to September 1st through September 30th. This is a public proposal, and the department recommends opposing it. The southern Alaska Peninsula caribou herd is located within Unit 9D. Current season dates are August 1st through September 30th for both residents and non-residents, and the season opens back up for residents on November 15th through March 31st. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for the SAP with an amount necessary for subsistence of 100 to 150 caribou. Effects of this proposal would be decreased harvest and decreased hunting opportunity for non-residents. So a lot of this is going to be the same as what was in the last proposal. The management of population objective for the southern Alaska Peninsula caribou herd is 1,500 to 4,000 caribou. The current population estimate is between 3,800 and 4,000 caribou. Hunts were closed between 2007 through 2012 after the last population decline and were reopened after predator control of wolves in 2008 through 2010, and calf survival increased from 1% to 64%. In 2013, a Tier 2 hunt was opened for residents, and in 2016, the Tier 2 permits were switched to harvest tickets, and a non-resident hunt was opened as the herd continued to grow. Current season dates have been in place since 2016. Here's the graph of the population estimate again. As you can see, the current population estimate is near the upper end of the objective, and the last time it was near the population objective, it declined shortly after in 2003. Same slide as before again. Due to a concern of the SAT being near the upper population objective, we conducted a minimum count survey in July 2024. We counted 3,408 total caribou with a calf to adult ratio of 32.9 calves per 100 adults. We attempted to survey the entire area of Unit 9, and we almost succeeded, as you can see by the track lines in the black. There were some small areas in the far southern end and some of the mountainous areas that we weren't able to fly due to weather conditions. So the 3,408 is a minimum count. The population estimate of 3,800 to 4,000 caribou is higher than the minimum count because we know we missed caribou in those areas. Estimates for how many were missed were estimated from what has been seen in previous composition and partition surveys in some of these areas. The current population estimate and composition survey data indicate around 300 caribou harvested per year is needed to maintain the 4,000 caribou population level, and this would include needed cow harvest. Additional caribou harvest above 300 caribou will be required to reduce the population further below the upper limit to avoid a potential population decline. Overall reported cow harvest for the SAP is negligible. On average, less than 2 cows are reported harvested each year. Multiple caribou harvest by non-residents is also negligible. As I said previously, 80 bulls were harvested in 2023, and so far 65 bull caribou have been harvested during the 2024 season. The majority of harvest by non-residents does occur in September. However, some harvest occurs in August, and we have been seeing an increase in harvest during August. This graph, the blue line is what's harvested by non-residents in September, and the black is what's harvested in August. The department, as you can see in this graph, resident harvest depicted by the black line has been decreasing, while non-resident harvest is increasing. The department recommends opposing this proposal. We encourage more harvest from the SAP to reduce the likelihood of a precipitous population decline due to habitat degradation. The current population levels can sustain additional harvest, and more is required to maintain the population within its objectives. So the department does not want to restrict season dates for non-residents. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from board members? All this material is pretty fresh. Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just a quick question on this, this one and the last one. How come we don't, the ACs didn't weigh in on this one? Who's the closest AC on this? Is that Naknek-Kujak?
Through the chair, no, we had Nelson Lagoon AC. They took no action on a lot. I don't even know if they turned in notes. They took no action on most proposals. There was the Lower Bristol Bay AC. They voted in favor of this, and the Naknek-Kujak one didn't take it up because they felt it was out of their jurisdiction.
More questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be opposed to this proposal also. Again, we have a population increasing, a harvest either stable or decreasing. This is a very productive herd. It's at its upper ends of its objectives, and we have good bull-cow ratios and cow-calf ratios. So the only thing we're lacking is some more harvest to help stabilize this.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, both the information presented in the last proposal and this one here really indicate that we do need more harvest. I think we can probably triple our harvest and still meet what Fish and Game would like to see to maintain that population at the current numbers. So I'll be opposing this.
Any further discussion from board members or intent? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that, Dave. Christie, will you please pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 6. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 7, extend the fall Southern Alaska Peninsula caribou season for residents and non-residents.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you very much, Department. I know maybe some of this material is a little bit redundant. Feel free if you want to kind of glance over a little bit of that. It's all really still fresh in our mind, but take all the time you need.
All right, thank you. Proposal 7 seeks to lengthen the caribou season dates in Unit 9D to August 1st through October 21st for residents and non-residents, and maintain the resident season of November 15th through March 31st. This is a department proposal and we support it. And as I said earlier, the Southern Alaska Peninsula caribou herd is located within Unit 9D. Current season dates are August 1st through September 30th for both residents and non-residents. The season opens back up for residents on November 15th and runs through March 31st. There is a positive C&T finding for the SAP with an amount necessary for subsistence of 100 to 150 caribou. Effects of the proposal would be increased harvest and hunting opportunity during the fall season. The population objective for the SAP caribou herd is 1,500 to 4,000 caribou. The current population estimate is between 3,800 and 4,000. Hunts were closed between 2007 through 2012 after the last population decline and were reopened after predator control of wolves in 2008 through 2010, and calf survival increased from 1% to 64%. In 2013, a Tier 2 hunt was opened for residents, and in 2016, the Tier 2 permits were switched to harvest tickets, and a non-resident hunt was opened as the herd continued to grow. Current season dates have been in place since 2016. Here's a graph of the population estimate, as you saw in the previous two proposals. You can see the current population estimate is near the upper end of the objective, and the last time it was close to the upper population objective, it declined rapidly shortly after in 2003. There is a history of the SAP herd declining after population peaks. Due to a concern of the SAP being near its upper population objective, we conducted a minimum count survey in July 2024. We counted 3,408 total caribou with a calf to adult ratio of 32.9 calves per 100 adults. We attempted to survey the entire area of Unit 9 or 9D, and what we flew is in the black track lines in the picture. There were some areas that we were not able to get to because of weather, so the 3,408 caribou is considered a minimum count. The population estimate of 3,800 to 4,000 caribou is higher than the minimum count because we know we missed caribou in the areas we weren't able to fly. And estimates for how many were missed were estimated from what has been seen in previous composition and partition surveys in some of these areas. The current population estimate and composition survey data indicate around 300 caribou harvested per year is needed to maintain the 4,000 caribou population level, and this would include needed cow harvest. Additional caribou harvest above 300 caribou will be required to reduce the population further below the upper limit to avoid a potential decline. Overall reported cow harvest for the SAP is negligible. On average, less than 2 cows are reported harvested each year. 80 bulls were harvested in 2023, and so far 65 bull caribou have been reported harvested during the 2024 season. Total harvested caribou numbers are well below what is required to keep this herd within its population objectives. By extending the season, it is expected there will be additional caribou harvest from brown bear hunters during the open fall hunts. Approximately 60 people have hunted brown bears during the previous 2 open fall hunts, and while it's not expected every brown bear hunter will harvest a caribou, the SAP could sustain that harvest if they did. As you can see in this graph, resident harvest depicted by the black line has been decreasing while non-resident harvest is increasing. Resident hunter numbers have also been decreasing since 2016, also still depicted by the black line, while non-residents have increased. There was a spike in resident hunters in 2020 when bag limits were liberalized, but have since decreased. There is not a substantial increase in harvest with a spike in resident hunters. And it's unclear whether the decline in resident hunters is actually due to fewer hunters or a lack of reporting. The department supports the season extension. We encourage more harvest from the SAP to reduce the likelihood of a population decline due to habitat degradation. We would especially like to see more cow harvest by residents, and this proposal could increase cow harvest if residents are also out bear hunting. The current population levels can sustain additional harvest, and more is required to maintain the population within its objectives, so the department supports lengthening season dates to try to increase harvest. Any major increase in caribou harvest is only expected during years when there is an open brown bear hunt. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yes, thank you. I'm curious, Amy, why you chose the date of 21 October. You know, one is bulls aren't really good to eat in October, but you're wanting to encourage cow harvest. Why wasn't that extended out so, you know, at least the hunters would make the choice, and, you know, if they didn't want to eat a stinky old bull, they could have shot some cows and helped you out in your population dynamics?
Yes, through the chair. So we chose October 21st because that's when the brown bear season ends, and most people are out of the field by then anyways. The resident season does open back up in November, so they can go out and harvest then as well. This was just to try to get any sort of harvest we can while the brown bear season is open.
Any other questions from board members? No questions. Any intent? No intent. Member Brett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I intend to support this. I think if we don't encourage more harvest on this, we could just see a natural decline, and we use them or lose them. So I'm fully supporting this.
I'm inclined to believe that way too. You know, I think that we have a resource out there. I think it can sustain a little longer hunting season. I'm going to support it as well. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is just one more tool in the Fishing Game's toolbox to properly manage this herd, you know, to the fullest extent and harvest as many as we possibly can without losing them eventually, and I fully support it.
I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 7. Member Brett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Batchel,
Yes.
Mr. Garner,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Proposal carries 6-0.
At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you guys back here in 10. little bit here with this next proposal.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 23, lengthen the non-resident hunting for emperor geese in Units 9 and 10, and increase the number of permits allocated to non-resident hunters.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead with your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jason Chamber. I work in the department's statewide waterfowl program in Anchorage.
Hey, sorry to bug you. Could you speak into the microphone just a little more? Pull it a little, don't pull on it too hard, or Savannah will come over there and straighten you out. Thanks.
Fair enough. Is this better? Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Jason Chamber. I work in the department's statewide waterfowl program in Anchorage. This presentation can be found in RC4 tab 3.2. Proposal 23 is a public proposal, and it seeks to lengthen the non-resident hunting season for emperor geese in the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge hunt area, and also seeks to increase the number of draw permits allocated to non-residents in Units 9 and 10. And I'll just mention here that this proposal would also affect Unit 8, which is a zone in the non-resident hunt area, but it's not on the current call for proposals. The department recommends the board take no action on this proposal. Current regulations allow up to 25 non-resident draw permits to hunt emperor geese in Units 8, 9, 10, and the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge in Unit 9. Regulations also allow a 16-day season for both residents and non-residents in the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge. And those season dates are from October 16th through October 31st. Now, if this proposal was adopted, the number of non-resident draw permits would increase to 150, and also the season length in the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge would extend from 16 days to 62 days for non-residents only. The proposal maintains the opening date of October 16th, but resets the closing date to December 16th. The proposal does not address the resident season in the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge, so presumably under the proposal, the current regulations of 16-day season and the associated season dates would be maintained. Migratory game birds are managed at both the federal and the state levels. Federal regulation establishes a general hunting framework under which states can select their hunting seasons. So in this case, for emperor geese, the federal regulation or the framework is based on a harvest strategy from the Pacific Flyway Council's Emperor Goose Management Plan. And the harvest strategy is depicted in the graph on the slide, and it contains two basic components. The first is a monitoring protocol, which informs the population status, and the second is a regulatory framework that prescribes harvest strategies for the current hunting season. So the first mentioned, the monitoring protocol is based on an aerial survey conducted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta during the breeding season. And this provides an index to the current population status and trend. And the survey indices can be seen in the graph on the slide over the time series on the x-axis that spans from 1985 to 2024. And the scale of those survey indices on the y-axis ranged from about 10,000 birds to 34,000 birds over that time period. Keep in mind that this is an index, and so it's a sample of the total population size, which currently is unknown, but the Fish and Wildlife Service has model estimates that would indicate the current population size is about 90,000 birds. There is a fair amount of uncertainty associated with that model estimate, so it could be more, it could be less. So we use the survey indices, which are much more precise by which to make management decisions. So that second piece of the harvest strategy that I mentioned is the regulatory framework, and that's depicted by the two lines on the slide, and those delineate three harvest packages: liberal, restrictive, and closed. And those are selected based on the previous year's survey index relative to those harvest thresholds at 28,000 and 23,000 birds. So for example, survey index from 2023 would inform the regulatory decision for the 2024-25 hunting season. So in practice, if the survey index is above that top line, or 28,000 birds, then the harvest strategy calls for a liberal package and a federal allowance of 1,000 emperor geese to the state of Alaska. If the previous year's survey index is below that bottom line at 23,000 birds, then the next hunting season will be closed. And if the index is between those two lines, the harvest strategy calls for a restricted package or a reduced federal allowance of 500 birds. And this is the package that we've been in for the last few years. So just to reiterate, the harvest strategy that you see here is the harvest strategy that you see here is informing the federal framework, and under that framework, the state of Alaska can select the harvest season for emperor geese. So at the state level, the board structured the hunt for both residents and non-residents, and also allocated that federal allowance across the respective hunt areas. This occurred in 2017 when the hunt was reopened after 30 years of closure, and the federal framework was reestablished. So for residents, the hunt is authorized in 7 hunt areas that span the range of emperor geese in the state. And those hunt areas are defined by game management units. Those units include 23, 22, and 18 in western Alaska. Units 9 and 17 are combined to form an individual hunt area. And then Unit 8 and 10 are each individual hunt areas. And finally, the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge is a hunt area. And each of those hunt areas have a unique permit associated with them, and those are offered in unlimited number and free to residents of the state. That permit allows the take of 1 emperor goose per season, and there's a mandatory harvest reporting requirement associated with it so that the department can track the level of harvest relative to each individual hunt area quota, and if that quota is met, then the department can close that hunt area by emergency order. The hunt structure for non-residents is a little bit different. It's administered through the draw process, and there's currently up to 25 non-resident draw permits allowed. And again, that permit allows 1 emperor goose harvested per season. And there is also a mandatory harvest reporting requirement so that the department can exercise its emergency order authority if necessary. So that was a bit about the hunt management for emperor geese. The next couple of slides are just some basic statistics from the first 7 years of the hunt since it's been open in 2017. So this graph here just simply depicts the level of interest between residents and non-residents. That orange line is the number of residents that used a permit to go hunting over the last 7 years, and that was on average about 225 individuals. And it's been a fairly stable trend over those last 7 years. And then the blue line is the approximated number of non-residents that applied to the draw hunt. And as you can see, that increased from about 200 individuals to over 600 individuals this last season. And that upward trend is not unexpected as the hunt became more well-known among non-resident hunters. But it does contrast with the fairly apparent stable trend of interest among residents. The total average harvest, which included both residents and non-residents, was at 159 birds. And this is well below the federal quota of 500 birds. And of those 159, 22 were reported harvested on average every year by non-residents and 137 by residents. And that lower number of non-resident harvest is likely due to the fact that 3 of the 6 years that the hunt was open, fewer than 25 non-residents use the permit to go hunting. In general, success rate of non-resident hunters has been at 100%. So specific to the hunt areas, the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge, which is that third row in the table, had a total average harvest of 9 birds, which was the lowest among the non-resident hunt zones, which were those 4 top rows. This is undoubtedly because the season's only open for 2 weeks in late October. Also, perhaps due to the fact that Unit 917 had the largest total average reported harvest among the 4 hunt zones. But most of that harvest occurred in Cold Bay, which is adjacent to the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge. Those 2 areas are separated by a narrow strip of land. But both contain emperor geese, and I suspect there's a fair bit of interchange between the 2 areas. So both of these localized areas, Cold Bay and Eisenbeck State Game Refuge, accounted for about 45% of the total annual harvest by residents, and about 75% of the total annual harvest by non-residents. So it's a popular area to hunt emperor geese. And then lastly, I'll just touch on the current status of the emperor goose hunt. Since 2017, when it was reopened, the survey index declined from just over 30,000 birds to about 18,000 birds in 2024. And as you can see, that index was below that 23,000 bird closure threshold. So last fall, the Pacific Flyway Council and the Fish and Wildlife Service approved closing the hunt for this upcoming fall season, so the 2025-26 season. And they also closed the upcoming spring-summer subsistence hunt for this year as well, so both hunts will be closed this year. In the past, when the survey index has been this low, it's taken several years for that index to return to a harvestable level. So it's conceivable that we'll have to keep the hunt closed for multiple years before we can reconsider reopening it. Worth mentioning is the revision of the harvest management plan, which is currently undergoing and has been for the last 2 years. That management plan is slated to be finalized this year. We're hopeful, but it may include significant changes to the harvest strategy that you'd see currently. If approved this year, that harvest strategy will inform future regulations, but until that time, we're using the current harvest strategy. So given the impending season closure and perhaps for indefinitely, and the fact that the harvest strategy is up for revision and may change significantly and informs the federal framework, we're recommending that the board take no action at this time on this proposal. So again, Proposal 23 is a public proposal and seeks to lengthen the non-resident hunting season for emperor geese in the Eisenbeck State Game Refuge, and also seeks to increase the number of permits allocated to non-residents in Units 9 and 10. And again, the department recommends the board take no action on this proposal. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thanks a bunch for that presentation. It was great. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very informative. I have a question. Prior to this year, or this coming year, you said the federal season is going to close also, the federal subsistence season. And was that what you said?
Through the chair, Member Loring, the subsistence season will close this year.
Okay.
It has been open prior to.
Okay, so there won't be anything else after this year.
Correct.
So in the past, so did the those qualified federal subsistence users, say Unit 8, Kodiak people and those places, did they have to get a permit from the federal government, or they just shot them at will?
Through the chair, they typically their traditional subsistence season is during the winter period when the geese are present. And so under current regulation to hunt during the fall winter season, they do require to get a permit to hunt.
And is that a permit from the state? They had to get one of those one bird permits from the state?
Yes.
To hunt over the federal season? Okay, just was curious to make sure that you're counting all the birds that are being killed. Thank you.
Questions? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious on, why is it what seems to be very difficult to control this population? How did we lose, 10,000 birds in, 5 to 8 years? Is there something environmentally that does that, or?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we're not real certain on what is causing the decline per se. It's likely multiple factors that are at play, including harvest. We do know that there is low recruitment relative to adult annual survival, and so that also may be a factor. But we don't fully understand causal factors for the population dynamics.
Just two more things.
Sure.
And then, vice versa, what accounts for these big population increases, when it looks like you do a survey every other year or so, and in some of those years, you'll jump up, thousands of birds in one estimating population.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yeah, that's correct. Some of that is an artifact of the survey itself. There's a number of reasons why a survey may differ from one year to the next. We do accept that there's a lot of annual variation in those survey indices. Observer effects may have some impact on the number of birds that are counting in a given year as well as natural causes.
And my last question is why do you recommend we take no action on this proposal?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the department requests that the board take no action because the season is closed and perhaps indefinitely, and also because the harvest strategy is currently under revision and may undergo substantial changes from what we're using currently. And so therefore, any action may be premature.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For people's knowledge, I was curious about this about a year ago, and I called every village from Bethel down to the coast and within my realm, because I know all those people, and from what I discovered, take was very, very, very low, much lower than I even thought. With that being said, Dr. Rita, do we capture these on our household surveys, the take of emperor geese?
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Hoffman, give me a half a second and I will find out.
Director Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just wanted to, kind of an umbrella comment about this. All of the information that you've just heard from Jason focuses only on the fall-winter season. We all use the same data. Dr. Weedle will talk about the subsistence harvest here shortly, but this is, right now, this is focused very much so on the fall-winter season. And part of the management plan, it was an agreement reached before it was open that if we went below that population index, we'd close it. And all parties associated with that, the state, the Alaska Migratory Bird Co-Management Council, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service agreed to that. So, and until we get a new management plan that's agreed upon as well, we are trying to stick with what's outlined there.
Dr. Rita?
Okay, it may have been more than a half a second, so thank you. We do capture that on our surveys. We don't have regional estimates because we do that work community by community, so that's the other thing I'd like to point out. And just because I think it follows with that a little bit, as Mr. Schamberg pointed out, there is a positive customary and traditional use determination, but there is no ANS, and I believe the reason for that is because there wasn't harvest in the past to be able to base it upon that. So if the board were to take action on the proposal, you may want to consider how that impacts reasonable opportunity for subsistence overall.
Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to surveys, the fish, you said in the watershed, the Fish and Wildlife Service is doing all the surveys on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. Are they doing photo census surveys, or is it just strictly looking out the window and counting birds?
Through the chair, Member Loring, those are ocular surveys. So I do believe that there are some photographic surveys being used for other species, but in particular for emperor geese, this is an ocular survey.
And so they're taking surveys in the Dale, that's probably the major nesting grounds then, or in the springtime?
Through the chair, Member Loring, yes, it is. About 90% of the population of emperor geese nest on the White Cave Delta.
Okay, so you're pretty confident they're getting a pretty good idea of numbers just in that one area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot about this earlier on. But I'd like to make an amendment, move to adopt, removing Unit 8 from the proposal as this is not on the call for our proposals for this meeting.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Got any, conversation, questions about the movement? The amendment, sorry, yeah. Yeah, the amendment. Member Brett explained it pretty well. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Sure. On the amendment to remove Unit 8 from the proposal, Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Amendment carries 6-0.
All right, we have the amended proposal in front of us that eliminated Unit 8. Now, any more conversations about the proposal?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called, but before we do that, I want to add that a lot of the ACs here, like Vice Chairman Stosh, are really opposed to this. And my personal feeling on this is that, we're closing 2 hunts, and to add non-resident tags doesn't make sense. So, question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 23 as amended. Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Thanks so much for that presentation. We'll kind of jump back here to where we were.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 8. Proposal 8 offers 2 alternatives for reindeer on Umnak Island. One option is to declare the reindeer as feral game. A second option is to change the definition of delirious exotic wildlife to include reindeer on Unimak Island. I move to change the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife in 5 AAC 92.990 to include reindeer on Umnak Island.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion, any questions about this proposal? Member Loring.
Thank you. This question to Ms. Brookings. By adding Unit 10, Umnak Island reindeer, we're not affecting Unit 8 reindeer at all, are we? That's not going to be touched. Just want to make sure it's not.
Through the chair, Member Loring, this proposal is just for that island.
Any other questions from board members? But no questions about the amended proposal that Vice Chairman Stosh put forth?
Members of the board, and excuse me, My name's Todd Rinaldi. I'll be doing Proposal 8. Proposal 8 seeks to clarify if this population of reindeer are actually feral or should we create appropriate regulations to hunt reindeer on Umnak Island by adding feral reindeer to the list of deleterious exotic wildlife, which would provide no closed season for statewide, or establish a hunt for feral reindeer by designating them as game on Umnak Island in Unit 10. The proponent would like to see no closed season with no bag limit. Current regulations is that there isn't a regulation currently defining reindeer as deleterious exotic wildlife. There's no state hunting season for free-ranging reindeer as game on Umnak Island, and there is no open caribou season as well on Umnak Island. Under 5 AEC 9290, under definitions, deleterious exotic wildlife has been identified there, and the list is not very exhaustive, but that's the list right there, and there are no ungulates on that list. Other current regulations, permit for possessing live game, except for a feral reindeer. So under this section, in accordance with the definition of game, it includes feral domestic animals. And so a game animal defined as deleterious exotic wildlife is feral if the animal is not under direct control of an owner. The commissioner may capture, destroy, or dispose of any feral deleterious exotic wildlife in an appropriate manner. Muskox, bison, or reindeer that are lawfully owned, that are not confined or not under positive control, are considered feral unless the animal is a free-ranging animal under a state or federal grazing lease. And there are some exceptions to there. Owners can demonstrate ownership of the animal in the given time, 48 hours to pursue it and capture it and put it into confinement. Any free-ranging animal such as reindeer for which ownership cannot be demonstrated is presumed to be game. Ownership of an animal can be demonstrated only if it's clearly and visibly marked with a permanent brand ear tag or some other type of owner's mark on the body. So a little history. We've heard a bunch about Umnak Island, which is fantastic. It's part of the Fox Islands, which is located in the Unit 10 portion of the Aleutian Islands. It's about 850 miles from Anchorage. It is the third largest Aleutian island. Reindeer were introduced in the island, as we've heard earlier, in 1923, and throughout that time there has been some guiding that has occurred on the island for those animals. The community of Nikolsky, which is situated on the southwest end of Umnak Island, is the only inhabited community on the island and has a population of approximately 35 residents. The Chaluka Corporation is one of the largest landowners on Umnak, and its holdings include nearly all the land near the community of Nikolsky, where proponents are seeking to hunt. There are in total there are 8 landowners, including the state, the federal government, which is the Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge, Chaluka Corporation, TDX Corp., and St. George Tanakh Corporation out of St. George. As I mentioned earlier, reindeer were introduced to the island in 1923 as a source of food and economic benefit. Without fencing, they have roamed freely and currently number just over 5,000 reindeer, according to a 2022 survey conducted by the Alaska Pribilof Islands Community Development Association. The reindeer regularly enter developed communities in search of additional food sources, and they sometimes create public safety issues. There is now a considerable concern by the residents of overgrazing on the island. So some of the effects of the proposal, there would be a legal pathway provided for either the harvest of feral reindeer. It will provide a food source, and it will continue to provide an economic opportunity, as you've heard some of the plans over the last 2 days from some of the locals that live out there. The reduction in the reindeer population will help address some of these nuisance and public safety concerns, as well as the habitat degradation that seems to be occurring out there. So some considerations when making your decision and deliberating is that the state opened up the island. The state opened up a hunt on Kodiak in 1962 for an existing population of feral reindeer. They provided there was no closed season and no bag limit. In 2009, the board reclassified them as caribou and prohibited same-day airborne. There are no similar regulations for Unimak, past or present. Unimak reindeer have been recognized as trophy quality reindeer, and there was previously a lodge on the island employing a considerable number of residents. Again, Proposal 8 seeks to clarify if this population of reindeer are feral and create appropriate regulations to hunt reindeer on Unimak Island by adding feral reindeer to the list of deleterious exotic wildlife, which would provide for no closed season statewide, or establish a hunt for feral reindeer by designating them as game on Unimak Island in Unit 10. As I mentioned before, and as we've heard, the proponent would like to see no closed season with no bag limit. The department does support this proposal to clarify or establish hunting opportunity for reindeer on Unimak Island. The department recommends classifying reindeer as feral and including them in the definition of deleterious exotic wildlife, whereby there would be no closed season or bag limit. This would be a graduated response to this request, and potentially others involving reindeer that other herds that are no longer being actively herded. As with reindeer on Kodiak, it may be appropriate to reclassify these animals to caribou if hunting interests increase or the department is asked to take an active role in managing the herd. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Before I open it up to board members, I have a question for you. We had a lot of public testimony in here that said that, you know, hey, these reindeer are not owned by anyone. Do we run the risk, are you guys aware of any ownership of these animals? Do we run the risk of classifying as these deleterious exotic wildlife and them actually have ownership?
In my work, research through the Chairman Fletcher, in my research on this topic and working with Amy, we haven't identified any landowners, any owners of the reindeer currently.
Thanks for that. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also add to that it's the Chuluka Corporation that's bringing this proposal to the board, and they're looking at the land that they own on the island as well. So that, you know, I agree, and I appreciate the question very much. We haven't found anybody, but we're also insulated somewhat because we're only talking about one corporation's land ownership at this point. I'd like to make just one more clarification. The proponent and, you know, is really seeking these to be listed as deleterious exotic wildlife, not necessarily feral reindeer. So there is a difference there.
Thanks for that. And I think Vice Chairman Hoffman was pretty clear that we're dealing with adding them to the list of deleterious exotic wildlife. Any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, just to build on the record, if the board was to create a hunting season for free-ranging reindeer, actually that would put it into the department's hands, and it would be something that you'd have to budget for in that area?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Barrett, that's correct. I mean, that would be, I imagine, down the road, but also comes with some other administrative, you know, issues as far as big game tags, things like that.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was testimony by several folks about the habitat damage on the island from the reindeer. Has the department done any kind of habitat work at all, or they just haven't done anything at all as far as any type of management?
Through the chair, no, the department hasn't done any work on Unimak Island, and I'm unaware of any work that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife have done on the island as of recently.
And I guess so my understanding would be that even though there's state land there and some federal land, that the agencies wouldn't have any problem with, especially the federal agencies wouldn't have any problem with the reclassification by the state that you're aware of?
Through the chair, I haven't had a conversation with any federal land managers on this topic. Amy, did you talk with anyone?
Yes, through the chair, I talked with Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge, their refuge manager, who has he retired last month. But they are in support of these reindeer being hunted. They don't want to see reindeer on an island, just like ADAC. They're in favor of no introduced ungulates.
George Pappas.
And from the Federal Subsistence Program, there isn't a CNT for reindeer in Alaska, and we have no comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I intend to fully support this proposal as amended. Something that is unique. Maybe if it was in a different area, I might have a different view, but with its remoteness and the size of the herd out there, and communities and corporations and people that live out there to potentially provide an additional income to them, I'm going to fully support this proposal.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I support the proposal also, although realistically, I don't believe that we're going to reduce the population much and really alleviate any of the issues they have out there as far as getting into folks' yards and causing public safety issues or even habitat damage. We just got so many and so little opportunity, or so little harvest. But I do support the opportunity and the possible economic opportunity if they're able to, charge a trespass fee or a land use fee to hunt these animals. So I'll be supporting it.
Yeah, there's lots of AC support for this proposal. I had, kind of one reservation I asked a couple of the testifiers in here about if we're going to go down the same road as Kodiak with classifying them one way, having to come back and regulate them, and really put my mind at ease of how remote this island is. It's a completely different situation than we have on Kodiak, and I'm going to support this proposal as well. Any other questions from board members? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 8 as amended. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
And Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
That motion carries 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 9, lengthen the spring and fall brown bear hunting seasons in Unit 9.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get started, I would like to point out record copy 14. It gives a summary of the next 10 proposals for the proposed season dates and the current season dates. All of these deal with the brown bear dates in Unit 9. So Proposal 9 seeks to change brown bear season dates for all of Unit 9 to October 1st through October 21st and May 10th through May 31st for both residents and non-residents. This is a public proposal. The department recommends support of the proposal with an amendment to keep Unit 9B fall season dates as they currently are of September 20th to October 21st. There is a positive CNT finding for Units 9B and E. The ANS for Unit 9B is 10 to 20 bears and Unit 9E is 10 to 15 bears. Current brown bear regulations for Unit 9 include biennial seasons with hunts during fall of odd years and spring of even years, so an every other year hunt. The bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. There's also a resident-only near village hunt that is open every year, year-round, with a bag limit of 1 bear every regulatory year. Currently, Units 9A and 9C season dates are already what this proposal is proposing, October 1st through the 21st and May 10th to May 31st. Current season dates for 9B are September 20th through October 21st and May 10th to May 31st. Units 9D and 9E season dates are October 7th to October 21st. The spring season dates differ for residents and non-residents in 9D and 9E. The resident spring season is May 10th to May 31st, and the non-resident season is May 10th to May 25th. Effects of this proposal would standardize brown bear season dates for all of Unit 9. It would increase season dates for 9D and 9E and decrease season dates for 9B. 9A and 9C would stay the same. So the season dates have jumped around a bit the last few years. Historically, fall season dates were October 1st to October 21st, except for Unit 9B. Dates for 9B were September 20th to October 21st. Spring dates were historically May 10th to May 25th for all of Unit 9. In 2013, the spring season was lengthened to May 10th to May 31st for all of the unit for both residents and non-residents. In 2019, season dates were reduced for Units 9C, 9D, and 9E to October 7th to October 21st and May 10th to May 25th. In 2022, season dates were adjusted again. 9C was lengthened to October 1st to the 21st and May 10th to the 31st, and the 9D and 9E spring resident season was lengthened to May 10th to May 31st. Prior to 2011, permits were not required for brown bear hunting in Unit 9, except for some localized areas that required registration permits. In 2011, registration permits were instated to better track hunter participation and harvest. Since 2011, average number of days hunted has not changed. Hunter participation has declined since 2011, but percent success has remained stable between 56 and 62%. This graph shows the decline in overall hunter numbers in Unit 9 since 2011. Regulatory years 2019 and 2021 are outliers due to seasons being affected by COVID. Regulatory year 2019 only includes a fall hunt, and numbers for 2021 include a spring hunt in 2021, a fall hunt in 2021, and a spring hunt in 2022. If 2019 and 2021 seasons are averaged, they fall in line with the trend seen from 2017 to 2023. From 2011 to 2023, there is a 24% decline in total hunter numbers. This graph shows total brown bear harvest for Unit 9 broken down by male and female. As you can see, total harvest reached a peak in 1999 and 2001 of just over 700 bears harvested. After that, it started a gradual decline, with sharper declines starting in 2013. Again, regulatory years 2019 through 2021 are outliers due to the seasons being affected by COVID. As I said earlier, regulatory year 2019 only includes a fall hunt, and harvest for 2021 includes 3 hunts. If data from 2021 and 2019 were combined and averaged, it would be similar to 2017 and 2023 totals as well. The last 5 seasons have reached another plateau, kind of like what was seen from 2003 through 2011. You can also see when season dates were increased in 2013, there was not an observed increase in harvest. Harvest comparison is difficult with the most recent season adjustments that happened because COVID sort of messed up the hunting seasons, but it does not appear the reduced season dates that started in 2019 had major impacts on harvest because 2023 totals are similar to 2017 totals. After seasons were shortened in 2019, harvest from the first week of the fall hunt, depicted by the black in this chart, was basically added into what had been historically the second week of the hunt, or what's hard to see on this, but in the gray on this graph. And you can also see the harvest during the third time period of October 15th to the 21st, depicted by the blue, stayed fairly constant. This shows that more people hunted during that second time period when the seasons were shortened, and this is mostly due to weather in the fall. Typically, the later in the season it gets, the worse the weather becomes, so people want to hunt earlier. There is no pattern seen for timing of spring season harvest. Unit 9B didn't see any changes in fall season dates, but I do want to mention that 72% of brown bear harvest occurs in September for 9B. Average skull sizes for harvested brown bears has trended upwards over the years. The decline in the last couple of years would suggest that there are younger bears being harvested that are bringing the average back down to the early 2000s averages. One of the reasons for the shortened season dates that began in 2019 was to address concern over a potential loss of a cohort in the 2011 to 2013 timeframe, which is indicated by the sharp increase in male skull size of 1 inch during that time period. You'll see the same trend on the next slide as well in the age data. The decrease in size would indicate that cohort has been replaced. Over the years, average age of harvested bears has also trended upwards for the males. This shows that same spike in the 2011 to 2015 timeframe that was seen on the previous skull size slide. Average age for females hasn't shown much of a trend. Averages for regulatory year 2021 are similar to the long-term averages, and complete age data from regulatory year 2023 is not available yet. Another concern that was part of the shortened seasons was because of the spike in percent of males greater than 8 years old and percent of females greater than 4 years old in the harvest, and those have both decreased back towards long-term averages as of 2021. Management objectives for Unit 9 include maintaining a sex and age structure that supports a harvest composed of 60% males and at least 50 males 8 years old or older harvested in the combined fall and spring seasons. Both of these are being met. The department recommends support of this proposal with an amendment for Unit 9B fall season dates to stay September 20th to October 21st. This proposal would standardize season dates for Unit 9, making regulations less complicated. It also decreased hunter crowding issues during the fall hunt. There are currently no conservation concerns for brown bears in Unit 9. The majority of the unit is on federally managed lands, which restrict the number of hunters outfitters can take each season, so a substantial increase in harvest would not be expected with a longer season. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for that. Just to start off here, I have a quick question with you. I know you said you have no concerns about the bear population. How many collars do you have out there on bears?
Mr. Chair, we have 0 collars out there. Lake Clark does have some that they put out, but they program them to fall off in the fall.
Are all your surveys done, flying surveys, is that when they're done?
Yeah, so we did a transect survey this past spring for 9D. We plan to do 9A and 9B this coming up year. And then the stream surveys are done in August, and Basharoff typically does them. Evelyn helped with one or 2 years ago, and they usually coordinate those in August.
Do you have pretty good information sharing with like U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on their surveys, that type of thing?
Yes, Mr. Chair, yeah, we have a really good working relationship with Basharoff National Wildlife Refuge.
Do they have any concerns that differ from yours about the bear population? Or do you know? I know you can't speak for them. But.
Mr. Chair, I can't speak for them, but I know when they go out on surveys, they do say they see a lot of bears. So,
thanks for that. Other board members' questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thanks for your testimony. We talked earlier about harvest success by the non-residents when the season was changed to have them shut down a little bit earlier and had the later resident-only season. And you said you'd get into that a little bit more. Could you maybe expound on that rate? Did they harvest the same number of bears they had in the past, or more, or fewer, or how did that work out in that spring season?
Okay, so Member Loring, are you just looking for resident or non-resident?
I'm looking to see what how the non-residents fared in their harvest compared to prior years with their little bit shorter season that they had in that spring season. Their harvest numbers.
Okay, give me 1 second. So through the chair, with the spring season, and we really did not see, we've been seeing an overall decline just in total hunters overall, but we didn't see any sharp harvest declines or anything.
So the non-resident guided component still basically maintain the same harvest that they had in prior years?
Yes, sir.
And then the resident component, was that, how many bears did I hear, 5 maybe, or something like that, or 7? I forget what it was.
Yeah, through the chair, the resident harvest during the final week of the hunt was 5 bears for that unit, for those 2 units.
And so that harvest rate, since you have no concern about the bear population, doesn't seem to bother you at all, that's okay?
Through the chair, yes, we don't have any concerns over conservation of the bear, or conservation numbers, and we don't expect a huge increase in harvest because most of it is federal lands and they are restricted, or the guides are restricted to how many hunters they can take.
Absolutely.
So if the department supports this proposal to lengthen that season, so that would eliminate that resident-only season that the board put in place here recently?
Through the chair, yes, that would.
Okay, and you support that?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Other questions from board members? We had a lot of public comment on that. James, what did the AC say about this? Oh, Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to follow up with Mr. Loring's question, you know, when we start talking about resident and non-resident seasons, that's the allocation, and we support additional opportunity out there. How that opportunity, as presented by this proposal, there is additional opportunity available without concerns for the bear population. How that opportunity is allocated, that is solely up to you guys.
Has it been like, before we changed these dates, were those dates in place for like 30 years?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the historic dates were in place for, I want to say 20 to 25 years, I believe.
Thank you. Questions from other board members? Intent from other board members? Mr. Gardner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Based on the department's recommendation and having no concerns with the population, I would support the lengthening of the season, turning it back to how it had been previously for the past 20, 25 years.
Thanks. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to see the fall season extended, but I'd like to make an amendment to keep the spring season the same as it is currently on the books. Get some input from other board members on that thought.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Member Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I thought of a lot of ways. Let me ask the department, has there only been one late spring season for residents to participate in that opportunity where it was residents only in 9D and 9E? Or was it two?
Through the chair, so the season dates were reduced in 2019 to May 10th to May 25th. So that would have been the 2019, all the season dates since then.
But we changed them in 2022.
Or, sorry, yep, I was looking at the reduction. Yes, through the chair, so they were lengthened in 2022, so we only had the 2023 for the lengthened season.
Thank you. That's what I was kind of thinking, and I remember that board meeting. It was actually to try to get 3 years so we could see how the residents would react to that special season or that opportunity. And we've only had one, and I tried to figure, because we have a growing population of bears or a stable population of bears, and there's, you know, additional opportunity as far as time in the field goes for, you know, other users, but I couldn't figure how I could give residents an advantage without starting their date earlier, giving them extra days on the front side, which would complicate things a lot. So I've been leaning towards that, since we are getting bear numbers up, that our experiment didn't last, or in my mind, my thoughts on, you know, getting some additional information on how residents react to a resident-only portion in 9D and 9E. So I'm kind of on the fence, but leaning towards that we should go back to the length of back to our original season dates. And I'd like to hear if other members would like to see that amendment that the department is also recommending. Thank you.
And just to make really clear here, this amendment is for all of 9? and it's to only affect the fall season and leave the spring season as it is. Member Loring?
The amendment is to leave the fall season as it is, or the proposal request to extend both seasons. And so we want to go ahead and, the amendment would be to let the fall season be extended and leave the spring season with the resident-only section the same way it is currently in regulation.
Thanks for that clarification. Just to be clear about that. Further discussion here about the amendment? Member Batchel.
And wouldn't this go back to the biennial changes between residents and non-residents in spring and fall season? That's, I believe, is what's being asked for.
Yeah, we have an amended proposal, and it's just, right now, we're just discussing just the amendment. The amendment that was put forth by Member Loring seeks to leave the fall season, or leave the spring season alone as is, which leaves which is kind of a shortened fall, it isn't a shortened fall season because we shortened it. Leaves the spring season the way it is. The fall season will return to a start date of October 1st and go through the 21st. And that fall season would would encompass both residents and non-residents, I think. Is that right? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to point out that the department recommended maintaining the fall season in 9B, and I believe Amy's prepared to speak to that, the current season.
Yep, further discussion about this amendment. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, department mentioned that the bear harvest by non-residents stayed the same even with their shorter seasons. They're able to readjust and make things happen and still get their harvest that they traditionally had over a period of years, and then gave the residents an additional opportunity to kill another 5 to 7 bears. And that's basically my basis for my amendment, is to keep that resident-only opportunity alive, where it didn't really affect the non-resident harvest. And I know there's some testimony about some logistics by the guides in making that happen, but they were able to overcome it and actually still harvest the same number of bears over, of an average they had in the past.
Has the department seen a decrease in skull size since we shortened the seasons?
Through the chair, we have not seen any major decrease in skull size.
And how exactly has your board to sow ratio changed, if it has changed at all since that? Could you remind me of that?
Through the chair, so are you asking for harvest percentages of?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they've stayed the same. We typically see upper 60 to 70% boar harvest, and upper 20s to 30 at the top % for male or female harvest.
So basically, the boar to sow take and the skull size has stayed the same even though the seasons got shortened?
Correct. We did see skull size increase a little bit when the age increased back in 2011, 2013, 2015, when there was a concern of that loss of that cohort. But since then, they've stabilized, and we haven't seen any reduction or increase.
Thanks. Great discussion, guys, we've had about this amendment. Oh, Member Gardner.
Yeah, just one comment. I kind of liked, based off the testimony that we heard, there was a lot of concern with congestion and overlap and logistics. And I think the proposal as originally written kind of worked to resolve a lot of that.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion on the amendment? And if not, I think we're ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question on the amendment.
On the amendment to lengthen the fall season for Unit 9, October 1 through 21, and leave the spring season as is.
Yep, will you poll the board, please, Christie?
Yes. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
No.
And Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
The amendment carries 5 to 1.
All right, we have amended proposal in front of us here. The amended proposal changes the fall season back to the dates it was previously, which is October 1 through October 21. It leaves the spring season as is. Discussion on this proposal. Member Brett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment. I move to support keeping the 9B fall season from September 20 to 21 October.
Second.
Discussion on the amendment?
Yes, I see the department had recommended it, and I think that aligns with another subunit right next to it or near it. And I think that would be, it goes with our uniformity of trying to keep things simple.
Can you speak to the 9B portion of this, please?
Yes, through the chair. So 9B has historically been September 20th to October 21st. It allows moose hunters in that final week to harvest brown bears as well. And we actually see the majority of harvest of brown bears in September versus October for 9B. It just gets really difficult to access it. And we see no reason to shorten the season dates to October 1st to the 21st for 9B when the season seems to be working.
Thanks for that explanation. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Member Barrett if he would give an overview of how that changes the amendment that was just passed, what it does to that.
What it looks like is the fall season would be 1 October to 21 October. Is that correct? That's what we passed?
We passed the current in regulation fall season.
And so the 9B season would be September 20th to 21 October.
Okay, and it would maintain the resident-only component.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Rita.
I was just going to add on that note, depending on what the board does choose to do with the amendment, if you don't take action and choose to shorten the season in 9B, you may want to consider whether or not reasonable opportunity is still being provided for subsistence use.
Thanks for that. Further discussion on the amendment, I think it makes sense, especially after the department's, reasoning why. I'm going to vote for the amendment. Any other board members have any questions? If not, we might be ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called on the amendment. And the amendment is to, just to restate this, the spring seasons stay exactly the same across the board. The fall seasons will change from October 1 to 21 with the exception of 9B. 9B, the season will remain September 20th through October 21st. Will you pull the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment, which is specific to the Unit 9B portion of
Right.
it, of that season. So, Mr. Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Amendment carries 6-0.
All right, we have a doubly amended proposal in front of us. Any discussion about it? Member Barrett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this. I wanted to see more non-resident, or not, the resident season in the late spring. I want to see a couple more years of how residents react to, having that privilege of hunting before the guides do, for at least a couple more years, so we get some data on that. And that was my reasoning on my vote there. But I intend to support it as amended, Proposal 9.
Any further discussion among the board members? I don't think I'm going to support this proposal. The seasons have been the same for a very, very long time, and the reason why we went down this road is because there was a shortage of bears. The department has expressed that there is no shortage of bears anymore. And for those reasons, I'm not going to support this proposal. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support the amended proposal. I think if we don't support the proposal, it goes back to what it currently is on the books. And so everything will stay the same as what we see in front of us right now. That's in regulation. So this support, what it does is it gives that earlier part that Member Barrett just amended in. So I'm going to go ahead and support it.
Any further questions, comments, intent? Member Gardner.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarification, as amended, this leaves the spring season as is, which is shortened?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're about ready for the question on the amended proposal.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
Thank you. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 9 as amended. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Batestel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
And Mr. Brett?
Yes.
The proposal fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 3 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 10, close Unit 9A Alpha to non-resident brown bear hunting.
Call a second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Department. Thank you.
All right. Proposal 10 seeks to close non-resident brown bear hunting in Unit 9A. This is a public proposal. The department recommendation is to oppose the closure and is neutral on allocative aspects of it. Current brown bear regulations for Unit 9A include biennial seasons with hunts during fall of odd years and spring of even years. Bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. Current season dates are October 1st to October 21st and May 10th to May 31st. There's a negative C&T finding for Unit 9A. This proposal would decrease non-resident hunting opportunity. Lake Clark National Park and McNeil River State Game Sanctuary and Refuge are both located in Unit 9A. Lake Clark National Park is located on the north and McNeil River is on the south end of 9A. The only area open to brown bear hunting in 9A is located between those two refuges. Roughly only 30% of brown bear habitat is open to hunting in 9A. Registration permits were required starting in 2011 to get better hunter and harvest data. The average annual harvest for the unit is just under 32 bears, or approximately 64 bears during open regulatory years. The last abundance estimate from Lake Clark National Park was conducted in 2003. Their abundance estimate was 569 to 837 bears. Using this estimate, the harvest rate is between 3.8 and 5.6%. This is considered a sustainable harvest rate for coastal brown bears. Non-residents harvest the majority of brown bears in 9A. Success rates range from 56 to 71%. And on average, about 80 people hunt 9A for brown bear. This includes residents. Average ages of harvested brown bears has increased almost 2 years for both males and females since 2001. This indicates the majority of harvested bears are adults. We don't have complete age data for 2023 yet. Average skull sizes for harvested brown bears has stayed pretty constant since 2001 with no significant increases or decreases seen. Average ages and skull sizes are not showing any declines, which indicate there are older age classes of brown bear available for harvest. Skull size and age can be used as population indicators in absence of population estimates, and neither are showing any concerning trends. The department recommends opposing this proposal. There are no conservation issues with bears in Unit 9A. Only 30% of the habitat is open to hunting, with extensive refugia in Lake Clark National Park and McNeil River State Game Refuge and Sanctuary. Harvest can be managed through season restrictions and emergency orders if it is decided harvest exceeds allowable numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Questions from board members? You know, I guess my general thoughts about this, you know, we shorten the season, and I kind of look at that like, like my backpack, whenever I pull my sleeping bag out of my backpack, other stuff filters into where my sleeping bag was, you know, and I know that we created a little void there. And it probably got picked up by some folks that are looking for a little bit more, you know, bear viewing opportunity, but I was just wanted to state that before we get into some comments. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this proposal, I don't intend to support this. I think our harvest rates, as the department said, are sustainable. Our age and skull sizes that has been depicted haven't showed that there's a tendency to have a population decrease, and they seem to be fairly stable, which, you know, matches up with the sustainable harvest that we're at right now.
Any further comments from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to support this either. I think the department is very comfortable with the bear population, with the harvest rates, with the direction that the population is moving, cell-boar ratios, that type of thing. We have very few hunters and quite a bit of land out there, so I just don't see any conflicts between residents and non-residents enough to where I would eliminate one whole class of hunters. So I'm not going to support this.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this as well. The department doesn't support it, and they demonstrated why. And also, no ACs on record are supporting it as well.
All right, any further comments or questions from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Called question.
The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board should have no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that cost statement. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 10. Mr. Garner.
No.
Mr. Bigstill.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Loring.
No.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
I think at this time, guys, we're gonna break. It's 5 o'clock, just about 5 o'clock. We'll meet back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks a bunch for everybody's hard work.